Cool. Can we start? Are you guys ready to switch over on the broadcast? Good morning, Frankfurt. So here we are at day 2 of the Proof of Work Summit in Frankfurt at Spark. I'd like to thank our sponsors, Hive, Citrea, Block Scout, Logos, Rootstock, and Evertas. Not only have they been our sponsors, but then they've been our partners and collaborators in the space. Thank everybody individually for mixing with the people that are here and having great conversations. Out there on the live stream, if I can give you like a small recap of what happened here yesterday, is an incredibly personal and intimate event, including peers and people who were curious about the program and the idea behind the Proof of Work Summit. It's been amazing human connection between everybody, and it's been very, very sort of like heartwarming for me, because we are in an area that is a very, very narrow, nerdy niche of computer science. And we have been advocating and implementing these ideals of values based in code these consensus networks that are sort of designed on one side for human coordination and on another side a defense against certain types of human behavior which removes the humans out of the mix. And then we're here all together on a very, very interpersonal level, reestablishing the most important thing about any type of social movement or any type of manifestation of human endeavor, and that's people. So I want to thank all of you for being here and participating in this amazing conference so far. Again, the Litecoin Foundation, the ETC Cooperative, my colleagues Bob, Alan, Donald McIntyre, Andrew Glick, our amazing conference organizer, Emma Todd, and her team from MMH. You've all contributed to giving us this avenue to create content and to broadcast it to a wider public across the world. It's a fucking hippie wet dream, man. We have like instantaneous communication that any group of people can individually create with their phone or with a team like we have from Spark back there. I'd like to thank them for the amazing quality of the production and the hard work that they put in. But I mean, like really, we are living in a time, first time in human history where everybody on the planet is instantaneously connected with each other. And we're living in a time where we have a non-state method of coordination for messaging and for exchanging value. And we're living in a time where that's under threat. I don't know, I'm pretty ecstatic about being alive in 2024 and to have peers here to discuss the intersection of all the values that it is that we express. So I'd like to take the opportunity to invite my wonderful colleague, Mags, on stage, who's going to be introducing our speakers here on the main stage. Check out the Proof of Work Summit account for the live streaming links. All of the talks will be available edited afterwards. Mags?
Thank you. So every day, I think I'm going to look pretty cool and then totally get upstaged by this gentleman.
Girls are going to be girls.
Girls just want to have fun. We have a lot of fun in Bitcoin, guys. Well, in crypto, sorry, this is like a very inclusive conference. I think we all love to have fun. But I am so excited for this talk. This next speaker is Daniel Benton, and he is like single-handedly, in some ways, but there's a lot of people contributing to it, but like FUD busting, like he's shifted the narrative around Bitcoin mining being detrimental to the environment. And I think that is a very, very challenging thing to do, considering, you know, in this headline-driven world. So Daniel is a climate tech investor, which is always valuable to have folks that have come from other parts of the ecosystem of the world and then contribute those voices to our cause, especially when it's one that has been so heavily criticized. So Daniel is going to be taking a look at, you know, up until sort of this point in time, we've had institutions sort of entering Bitcoin. But the next institutional investor is a sovereign wealth fund. But there are still those challenges in trying to communicate whether Bitcoin is sustainable, and there's that hesitancy. So Daniel's going to talk about how potentially we can continue to shift that narrative towards the benefit and actually the truth that Bitcoin is clean tech. Thank you very much. Come on up.
Got a clicker? Thank you. So right now there's $65 trillion that wants to deploy into Bitcoin, but currently believes it cannot. And the reason it believes it cannot is that it thinks that Bitcoin is not good for the environment. Now, we now have the data to be able to turn that around. And if we care about the next wave of institutional adoption and sovereigns investing into Bitcoin, then this is our number one priority, to turn this around. But then the question comes, well, why should we care about sovereign wealth fund adoption? Well, there's a couple of reasons. Number one is that we're not going to hit $13 million a coin, or even $150 a coin, without this community of people. And you might think, well, that's not what I'm part of this ecosystem for, simply number go up. But there's a reason that everyone here should care deeply about number go up. And that's that we live in a world of hippies and nerds. And yes, it's possible to be a hybrid too. Now, nerds tend to care more about numbers, and hippies tend to care more about freedom. And in Bitcoin, nerds tend to care more about number go up, and hippies tend to care more about freedom go up. But here's the thing. These communities are interdependent. For example, in order for a lot of these freedom go up projects to take effect, there needs to be a certain mass of institutional capital and market cap behind Bitcoin to enable these projects. So sovereign wealth funds are critically important to freedom goes up too. So who are these sovereign investors though? Well, right now we've got 4.7% of the global population that has some exposure to Bitcoin. So we're early. The next group of people, the early majority, they're different from us. And I'll give you an illustration of how they're different. So raise your hands if you're skeptical about what you read in the mainstream media. Okay, is there anyone who's not raising their hands? Right, so we are different to this next wave. They are only somewhat skeptical about what they read in mainstream media. And as a result, they have some very different beliefs and a very different starting point when it comes to Bitcoin. Here's some of the things that they say, and this is from my talks to people at sovereign funds and interfacing with the sovereign wealth fund ecosystem. Just take a moment to digest that in a minute, and I'll just stand here in silence while you read that and elicit whatever emotions you feel like eliciting. So we're early, huh? We are so early. So how do we start to turn these sorts of perceptions around? And the answer is to do three things. Number one, before we start, we've got to actually screen out all the noise. And that's before we even start to identify what the false signal is around Bitcoin and ESG. And finally, only then can we actually start to impart the pure signal. So let's start with noise reduction. How do we screen out a lot of the noise that's out there? It's a very noisy world, and there's a lot of noise about Bitcoin. Well, interestingly, the way to counter noise and environmental FUD about Bitcoin is not to start talking about Bitcoin. It's to understand that we live on this continuum where every single disruptive technology that has ever come to the planet has been met with exactly the same narrative. This is something that I discovered running my first technology company. If you're going to bring a disruptive technology to the world, you're signing up for a lot of misinformation from the people who get disrupted. And this has happened from every technology, from the telegraph right through to Bitcoin. An unbroken stream of 21 technologies across 160 years. Let's zoom in a little bit. Here's some examples in the media of how the media has appraised certain technologies that were disruptive or disruptive devices in the past. So long before Bitcoin was posed as an existential threat to the human race, the teddy bear was. So we've been here before. Let's zoom in a little more. Now, I could have chosen any technologies, but I've selected two which disrupt multiple different industries at the same time. The first one is the bicycle. Not many people know this, but this is currently the most ubiquitous form of transportation in the world still. It came to prominence in the 1890s, and when it came to prominence, it disrupted not one, but four industries: horse and buggy, riding apparel, public transit, and the railway. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of trenched people were not so happy with women suddenly having a tool of emancipation. So it had not one, but four different industries lobbying against it. And boy, did that show up in the media. My favorite one here, if you're talking about outlandish predictions of the future, we've seen this before. 75% of all bike riders will be an army of invalids within 10 years. Where have we heard outlandish predictions about the future before? Now, finally, the medics and the academics settled upon 4 or 5 conditions which you could definitely get from riding the motorcycle. Bicycle insanity, bicycle spine, bicycle heart, and bicycle face, my favorite. We can even, because I'm a data guy, of course, I mapped the data of this, and you can even chart the instances of bicycle face, and so I did, through history. Oh, but first, this created the environment where suddenly people felt there was enough moral outrage where we can start calling for bans and restrictions, and that started to occur. Here's the graph, so bicycle face. This term started in 1891, peaked 7 years later, but the term was used for another 30-something years. We had a lot of this FUD with the bicycle. Okay, so maybe that was just a historical anomaly. It couldn't possibly happen twice, could it? Okay, let's look at the radio. Disrupted 4 industries: print media, the telegraph, live entertainment, and record industry. Suddenly, the radio was blamed from everything from explosions, breaking windows, killing birds, droughts, even snowstorms. Finally, the medics and the academics settled on 4 conditions which the radio could definitely cause, and including softening of the brain. You think you've had it bad with Bitcoin? We've heard the story before. This created the outrage where suddenly people felt emboldened to start calling for bans and restrictions on the radio. And we can chart the negative media coverage of the radio. And does this look familiar, this chart here? Well, it is. It's the same chart as the bicycle. In each case, you had this initial wave followed by a period of almost 40 years of FUD. We are not going through this for the first time. Bitcoin disintermediates at least 4 industries. We're currently around about here in the cycle. Now, do you see why this context is really important? See, if you're going to ask people who are not as suspicious as you are naturally about the media to suddenly disavow anything they read in the media, you better have a good reason for that. And the good reason is very simple. You don't have to ask them to not believe everything they read in the media, but you're asking them to exercise discretion because there is a reliable track record across 160 years of the first couple of decades of media reporting being incredibly inaccurate, and that is the context into which Bitcoin enters. Knowing this actually helps you screen out about 80% of the noise on Bitcoin. We haven't even talked about Bitcoin yet. Okay. Once we've screened out the noise, we can start to talk about false signal. Now, in the case of radio and the bicycle, the false signal was provided largely by academics and by medics. In Bitcoin's case, it was provided mainly by central bankers. And particularly this paper here, which, what's that? Academics, exactly. This word here is very important, commentary. Now, I had to look up the meaning of commentary within the context of an academic journal. According to Nature magazine, one of the world's 2 most reputable scientific journals, a commentary is something that, number 1, has gone through a lighter peer review process. Number 2, it tends to be shorter. This one here was 5 pages. And number 3, it is allowed to echo the writer's perspective as opposed to introducing new data. In other words, it is the academic equivalent of the difference between a feature article and an opinion piece. It puts forward the author's perspective. Alex DeVries's perspective was that, hey, we can measure Bitcoin's emissions per transaction and show that its energy usage will get totally out of hand as transaction volume scales. Give the guy credit where credit's due. The year before his article, there was 1 article in the media about Bitcoin and energy. After his commentary was published, more than 400. Cambridge immediately debunked the metric as not a meaningful metric in the context of proof of work consensus mechanisms. Do you think this stopped the media reporting on it? No chance. In fact, not only did they continue to report on it, but regulatory bodies, central banks, and NGOs joined the super spreader event. The metric went on to be debunked 4 times in peer-reviewed articles. But again, far from discouraging the spreading of this metric, it went on to not only spread but to mutate. We went from energy per consumption to emissions per transaction to e-waste per transaction, and finally, water per transaction. All the work of one author, Alex DeVries. So this was patient zero, and if we follow this through, this is actually a chart here produced by Litmaps, one of my investee companies, which maps like a phylogenetic tree of where articles come from. And as we can see, the origin for all these articles was this single paper by Alex de Vries in 2018. We can also trace how many articles it spawned. So Alex de Vries and the papers who reference him have now been responsible for 4,500 citations. That's a lot of citations. 10 papers are derivatives of this one flawed metric. The metric was picked up, and Alex de Vries was quoted in the White House report on crypto mining 4 times more than the next highest author. For Greenpeace, it was the epistemological basis for their entire Change the Code campaign. Now, there's a bit of a problem with the per transaction metric, though, and that's it, as a lot of you here will know, Bitcoin's energy consumption does not actually come from its transactions. But to suggest it does suggests that as Bitcoin scales, its emissions and energy will get out of hand, whereas in fact we can see from the graph here, if you follow that pink line, hash rate's going up 8 times over the last 4 years. Prices going up 6 times over the last 4 years. But that pink line in the middle, they're staying like a heartbeat. Emissions has not increased. There's a second problem with this emissions per transaction metric. And that's something called semantic ambiguity. Now, to give an everyday example of what semantic ambiguity means, let's imagine that you and I enter into a contract. You're going to do some work for me, and I'm going to pay you handsomely, $1 million for completion of that contract. You complete the work, upon which I then present you with $1 million Zimbabwean dollars. Now, you're feeling a little bit aggrieved about this relationship, about this point? Well, that's because different words, such as $1 million, have very different meanings in different locations, just as the word transaction has a very different meaning in different locations. One fiat transaction means what? A ledger entry. But in the blockchain world, a transaction can mean more than 2,000 traditional transactions, or using the layer 2 networks such as Lightning, billions of transactions. To fail to mention this is not only misleading, but disingenuous. The metric is fundamentally flawed. The logical basis for all FUD is as robust as it was for the bicycle and the radio. Now, in years to come, maybe 10 years' time, people will look back at this era of history and they'll go, those guys in the 20s, did they really believe that a single Bitcoin transaction could drain a swimming pool of water, be responsible for 2 iPhones worth of waste, $100 worth of electricity consumption, and 3 households worth of emissions? Those crazy people. How gullible they were. I'm glad our media is much more reliable in its reporting these days. So false signal is the second point. And only once we've dealt with the noise and the false signal, now we're in a position to actually start to tell the story we want to tell, which is the pure signal. Let's talk about that story. Now, there's been a phenomenal, here's the good news, there has been a phenomenal turnaround in the last 2 years. The academic literature is now, well, 3 qualities that have changed. Number 1, we're getting full papers, not commentaries. Number 2, they're anchored in a good understanding of how the blockchain actually operates. And number 3, they're using full contemporary data sets, not anecdotal data sets. As a result of this, we're now for the first time getting pure signal in triplicate, where the mining industry, the people in adjacent industries to Bitcoin mining, and the academics are all saying the same thing. And that's this, that Bitcoin can solve fundamental problems, fundamental large environmental challenges of our time. It can help to decarbonize our grids, stabilize our grids, and mitigate our most dangerous greenhouse gas, methane. Now, the press has also started to come to the party. As we can see, the amount of negative coverage has started to taper off over the last 2 years. And in parallel, in the last 2 years, we've actually flipped to net positive reporting on Bitcoin and energy. The transition happened, if we zoom in a little, around March of last year. And here's an example. Financial Times, who used to be one of the chief architects of misinformation on Bitcoin, now is starting to cautiously change their tune, which is why I say we're about here in the cycle. We've done incredible work, but there's more work to do. At the same time, we've also started to debunk some of these myths around e-waste, for example. One of the world's top electronic recyclers in the world has confirmed that not a single part of Bitcoin ASICs goes into landfills, that it's 100% recyclable because it contains none of the heavy metals that traditional electronics do. In terms of water FUD, well, far from creating water scarcity, we've actually learnt that Bitcoin can create water abundance in dry places such as the UAE, where you have these desalination plants. Running Bitcoin, you can use a heat exhaust to make the desalination plant more effective, therefore doing more desalination per kilowatt hour. And this whole narrative around Bitcoin is used by criminals was debunked by none other than the US Treasury, who in their 2024 money laundering report stated that fiat currency is by far the most preferred vehicle for cyber criminals. At the same time, this narrative that Bitcoin has no use case has been well and truly debunked by Alex Gladstein at the Human Rights Foundation, who showed that it has no fewer than 19 different humanitarian applications, which are benefiting, we estimate, more than 100 million people already today. Meanwhile, the environmental benefits of Bitcoin are now up to 21. That's a good number. And continue to grow. We're not going to go through all 21 today, but let's look at some highlights. Two things are important here. Bitcoin is now using, we are very confident, more than half sustainable electricity. And number two, that its emission intensity, that's the amount of emissions that it emits per unit of power, has dropped lower than any other single industry sector. Now, why is this important? Because Bitcoin obviates that which goes before. So in the case of Bitcoin, every time you use it for a transaction, you're not having to use a banking system, which is more emission intensive. Every time you're using Bitcoin as a store of value, you're not having to use gold, which is what I used to use in the past before Bitcoin, as a store of value. Both are more emission intensive industries, and therefore you are net emission reducing. The academic papers have started to catch up. This one is a full academic paper from Cornell University from a decorated scientist who said that using Bitcoin mining, you can make renewable operators more profitable, therefore accelerating the renewable transition, which is exactly the same as what the CEO of ERCOT said. Bitcoin can find a home for more renewable energy on the grid and then counterbalance their intermittency once it's on it. In fact, if we look into the history of what's occurred in the last 2 years, it's phenomenal. We now have the consensus of grid owners and the academic community endorsing the positive environmental benefits of Bitcoin. Now, a bit of context. Some people might say, well, that's all very well, but it still emits emissions. So I'm a climate tech investor, and this context is important. Every single technology, every single industry I've ever invested in emits emissions to start with. There's no such thing as a technology which doesn't initially contribute emissions. That's not the point. Solar, for example, was invented in the 1950s. It took until 2011 before it paid off its carbon debt. That's 57 years. And the reason was that it was using these coal furnaces to melt silicon to 1414 degrees, huge amounts of emissions. I remember having arguments with other environmentalists in the 1990s about whether it could ever go net emission reducing or not. If we'd applied the same logic to solar that we do to Bitcoin, we would have banned it in the 90s. So two things are important as a climate tech investor, which is a lens I see the world from. One is the net emission reducing capacity, and the second is the payback time, the carbon debt. Another example is carbon sequestration. 28 years we've had the technology. It's nowhere close to paying off even its carbon debt. With Bitcoin, we estimate that it can pay off its carbon debt within 30 years, less than half the time of solar. This is phenomenal. Now, here's the bit that I'm most interested in. Bitcoin provides us a method to mitigate one of the world's most potent greenhouse gases, and that's methane. 84 times more warming than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. According to the United Nations, it is our strongest lever to mitigate climate change in the next 25 years, and yet very little has been done about it. Now, you may not know this. You certainly wouldn't know this by reading the mainstream media, but there are currently 5 Bitcoin mining companies that are mining using landfill gas power. 29 that are using carbon negative sources of energy. These are people who are using landfills, farms, and methane from the oil and gas industry, destroying a potent greenhouse gas that would have directly vented into the air and using it to power the future of sound money. And we can chart the emission reducing impact this has on the network. Currently, using this form of energy, 7.5% of all Bitcoin emissions are being mitigated. There's not an industry in the world who's come anywhere close to that without offsets. Well, naturally, the question emerges, when do we hit 100%? 35 landfills. Venting methane with Bitcoin mining operations is all it takes, and we have an emission negative network. Now, because these mining operations on landfills are also mitigating methane, they generate carbon credits, which juices everyone's returns. And that means the landfill owner's happy because they get to turn a waste into a form of monetizable asset. The Bitcoin mining company's happy because they get power at the bottom third of the cost curve. And we're happy as the financer because we get our returns juiced by carbon credits on top of the interest repayments. But the most exciting thing is that per dollar invested, this is mitigating 45 times more emissions than if we were to deploy this into a solar farm. So I say LFG, which of course stands for landfill gas. What did you think it meant? Progress report. So I'm going to share some data here which I haven't shared with anyone before. So where we're at, we've been talking about this for a while. Well, I'm pleased to say that we've found a Bitcoin mining company who's very adept about being able to mitigate this particular form of climate change inducing greenhouse gas, GridShare. And this is Tom in the middle, the CEO of GridShare, with his team, visiting a landfill in South America. Now, to give some context, this landfill you see in the background here, it's 24 kilometers away from the grid, interconnection point, which means it is cost prohibitive to be able to sell power back to the grid. It is purely stranded. The only option, if they couldn't do Bitcoin mining, would be to vent it into the air, which is what they have been doing for the last 2 decades. Some more context, that thing above there is the world's largest ever direct air capture project. It mitigates 5,000 tons of CO2 emissions per year. Not bad, huh? Well, this landfill with Bitcoin mining on it will do 114,000 tons per year. That's 23 times the world's largest ever direct air capture project. That gives an idea of scale. But we're not stopping with one landfill. Here's one of the 2 that I visited in Costa Rica, my adopted hometown recently. This one here, because of bureaucracy, has no option to be able to sell to the grid at all. And this one can mitigate 103 times more than the world's largest ever direct air capture project. Here's one that Tom visited recently in Ethiopia. It's an open dump. The locals and the authorities are desperate to do something about it because methane also causes massive health issues from all the residents who live near it. This one can mitigate 114 times more emissions than the world's largest ever direct air capture project per year. One environmentalist I was talking to said, well, you know, if Bitcoin could mitigate 10% of its emissions, that would change my viewpoint on Bitcoin. So what would it take to go beyond 10%? 2 of these landfills is all it would take, and we would hit 11% methane mitigation already. So Bitcoin can solve some of the toughest environmental challenges of our time. Now, are there other technologies that can mitigate methane? Of course there are, there's many, but that's not the point. The point is, are there other ones that can do it profitably without government incentives? To which the answer is almost universally no. Bitcoin is unique. So we can really start to use this data or this information to turn around the perceptions of these sovereign funds and also the people who generally have environmental hesitations around Bitcoin, helping them change the narrative legitimately using data. I want to make sure that you all feel empowered to be able to unleash this data. So I'm open sourcing all the stuff, all the references, all the source material. It's gone up on Twitter. It's in a reference. You've got a big link, and you can find it there. Because I can't do this alone. We all know people, and this is preventing people from being able to get behind Bitcoin. There's a whole lot of liberals right now who don't think they can invest in Bitcoin because they don't know the humanitarian story and they don't know the environmental story. There's a whole lot of sovereign wealth funds that will not invest because they think it won't tick their ESG box. But we now have the data to be able to turn that around. Now, I said at the beginning that we need number go up projects to help the freedom go up projects, but it happens the other way around too. Unless we have more freedom go up projects, then we won't have more number go up, because these are the results and the stories they create is what inspires the next wave of institutional investment. So, on one hand, one investor can bring energy abundance to 1,000 villagers in Africa, but also the smile on the face of one villager can inspire the next 1,000 people to adopt Bitcoin. Thank you.
Thank you. Whoa, sir, stay up there. We would love to open the floor for questions. I'm just gonna, and who will be next? And then Phil. Oh, you have to push the button.
Hello. Excellent presentation, thank you. I don't understand how, when you mitigate methane, that's transformed into carbon credits. If you're mitigating methane, I can see that that is a methane mitigation, but how is it carbon mitigation?
So every ton of methane you mitigate, you get 28 carbon credits. If you mitigate 1 ton of carbon dioxide, you get 1 credit. So you get 28 times more credits. So methane mitigation is a recognized form of carbon reduction, or it's called CO2 equivalent reduction.
It's an equivalency, really.
Yep.
It's not really actual carbon mitigation.
It's better. It's 28 times better.
It's more the effect, but not its actual carbon. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
It's because methane has a more potent effect on greenhouse gas emissions. You give it to that gentleman. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Flip the button up. I'm getting my footsteps in today. Can I see? Oh, it should be on. Yep.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So I have a couple of questions. I hope you don't mind if I
We've got time.
make a short list here. I'd like to know how much, if we draw a pie chart of total Bitcoin energy utilization worldwide, and we tried to see what percentage of that pie chart is from stranded energy. I mean, you're mostly focusing here on stranded energy. So setting aside what's possible, hypothetically possible, theoretically possible, if we knew what the empirically already established reality is, I'd like to know how big is that slice of that pie chart is stranded energy for Bitcoin mining right now?
Yeah. So we don't have any peer-reviewed studies on that can confirm it empirically. We only have guesstimates. My guesstimate is it would be around 15 to 20% right now. So we're early on the curve, but we've already made pretty good progress. And that's a combination. Some of it will be stranded hydro, some of it will be stranded solar, some stranded wind, and a smaller percentage, much smaller, will be stranded methane.
I was not aware that there was stranded solar and wind, because generally people have to build machinery and installations to capture that, and they wouldn't do it unless they could get it somewhere.
That's not the way it works. Most of the solar and wind has been built places according to government incentives. So generally speaking, if you look at West Texas, for example, all the population lives in East Texas. All the solar and wind has been built in West Texas. So you have an aging grid which only has so much transmission ability. So it's stranded. That
sounds a lot like the same mistake that China made.
Yeah, so it's stranded in time and it's stranded in space. And so a lot of that solar and wind. So Germany, for example, where's all the wind generation? North Germany, right? Where does the population live predominantly? South Germany. So what happens if you have a peak wind event, you have 92 hours of peak wind, sure, you can soak up the first 4 hours with batteries, but after that, what do? Well, you can't transmit it because there's not the transmission capability. So unless you have an on-site off-taker for that energy, it's all stranded, it's all wasted. And that's where Bitcoin's really played a huge role in soaking up that stranded energy.
Okay, so my next question is slightly off the stranded part of the energy budget here, but more the green energy. So, you know, there may be a lot of green energy in Bitcoin mining, but and I'm not talking about stranded. I'm just talking about, you know, like when you buy it from the grid. So grids often sell a mix of energies. You know, they have some of it from green sources and some from fossil fuels. But whenever you buy something from the grid and you say, I want to buy green energy, they'll sell it to you. But that means there's less of it available for someone else. So if there's a lot of, it's fungible. You know, energy is fungible like money. And so if a power company sells you grid energy that they guarantee comes from green energy, well, then someone else also wants to buy that green energy. But now somebody else bought it all or bought a lot of it, leaving less over here for the, you know, the residences that want to buy green energy. They can't, they got to buy some coal energy also. And so it's fungible. And so, you know, part of the criticism of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency mining is that it's the total energy used and it's fungible. And so there's only so much green energy that anyone can buy before the grid operators have to cut into fossil sources. Is there anything we can do about that?
Yeah.
I mean, Microsoft solved it by just buying an
things.
entire 3 Mile Island nuclear facility.
Yeah. So there's three things. Number one is grid energy is not the only source of Bitcoin mining. So 30% of the energy is now used off-grid. So there's no contention. Second thing is that a lot of the time that energy would have been at a time of day, such as the middle of the day, when no one else could use the solar energy, or the middle of the night when no one else could use that wind energy. So there is no competition. And the third thing is there's a natural inbuilt incentive mechanism where when everyone's contending for the same energy at the same time, that's when wholesale electricity prices spike, and so there's an inbuilt economic incentive not to use energy at that time. But the other thing is this is an argument which the New York Times has used, but you could actually use that argument against anyone. You could single out any industry you wanted and say, by you using that energy, someone else cannot. But the reality is the incentives by which you progressively use more baseload electricity are much more complex than a lot of those marginal emission calculations would suggest.
Yeah, there is one beautiful thing about Bitcoin energy utilization, is that it can be highly dynamic. People who, most users of electricity need it right then. I mean, a hospital that needs to do surgery in an otherwise darkened operating room can't do the surgery if the lights go out. They need to have that right now. But a Bitcoin miner can say, okay, I'll wait an hour.
Correct.
You know?
And the other thing is that the two things come in concert. So what you have to realize is that a lot of that energy in Texas a lot of that green energy would not have been there, would not have come onto the grid if it hadn't been for those Bitcoin mining companies allowing the profitability of those renewable generators, therefore expanding those facilities. So it's working in both ways. It's both incentivizing more sustainable energy to come onto the grid by making it more profitable. The Texas grid operator said the same thing. The academic research backs that up as well. And then when you have more energy on the grid, which is green, it's very quickly able to power down when other people are contending for that energy.
Okay, I got one more, and that is in our conversation yesterday, I put forth the idea that if there's some way we can allow the invisible hand of the free market favor Bitcoin mining output that comes from stranded energy or green energy, and by marking it, by tagging it, saying we assert that it came from these sources, and then let the free market, let the invisible hand of the free market operate, pass judgment on it, you know. And even if they can lie, eventually lies are outed, and the market can respond. And so I guess we'd have to wait a whole year for another conference to present a talk on that, but I'm intrigued by that. But
Yep.
you and I talked about that.
You know, it's interesting. So I spent a decade working for government on low carbon economic transition, trying to fund decarbonization of energy markets. And spending a decade in climate change, you see how ineffective policies are because they keep shifting those goals because we're not going to meet that 2030, then 2040, 2050. So nothing was being done in some ways, right? Because the ratepayers or the taxpayers, there wasn't sufficient funds to reach the reductions we need. But what brings folks like both of us that came from the environmental field is we're actually seeing the free market create this third
It's more
pocket
agile.
of funding. No,
It's more
but it's
agile.
happening. Like they are funding complete, like towns or villages in Africa that have been disconnected from power, like they're building renewables. Plants within the U.S. as well, whether they're renewables or there's a nuclear in Oklo, a nuclear plant that is being right-sized, so there isn't the traditional demand, like homes that have been built yet, but they're building out larger for future home demand and industry demand by having a miner sort of subsidize that larger scale plant. So we are seeing these anecdotal evidence, it's just that we don't hear about that in the headlines. All right, we are out of time, but I think
you.
this is a wonderful conversation. We should continue offline.
Thanks, everyone.
All right.
Sorry, I also
Wonderful.
had a question. Can I ask maybe one more question? Because actually I was in front of the guy who was asking the questions, but now he's leaving, okay?
Sorry, yeah, we can catch Danielle offline, but we also have a similar conversation coming up, so perhaps your question will be applicable to this next talk. So I would like to welcome Harold Rauter to the stage. Harold is also advising ESG capital sensitive, like folks that are interested in ESG investing. And so he's looked at investment strategies that kind of fit or aligned with their investment incentives to try to promote, Bitcoin. And in his talk, he's going to walk us through a little bit of, the history and the overview of climate change and investing and how different interests come into play to sort of change and shift that narrative. So I'd like to welcome him to the stage, and
thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for having me. Super. Thank you very much for having me. I don't know where I fall on the nerd versus hippie conversation, but what I would like to do is, as has been said, to walk you through the perspective of an climate tech investor, a climate tech project manager that I've been for the past 15 years, and try to bridge the two conversations which have been very, very disentangled in the past. And I'm very grateful for this forum here and the lively conversation that we already had, because there seems to be a lot of conversation that is needed to bring Bitcoin to climate-conscious investors and make them aware of the value proposition that Bitcoin actually holds. I hope this is working now. The good thing about this conversation is that it does not matter really where anyone, including myself, stands on the spectrum of I believe in climate change or I do not believe in climate change. It really doesn't matter. We can hold different perspectives and convictions, because what actually matters is the opportunity that arises from it. What I mean by that is that usually opportunity, in its literal sense, when we build intelligence in the original sense in the Latin world, interlegere, between the lines, where opportunity emerges is when the perspective seems to collide, where conversation seems to be sticky. If we're all in consensus, there's nothing big to be won there. So I think it's warranted to have this conversation and work through the different arguments and try to create the alpha and the progress that we actually want to create. The question is now, how do we start this conversation? And it's an enormous privilege to follow up on Daniel, who has sort of paved the way and sort of prepared the terrain. in seeing how these different conversations have been held within Bitcoin, but also in the past with other disruptive technologies. And I think one learning that I made, and I think many of us share that sentiment, is that stuffing an argument down the throat of someone else is usually not getting the job done. We need to find a different way of how we engage with that in a conversation so that it gets constructive and doesn't get destructive. And I like to frame my own conversations around an Aikido-based approach. So when we look at the I, we first create a communality. And I think it's hugely important also in this conversation that we build a communality, a harmony that we can all start a conversation from, where we have a basic form of understanding. But we also need a spirit and energy that drives a pathway that drives the progress. So what could this now look like in a conversation of Bitcoin investment and in the investment world? And the climate world, sorry. And I think one commonality that is universally consensus is that we all want a good life. We hold very firm positions, but we do so because we're convinced that it enables us or gives us the best chance to get the good life that we want. And what I mean by that is we want to drink clean water. We want to eat healthy food. We want to be socially secure. We want to be governed by the rule of law. These are all universal values that I think we can, both climate people and Bitcoin people and folks can agree on. But where things might start to differ is how we get there. What's the energy that drives this progress? And I'm a firm believer in capitalism and the role of the free market in this conversation. So I think that capital is a key element that has a central role in driving the process of investment and long-term thinking and action. But it cannot be done so without honoring key principles, call it guardrails, boundary conditions that are incredibly important to be respected. And I just want to walk you through three that make these conversations a little bit sticky once in a while, but also hopefully a little more constructive. The first one is, and I've heard it yesterday, it's stupid to say that, Bitcoin is inevitable. What I mean by that is the incentive structure of Bitcoin is so strong that if Bitcoin stays sufficiently decentralized and secure, it has a good chance to play a prominent and increasingly prominent role in the future. But ironically, the same is true for decarbonization. Decarbonization is not a thing that just emerged because politicians came up with it. It's natural technological progress. We come from the age of hydrocarbons that served humanity incredibly well. It brought the prosperity that we know. But technology has evolved, and we are getting more for less. It means more performance, but it also means less carbon emissions. So it poses additional challenges, yes, and we will work through those, but in a way, the tendency from high carbon intensive economy to a low carbon intensity economy is to a certain extent as irreversible as you could call for Bitcoin. So it's worthwhile to discuss the two in tandem. The second one is, and excluding the conversation that we might look at multiplanetary life in the future, but if we assume that for the foreseeable future we will have one planet, we actually have to find compatible growth models that are compatible with the finite resources of the planet. It also means that fiat debt-based growth economies will probably not cut it. It leads to more energy, it leads to more consumption, it leads to more material intensity, and we know this is not sustainable. This is why we're here and having this conversation. And Bitcoin is one of the few economic models that proposes a growth model, and the emphasis is on growth here, that is compatible with a finite planetary resource. Degrowth, making us poorer, all of these conversations must be out of the question. We cannot even go there to discuss it. And the third one, and this is where the the climate camp and the Bitcoin camp probably has to work most through, and I will spend a little bit more time to go in detail there, is that prosperity is always only achieved through the investment in human ingenuity and never in regulation. In fact, showed me one society that has ever thrived on hyperregulation. But to understand why institutions have chosen predominantly the way of regulation to mitigate climate change has historical reasons. And it's merited for a few minutes to spend some time on looking backwards in history of how we came to the point where we are. And if we talk about the history of climate change, we need to acknowledge that it's almost a tale of facts, but also of motives and incentives that got us here. And I want to point you to this article and take you back to 1982. The best climate scientists in the world in 1982 have been on the payroll of Exxon, now ExxonMobil. And this has been for a good reason, because Exxon has been a diligent company. They knew they are in the business of burning carbon of fossil fuels and in an intensive business of carbon emissions. And so they wanted to understand, how does their own business model affect the long-term viability of their business model? And this is from a report to the senior management of Exxon, and from 1982. It's accessible on the internet for free. The link is in the description. And it has the plain title of CO2 greenhouse effect. And they came to 3 conclusions. The first one is climate change is real and CO2 is the cause for it. Secondly, we as Exxon, we accelerate this by our business model. And to rephrase what I've just underlined here, we will have as a business a problem once the temperature rises above 1 degree compared to pre-industrial level, which means that Exxon expected that the resistance against their own business model will be so big that they will not have any license and economic license to operate anymore. And what does this mean when we are above 1 degree compared to pre-industrial times? Well, essentially, it means that extreme weather events, as we are seeing them, will become more frequent, and it will become more intense on a large scale. But what is most important, and it's ironic for me that Max Kaiser has mentioned that, and it has not been picked up in its criticality, and what he has been saying is that irrespective of whether you believe this is true, irrespective of what your convictions are, also financial markets and capital markets hold also deep convictions. And their convictions are based on spreads, margins, and profits. And agricultural supply chains, property portfolios, this is all store of value for those markets. And they are very sensitive to changes in the margins and in the risk profiles that could affect margins. And they pay a lot of attention to that. And what we are seeing now is that the markets are starting to price in those climate risks that we see right now, and also the future climate risks. So we can expect that the economic viability of certain investments will change. We see that with property stocks, but we also see it in price discovery on commodity products, for instance. And so there is a dynamic of reshifting portfolios going on. But let's look for a second into, obviously we need to do something about this, and let's look at how we went about this in the past. So what did we do over the past 40 years? And to headline this, in a way, the past 40 years of climate action are, if anything, then a blueprint for how not to do it. The same climate scientists that when in 1982 wrote and formulated the Exxon report, sat down because they got fired. They sat down and did their own research, and they formulated different scenarios and published them in 1988, in 1992, and looked at different assumptions, socioeconomic assumptions, and the resulting emission profile that can result from that. And there was one scenario that was striking. It's called the 92A scenario. It's called the business as usual scenario. It assumed we do nothing. We just let economy roll. We say we have this amount of GDP growth, we have this amount of demographic development, we have this type of wealth inequality, literacy rate, and so on and so forth. And then we expect the emission profile at 2020 to be around 420 ppm of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere. Now, the blue line is the normalized, actually measured concentration. And you see it almost perfectly tracked the predicted we do nothing scenario. So essentially, all the bureaucracy, all the regulation, all the capital that has been placed in climate action has led to exactly that outcome that scientists predicted in '92, where we will come out at if we do absolutely nothing. Now, granted, we don't know the counterfactual. So if we would not have done all of this, would we be higher? Would we be lower? We don't know. There's a bull and a bear case for both arguments. But what we definitely know is that this type of forced cooperation has led to a lot of resistance against any type of climate action. And if you were smart enough to understand how the system can be gamed, you will system arbitrage it for your own profit. But essentially, the net effect is minuscule to nothing. And the past 40 years of climate action can be almost summarized as the attempt to build a ship designed on the most favorable of assumptions. People will accept any regulation that they get. They will accept to be told what to eat, what to do, when to travel, and so on and so forth. But they went. And so all of these scenarios of how we went about climate action conveniently ignored the possibilities that people will not accept. So how could now a plan B for our planet A look like? What would the ship look like that is built for the roughest of conditions? Now, I'm here at the Bitcoin conference. For you, this is not news. But let's assume you never heard about Bitcoin. And you hear for the first time that there is a globally reaching permissionless infrastructure where everybody can participate, almost a global ISO standard that everybody can build on. That has such an powerful incentive system that it's exponentially growing, that more and more people want a piece of the action. And those are enabling environments. But most importantly, that respects my individual incentives. And Daniel is a capitalist first, sorry to say that, and an environmentalist second. And that's exactly how it should be. So it incentivizes me to participate. But ironically, and this is the most beautiful thing about Bitcoin in itself, we start to see, and thank you for laying the ground with all of these individual use cases, but ironically, and probably it has never been designed that way, it leads to deterministic climate positive outcomes. Because the rules are designed the way they are, it drives climate positive outcomes. And all four together somehow give us a new platform to operate. And just to remind, and I'm grateful for the question that just came up in the conversation beforehand, just to remind ourselves what we're actually trying to do. We're not trying to get rid of carbon. Carbon is a superstar. It is the best element in the periodic table. It gives us the most variability in terms of structures that we can build. It is an absolute superstar. But what we have done in the past is to disrupt and intervene with the natural carbon cycle, i.e. this cycle where solid carbon, like this one, or a plant, and the volatile carbon that is sitting in the atmosphere are getting into imbalance, because the more through fossil fuel burning, the more solid carbon we emit into in a volatile veil into the atmosphere, it can start to interact with light and lead to global warming. So what we need to do in the future is emit less into the air and get more out of the air. And it's true that we can discuss in terms of CO2 and CO2 equivalents, and that's a very helpful conversation. But there is one thing, and this is what the colleague has pointed and alluded to, there is always a terminal CO2 problem, and we need to get the CO2 tackled and managed. So where does Bitcoin fit into all of this? And Daniel has made a great point around all the use cases, and I thought about how can you present this to someone that understands climate action and climate language in a meaningful way. And I thought this is a meaningful presentation. Think of this pie chart as the total emission inventory from all sectors any given year. What you see here is 75% of all emissions generated are stemming from the energy sector. That includes transportation and property management. You see that in the, hopefully you see that in the descriptions. So proof of work, mining, has something to do with energy, we heard, okay? So with this concept, with this methodology and the technology, we can now start to address 75% of emissions. Not totally, of course, but you get my point. And what you see in dark orange are essentially a highlight of where we know today directly impacting use cases where proof of work and the use case that is being built or has been being built contributes directly to the emission reduction or emission avoidance. Everything that you see in light orange, we know one or many use cases where Bitcoin and proof of work indirectly affects the emission reduction. And you see, now we're starting to see that this map is filling up, and there are more and more and more cases that will enter the stage. And again, remember, we build all on one standardized protocol. Forestry, agriculture, and land use. This is where most of the methane emissions are coming from. Some is in the waste there. You see that landfills at 1.9%. Chemical industry, cement industry, 5% alone. But I'm confident that if there is some inefficiency in the system, somewhere, Bitcoin mining will be a catalytic, pioneering use case that someone will try to capitalize on. How do you present this now to someone who sits on capital? And I'm not talking to several sovereign wealth funds. I'm not that senior yet. But I'm talking to a lot of venture capital and private equity firms. And they are interested in finding new growth paths. And they are interested in two things. They are first interested in a multiple on their invested capital, a return, and they're also interested in impact, in carbon emission reductions. And depending on where you sit in terms of your capital philosophy, one might be more important than the other, or they might be very balanced. But now you could say, Harold, this is all known, this is nothing new, and you're 100% right. So what needs to change for investors to be able to embrace that type of approach? Well, one is a pain that they're currently experiencing. And I've put you here an anonymized letter of a general partner of a VC fund to his investors. It's a lot of whiny and blah, blah, but there's one line that is critically important here, is that the VC industry has experienced extremely challenging market conditions for the past 2 years. So now we are in February 2024, 2 years back, that's 2021, 2022. What has happened in 2021, 2022? Well, this happened. The federal fund rate has changed, and it's right here in 2021. And so we look at an entire industry now that is bruised by very challenging market conditions. And the root cause for all of this is capital misallocation. Because if you have monetary abundance, you don't have to care for deals and deal flow generation and looking at good use cases that really generate impact, because you pump and dump. You don't need to look at a mission-driven investment thesis surgically, where you exclude certain things, because you have enough money, or you can refinance very cheaply. The few good companies that there always are, everybody wants to jump on. You have to pay a lot of premium to get a seat at the table. But everybody's doing the same thing, so everybody's sitting on the same portfolios. But Bitcoin flywheel for the climate sector, apart from the convincing technical and functional evidence, is that Bitcoin, because it's designed the way it is, already proposes a mission-driven investment thesis. If you're a climate scientist, a climate person or not, it doesn't matter. You engage in a network, you incentivize those use cases, and someone else will do it. You are an indirect climate activist, if you want. You look at the global, and I think this is not fully understood yet, and I'm still having a hard time to get my head around it myself, what it means to have one global intellectual capital pool that builds on one standard. A total addressable market of global. And how you can build and funnel climate positive outcomes through that talent pool. You are alone. Everybody else is doing, investment in the misallocated capital markets. You are doing something in the most healthy capital market that we know, the Bitcoin. You can be the El Salvador of venture capital. And you can suddenly start to build, because all three are green checks, you can suddenly start to build a capital structure that allows you to propel your business forward. And that goes back to the question beforehand as well. What should we focus on? We need to transition to low carbon electricity and power, and we will do so because it's monetarily incentivized and economically incentivized. And we will need a lot more energy in the future than we used until now. And I see this conversation slowly shifting from we will save energy, and if you just switch off your light, it's going to be fine, to we need a lot more energy. And by a lot, I mean a lot. It's going to be 50 times more, maybe 100 times more. We don't know, but it's going to be a lot more. There's a lot of, and Bitcoin has a proposition to make there, obviously. We need to build on the inefficiencies. We need to monetize the inefficiencies that are in the existing energy systems. And I'm not only talking about methane, I'm also talking about heat reuse. 2 years ago, this was not a topic. Now it is a big topic. And the third one, where Bitcoin has an indirect role to play, is when it comes to the drawdown, the sequestration, the sucking out of the terminal CO2 out of the atmosphere back into the earth, or in solid state. And ironically, this process usually depends highly on low carbon electricity. And this is exactly a point that you have brought up, and I'm grateful for that. Imagine now, if you want to scale this to really big, large scale, what would happen if everybody competes for the low carbon electricity? Well, suddenly it would get incredibly expensive, and a lot of use cases would be priced out and would be not scalable because of that. And I just want to leave you with one slide. And this is the one that hits home for me every time I see it. Just to frame this conversation. We have a lot of ground to cover. What you see here on the y-axis is the total emissions in gigatons of CO2 per year, and how it grew from 2000 to 2020, from about 40 to about 60 gigatons. Now, the projections of what we need to do in terms of emission reduction to retain a chance for 1.5 degree global warming compared to pre-industrial times, and we will not have time to go into detail why this is important, is the blue path. If you're a bit more chilled, you take 2 degrees, and then you still have to follow the green path. And what all the implemented policies over the past 50 years and all the negotiations have accomplished is the red line. So in other words, the integral, the area under the red line, above the blue line, is undiscussed, unaddressed emissions. And that's a lot. So to conclude, there's not only structural evidence, functional evidence, there's also a moral argument why Bitcoiners should have a seat at the table when it comes to the climate conversation. Not only because the evidence is on our side, but I think it's also good for Bitcoiners because it opens up a perspective to capital pools that will eventually enrich the Bitcoin ecosystem as well. Bitcoin is one of the few, if not the only, and I don't know any other proposition that offers the prospect of a healthy growth model that reconciles with the planetary boundaries, if we're talking single planetary life. And ironically, and this is the most beautiful thing about Bitcoin, if you ask me, it offers agency for everybody, inclusion for everybody. And it aligns your egoistic incentives with the altruistic motives. In other words, that's my definition of peace. And last but not least, and this is not for you because I know you knew this already beforehand, Bitcoin is a solution. It's not the solution. It is a solution, but it's definitely not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Going once, going twice. Sold, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dennis Porter. Dennis is the co-founder and CEO, of Satoshi Action Fund. He has been pretty instrumental in some shifting regulatory front in the US, including helping support the right to mine legislation. Just like, the right to bear arms, the US now has a right to mine in 2 different states. Dennis is going to be giving a talk that dives into Bitcoin mining and how it can lower methane, how it can provide energy stability, and sorry guys, I'm a little tired. And also I lost Dennis, but he's going to walk us through sort of basically the environmental benefits of Bitcoin mining, which I hope will also answer some further questions, and also the benefits. And Dennis has engaged in a number of peer-reviewed papers, and he's sort of been on the forefront of helping shift hearts and minds on why Bitcoin mining is important from an energy security perspective in the US. Okay, come on up, sir.
Thank you. Oh, very happy to be here. This is my first time in Frankfurt, first time in Germany. Big round of applause for Mags, by the way. She's doing an incredible job hosting today. My name is Dennis Porter. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Satoshi Action Fund, and I'm also the founder and president of Satoshi Action Education. That's a pair of nonprofits. Ultimately, what we do as an organization is we advocate for Bitcoin, particularly Bitcoin mining. What we want to do is we want to educate lawmakers and regulators on the benefits of this technology, and we also want to help craft model policy as well as research around this topic so that lawmakers really understand the value of what Bitcoin mining can bring to their jurisdictions. I think oftentimes we hear a lot of 30,000-foot view conversations about what Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining can do. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get into the specifics of some of the things that Daniel talked about and some of the things that Harold talked about with regards to why investors would be interested in Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. So there's a lot of benefits that you could talk about with Bitcoin, so many different benefits. But I really want to focus today on these 3 key benefits of Bitcoin mining. And those 3 key benefits are how Bitcoin mining can enhance green energy, how Bitcoin mining can balance the grid, and that third one, how Bitcoin mining can mitigate methane emissions. Although I may move quickly through that third one because you got a pretty good round conversation from Batten on that specific topic. So let's start with enhancing green energy. We even had some really great questions earlier. You know, how exactly can Bitcoin mining play a role in enhancing green energy technologies? Specifically, I'm going to focus here in this conversation on wind and solar. One of the things that I personally love about Bitcoin mining is that it is a piece of energy infrastructure. It is a tool that can help you achieve your energy goals. Whatever those energy goals are, it can help you overcome obstacles. It can help you solve problems in an energy system. And so I really like to focus my conversations and my conversations with investors, my conversations with those that are advocates in this space on specific problems that Bitcoin mining can solve in an energy system. So what is the major problem that Bitcoin mining can solve for wind and solar? That problem is curtailment. If you're wondering what curtailment is, real quickly, curtailment is the reduction of output of an energy resource below what it could otherwise have produced. So wind and solar. Wind and solar are geographically dependent, highly geographically dependent. As Daniel mentioned earlier, West Texas is where the wind and the sun is. That's where they're building the clean energy. But they have to transport that energy back to the other side of the state where the demand is at. And oftentimes there can be imbalances. And ultimately, if you have, let's say, let's do round numbers, 100 megawatt wind farm in West Texas, and it's only able to get, let's say, 70% of its energy to market, that 30% that it wasn't able to get to market, that 30 megawatts, is considered curtailed energy. I also like to call it wasted energy. Some other terms that are used are stranded energy. So how much curtailment is taking place, though, right? How big is this problem? Is it a small problem? Is it a medium-sized problem? Is it a large problem? Well, let's put it in direct context so that you can really, truly understand how much curtailed energy that we are dealing with across the world. Let's take, for example, CAISO. That is California's ISO. They manage the entire state's grid, and they also measure all of the curtailment that is taking place on that grid. They're one of the best at measuring the curtailments that are taking place on their energy system. This chart is from 2022. Of course, it starts further back in 2015. But as you can see, there's a dramatic explosion in the amount of curtailment that is taking place in the CAISO energy grid. In fact, it's such a big problem that they are actually currently curtailing roughly 2.5 million megawatt hours of energy in 2022 alone. But the goal in California is to double. They want to double the amount of wind and solar that they have on their energy system there. And so let's take an assumption. Let's assume that if you double deployments, you'll double curtailments. Now, you may be off one way to the side or to the other, but let's just take that assumption. If you double your curtailments, by 2030, the state of California will curtail roughly 5 million megawatts of energy. And to put that energy number in context, that is more energy than the bottom 36 nations used combined. It's an incredible amount of power, and it's only happening in just this one state, albeit it's a very large economic hub with a lot of wind and solar. That is just one place in the world where we see this type of curtailment taking place, and it's happening all across the world. Anywhere you're building large amounts of wind and solar, you're seeing large amounts of curtailment. But to put it, so I said, let's assume that we're going to double curtailments. It's not really much of an assumption because I started tracking this number in 2022, and as you can see going into 2024, the number continues to grow up and to the right. But why does curtailment take place? There are really two main reasons. It's a time problem and it's a location problem. You have energy being created at a time when no one needs it, and you have energy being generated in locations where no one is there to buy it. So let's take that first problem. Why is there too much power when no one needs it? Why does this take place? Well, wind and solar are intermittent energy assets that depend on the weather or the sun being in the sky in order for them to generate energy. Let's take this graph really quickly. I use ChatGPT to design it, so it's not a real graph from a real energy system. But you can find graphs that are very similar to this all across the web. Take a moment, Google it, you'll see it very quickly, and I'll show you some more of them in a moment. But I wanted to design it this way to just really simply explain why we're seeing a significant amount of curtailment, particularly around solar. So this is a solar graph. You see, of course, the big arc is when solar generation is taking place, when the sun is in the sky. You see the dotted line, the dashed line across is demand. The reason why it dips in the middle of the day is because many of us go to work. We leave our homes, which actually is most of where energy demand takes place. You know, when we're leaving our home, we're not using our heating, we're not using our cooling, we're not using our microwaves. And so you see demand dip. And that's the exact moment, in fact, when solar generation is at its peak. And so that's why you see these very large spreads where there's so much curtailment taking place. And there's another chart that we like to use to measure this. It's called the duck curve. How many of you have seen this chart? The duck curve chart. So basic explanation, since many of you in the room haven't seen this chart, is that this is a demand chart minus the amount of solar generation that's taking place. And so you can see every single year, the more solar generation that we build, the more net demand drops, which ultimately results in more and more and more curtailment. And just for the sake of Germany, I'm just wanting to highlight that, of course, this is a global problem. That chart was from California. This one is here on the German grid, and you see the exact type of load pattern being created. And of course, the reason why they call it the duck curve is because it looks a little bit like a duck, I guess. So how does Bitcoin mining help solve this excess generation problem? Well, Bitcoin mining is an extremely flexible load, and it can perfectly match the generation patterns of wind or solar. And this is an ability that is very limited. There's very few industries, if maybe none, some would say, that can perfectly match a generation pattern, but Bitcoin mining can. Now, on that second problem, why is there generation being created that can't get to market? It's a location problem. Well, you have wind and solar, often built in remote rural areas because it needs to be where the wind and the sun are bright and where the wind is strong. And then you often have transmission lines which are built after the fact. They build the wind and solar, and they wait for the transmission lines to be built. Very common practice in the wind and energy sectors. And those two things combined, of course, create bottlenecks, or the lack of ability to get generation to market. So how does Bitcoin mining help solve this lack of transmission problem? Well, it's pretty obvious. Bitcoin mining can be placed anywhere in the world. It's location agnostic, almost the polar opposite of wind and solar. Wind and solar are highly geographically dependent. Bitcoin mining has no restrictions on where it can be placed, especially with the advent of things like Starlink. So whenever energy is being rejected because it can't get to the market, the Bitcoin miner is buying it. And of course, as was highlighted before, this is backed up by research. In fact, Brad Jones, the former ERCOT CEO, and also the former New York ISO CEO, co-authored a paper alongside us, which endorsed this idea that Bitcoin mining is a powerful energy tool that can help to enhance green energy. Okay, let's go to the next one. Although, I'm a little thirsty and I didn't get my water ready first. Okay, number 2, balancing the grid. You hear this a lot. Bitcoin mining balances the grid. But we don't really often hear exactly how this works. Well, there are 2 main ways that Bitcoin mining can balance the grid. There are others, which I won't get into. Gets a little technical, but let's focus on these main 2. Demand response. How many people have heard that term now? Demand response. Okay, good. So a lot of us are starting to hear that terminology. What about frequency response? Okay, half as many hands, maybe quarter as many hands. Let's jump into what demand response is and how Bitcoin mining is a great demand response resource. And then I'll quickly finish up with, of course, frequency response as well. So this is a quick chart helping to highlight what demand response is. And of course, anybody can participate in these types of programs. I think that's a really important part to mention here. Any load can be a demand response resource if they want it to be. Not all can, because for economic reasons, and not all can for technical reasons or logistical reasons. But theoretically, any load could participate this way. And what you see is you have on the blue line the forecasted demand, And then you have the red line, where right when it reaches peak capacity, the response from a load is they shut off, preventing demand from outstripping supply. I wanted to highlight also, this is a technology, this is a type of load resource which is dramatically growing in its importance as wind and solar and other types of intermittent energy assets come onto our grid. And I was able to have a great conversation with the former FERC senior economist, David Cathan, when he retired from FERC. His literal signature is on many of the orders from FERC, which is our Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in the United States. He's signing the documents on these types of programs as they come into effect. And when I talked to him, I said, I explained to him a little bit about Bitcoin mining and the power of Bitcoin mining. And he asked me a question. He said, is Bitcoin mining a large user of energy? And I said, yes, of course. It's well known. It's a very large user of energy. And then he said, does it want to be on all the time if given the chance? Yes, of course. You hear a lot of these Bitcoin miners talking about uptime. They want to be up as long as possible. When they're up, they're mining, they're making money. But then the third one, and the most important, can it turn down for any length of time, at any amount of time, at any time of the day, if requested to do so by the grid? Yes, of course. Bitcoin mining is one of the most flexible loads on the planet. It can shut off at any time and for any length of time. And he said to me, if those three things are true, and this is coming from one of the top people in one of the most important regulatory commissions in the world, of course he retired, he said, if those three things are true, then Bitcoin mining is the best demand response resource on the planet. Powerful statement from one of the most important people in the energy sector. So, how do Bitcoin mining data centers perform as demand response resources as compared to other types of assets? Let's take a quick look. I talked a little bit about this on the panel yesterday. China bans Bitcoin mining, a really important event in 2021. Where do the miners go? They go to Texas. A large portion of them go to Texas. And when they plug in, they start signing up for grid balancing programs. They created a new category for them called large flexible load. And that's what you see here in the yellow, the large flexible load category. It's all Bitcoin mining. Now, some other large flexible loads have come in since this time, but at this moment, they created the category and they helped to categorize Bitcoin mining as large flexible load. ERCOT put out a report. It's called a Winter Resource Report. They want to see and calculate what are all the types of resources across the grid, batteries, generation, flexible load, so they can have an understanding of what's in their toolbox when various types of winter emergencies could take place. And they put that Bitcoin mining has 1,700 megawatts, or 1.7 gigawatts of resource capacity on the grid there in ERCOT. Well, lo and behold, 2 months later, a massive winter storm comes through, smashes into the Texas grid, brings the Texas grid to its knees. But at this time, Texas had a new tool in its toolbox, and that's Bitcoin mining. The Bitcoin miners were there. They were the front line of defense. They wound down, delivered all of their power back to the energy system for ratepayers, hospitals, police officers, firehouses to use in that time of emergency. And to put it in context, 1,700 megawatts of power is enough energy for 1.7 million small homes to heat their homes, all during the middle of an emergency. When everyone else is raising their power consumption, the miners are willing to shut off. Of course, there are incentive programs to encourage this type of behavior. One of the most important parts of this, I think that's important to understand is, I said it earlier, anybody could participate this way. Anybody could theoretically wind down. What are the impacts of winding down? Well, if you were to shut down what was 30% of the network at the time, you can see the hash rate dipping here. That's the period when the winter response was happening between the two blue lines. 30% of the network came offline during that period. Not just in Texas, of course. There were states nearby as well. And the Bitcoin network, what did it do? It kept printing block after block. Of course, block times may be a little slower, but the network kept on moving forward. Now imagine for a second, if you shut down 30% of Amazon's data centers, what impact that would have on the internet. You would see network outages all across the world, but not with Bitcoin. that's really important to keep in mind here, is when Bitcoin responds, then Bitcoin is still working. If an Amazon data center were to respond, the web would, AWS, all these things that support our ability to call our friends, to have Zoom calls, to order an Uber, would experience significant outages. Also important to highlight, this is not only happening during winter emergencies, it's also happening during heat waves as well. And of course, there was a similar response just that summer, later in 2022, 2023, where 1,000 megawatts turned down so that Texans could keep their homes cool. Now let's take a look at what happens when you have a grid without flexible load and what type of responses are in your toolbox and what happens when you add flexible load, just to help give you a visualization. So this is an energy system before flexible load. You have your local power consumption, you have your capacity, spare capacity, and then you have, of course, the flat line, which is your total capacity on that local grid. Now, of course, these are a little bit wavy and changing in real time, but this is a very simplified version of what it would look like. So what happens when you go over your electrical capacity? If you don't respond, if you don't find a way to add more power to the grid, your grid will potentially collapse. You'll get rolling brownouts, rolling blackouts, which can lead to system-wide outages. So before flexible load, the way you could respond, the way you could prevent your grid from collapsing was you would have, look on the right, gas peaker plants, batteries, flywheels, pumped hydro, gravitational, and thermal energy. Now, these are all great, various types of technologies, but they're all have varying downsides. Some are very expensive, and in the case of gas peaker plants, which is actually the most common form of grid balancing technologies used today, very expensive, very carbon intensive, if not the most carbon intensive, and also they're very inefficient, so they're only turning on every once in a while. So the cost for electricity just goes through the roof. But it's a necessity to make sure that our grids don't collapse. Well, instead of spending money on carbon intensive and expensive energy sources like peaker plants, you could instead have a consistent, flexible load which is available any time of the day for any length of time to be able to respond and prevent those types of outages from occurring, ultimately doing two important things: reducing the cost of balancing the grid and reducing the amount of emissions that it takes to balance the grid. I added this one last night. I thought it was really important to help highlight just the power of how Bitcoin mining can help to stabilize the grid and also reduce the cost of power. Anybody notice this photo on the left? It's like a shopping mall. In the US, I think Sears is out of business now, but let's say Dillard's, or we've got JCPenney. These are companies that are still in business. What's the big one here in Germany? What's your big department store? Nobody? Okay. So let's say someone comes along and says, well, I think JCPenney is using too much space. Let's get rid of them. Too much space. We need extra space in case someone else wants to come in and use the shopping mall. Well, right away, the moment that happens, the person who owns that shopping mall, they own that system, they would see a reduction in their revenue. In order to compensate for that reduction in revenue, they'd have to raise the rents of everybody else that's still within that shopping mall. So I think that we can agree this is a bad idea for the shopping mall. He wants to keep as many people as the utilization of that shopping mall as high as possible, so he can maximize his rents while also distributing the cost. Because either way, he's going to experience the same monthly, yearly costs of keeping that shopping mall open, regardless of how many tenants that they have. So the energy systems are very much the same. What if someone woke up today and said, well, that factory, that Bitcoin mine, that's using too much power. We should get rid of them. Well, that, of course, would be a terrible mistake. Because the moment you get rid of your large user of power, your tenant customer of energy, you're dropping the amount of revenue that's generated by that energy system, and you're forced to then distribute those costs, which are not being absorbed by the Bitcoin miner, to the rest of the grid, raising rates for everyone else. And so full utilization of a shopping mall And full utilization of an energy system is important, something which was more difficult to achieve previously until Bitcoin mining came along. And of course, you can essentially go to 100%. They used to say you can't have full utilization of an energy system because you need a little extra in case there's a peak demand moment, in case there's a winter storm. Well, now you have the Bitcoin miner ready, willing, and able to maintain yourself at 100%, but also wind down as much as needed to keep the grid balanced. Last one here, and I'll move through this one very quickly, just for the sake of time. Demand response, we all understand that pretty well now. Frequency response is like the little brother. It's important to understand quickly what frequency is. Frequency is the heartbeat of the grid. Here in Europe, it's 50 hertz, must be maintained all the time. Slight deviations are okay, very slight deviations are okay. If you go too low, if you go too high, you will experience rolling brownouts, rolling blackouts pretty quickly. If you wait too long to respond, you'll get a system-wide outage, which is a black start, total collapse. It can take weeks or months to recover from this. So ultimately, the problem is that as we moved away from thermal energy generation, which is a rotating mass which creates inertia on the grid, towards renewable energy, we're required to have quicker and quicker responses to these deviations in energy generation on the grid. So how do we make sure that we can use Bitcoin mining as a frequency response resource? And how does it compare? So these are the various types of responses. You can see very quickly you've got all different types. You've got generation, you've got batteries on here, and there are varying types of responses. But if you look at that bottom right-hand corner, you can see the first line is when the energy shifts, and the second line is when it needs to respond by in order for it to be actually considered a valuable frequency response resource. And as you can tell, bottom right-hand corner, just like that. You're right where you need to be programmatically if you have a load resource that can respond. Most loads, unfortunately, cannot respond this quickly. But as we've highlighted here, as others have highlighted, Bitcoin mining is one of the most flexible, rapid, and programmatic loads on the planet, and it is always ready and willing to respond in times of need. This is just a quick graph to put it in context for what you can see, a visualization. That blue line is frequency. As it deviates downwards, you see an automatic response from the Bitcoin miners helping to supplant the frequency and maintain that heartbeat on the grid. And again, the same paper that was written earlier talking about how Bitcoin mining is a powerful tool, a powerful energy tool, co-authored by former New York ISO CEO, former ERCOT CEO, also backing up these claims. All right, last section here. Mitigating methane. What is methane? Why is it a problem? Well, methane is a very powerful, potent greenhouse gas that is up to 2,500% worse, or 28 times worse, 25 times worse. I like the bigger numbers, 2,500% worse than CO2 for warming. It's exploded in the atmosphere. There are agencies across the world that are realizing that they need to tackle this problem. 150 plus nations have pledged to reduce their methane emissions. But beyond just methane being a potent greenhouse gas, it is also a toxic gas, and it can cause ground level ozone, which is not only bad to breathe, but it can seep into the water as well and cause major toxic poisons. So how does Bitcoin mining solve this problem? It is very, very simple. Methane as a source comes from a landfill, it can come from oil and gas, it can come from dairy farms. You take the methane, it is a combustible gas, it burns. You can put it into a generator or a turbine, generating electricity, and you can use that electricity to mine Bitcoin. Very simple. So, can mining with Bitcoin off methane emissions reduce the emissions profile of Bitcoin? I think Daniel did an incredible job of talking about this earlier, but I think the one chart of his that I like the most, which I use here, is just how carbon negative, or CO2e equivalent, it is to mine with methane. And as you can see, flared methane mitigation produces 1,006 CO2e equivalent of carbon, and we're talking about grams here. And then if you do it with vented, which of course flared is something that's being burnt currently, as you take that flare down, you're becoming more efficient. With vented, it's methane that's going vented into the atmosphere with no mitigation whatsoever. And of course, that's going to be extremely CO2e negative. Now, this is the most interesting paper that we produced recently. because we were able to get these claims backed up in a top 2% journal, in a peer-reviewed journal, which was a huge accomplishment for us as an organization. We, of course, had produced other peer-reviewed articles before, other research articles before, but this is our first time getting into a top 2% journal, and we were very excited to be able to back up the claims that we were making about this technology. So, last point here is, though, it's just not us, it's not just the industry, it's not just the science. You actually have the White House itself backing up the claims that Bitcoin mining can be a powerful tool that can yield positive results for the climate. So in conclusion, let's talk a little bit about Bitcoin mining and how it compares. I talked about this a little bit earlier. I think it's important. This is the current administration. Yes. They put out a climate report. It was one of the only positive things they said, so there was a lot of negative things in there for sure. In conclusion, let's do a little comparison. I talked about this earlier, but how does Bitcoin compare to CoreWeave, AI data centers, to Amazon and Google? Only Bitcoin mining can run completely off of variable energy alone, variable renewable energy alone. Only Bitcoin mining can shut off at any time of the day for any length of time without experiencing any major economic downturns or supply chain issues. And only Bitcoin mining can scale to any size constraints, which is important because you have such varying constraints of generation availability with wind and solar and with methane. So, in conclusion, Bitcoin mining and proof-of-work mining are enhancing our green energy, stabilizing our grid, and mitigating methane emissions. And I think it's important that we all understand the power of this technology and a little bit of the detail that goes behind it so that we can truly share the benefits with our regulators, our decision makers, and our lawmakers so that we as a country and as a world can start to move forward with Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. Thank you.
Oh. Any questions for Dennis? Sir, in the back.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a conversion rate for hydrogen. I don't remember the.
Can you repeat the question?
I think he was asking that how do you compare Bitcoin mining using the methane as an energy source versus converting it to green hydrogen? Was that the question? I'm not a green hydrogen expert, but my understanding is that green hydrogen is the conversion, sort of like the energy output you get, because the conversion you get, there's a loss of energy during that conversion. So the potential to use it for Bitcoin mining, you're going to have a higher energy utilization rate versus converting it to hydrogen. I'm not opposed to green hydrogen, but I'm also not an expert on that specific area. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, you can transport it. You can move it around. But one thing I think is important to highlight is also that a lot of landfills across the world are too small for it to make any economic sense to do anything other than Bitcoin mining. Because the development of the green hydrogen and the transportation of that green hydrogen, it all costs money. Yeah. Whereas the Bitcoin mine is making money immediately on the site, and the cost of building and the size constraints are better.
Wait.
Yeah.
Sir?
Yeah. Baden will be the expert on this one.
We actually looked at it for landfills as one possibility. We talked to a guy who'd done 20 years worth of methane mitigation on landfills. Generally speaking, it's the worst thing you can do in terms of economics and in terms of loss of efficiency, hydrogen mining.
Question?
What was the incentive for the miners during the winter and the heat to shut down their operations? Did they get kind of a compensation, and how sustainable is this motivation for the future?
Yeah, so anytime you're going to see, so there's really two ways or two reasons why a Bitcoin miner would respond to any sort of deviation in energy generation. One is because of the cost of energy goes up, and so miners are very price sensitive. Most of them have a specific break-even price, which is relatively low. And so if the price of energy spikes, they're going to shut off just for cost avoidance. So no matter what, we do nothing, we don't need to have a policy, we don't need to have an incentive. If we do nothing but create price signals, miners can just respond to the price signal. Now, additionally, there are programs where you have demand response programs. You have another program called for coincident peaks, which is a transmission program to avoid too much demand on an energy system during those peak demand moments. And those programs are created where they say, okay, anybody out there can sign up and say, okay, I'll be willing to respond. You do usually get a little bit of compensation for signing up. You say, I'll be available, and you get a small amount of compensation. And those compensations can be, it depends on the energy system. They're different everywhere you go in the world. Some are direct payments. Some are credits towards future energy bills. And once they respond, of course, then they can be paid an additional credit or compensation immediately as well. So there's really two ways. One is there's a program. These are programs that are being created and designed predating Bitcoin mining. One last thing I think also there as well is Bitcoin miners are so good at doing this, they're actually driving down the cost of delivering these services to the grid. So in Texas, in fact, there's actually a political effort underway to keep Bitcoin miners out of these programs because they're so good at doing it, they're pushing other players out of the marketplace. So they're actually driving down the cost of delivering grid balancing services and ultimately driving down the cost of delivering power. Here?
We're running a little
Should we
bit
do one more?
late.
We can catch up afterwards.
Yeah, why don't you catch up?
Glad there's lots
afterwards?
of questions.
Thank you. So we had a bit of a shift in schedule, thanks, Dennis, where Dennis came before Francisco. So I'd like to bring up to the stage Francisco, Arctic Mine Cabanas, who has extensive experience in both Bitcoin and Monero. And he is here to discuss, like traditionally, when a miner produces two outputs, it produces both Bitcoin, but it also produces heat. And historically, a lot of that heat has been wasted, but there's potential for that reuse, and that is what Francisco is going to dive into. Thank you.
Thank you for a great introduction. I got started with Bitcoin in 2011 when you could still mine it with GPUs. And what I found was that I was living in Prince George, British Columbia, which is in a pretty cold part of Canada. You had to walk around a lot to get your Bitcoin. And I would turn around, and when I got home, my hands were freezing, so I would stick them behind my GPU miners to warm up. This was 2011. You could buy a Bitcoin for $6 Canadian. Things have changed since then. And so that's kind of my background. After that, in 2014, 2015, I got involved with Monero, which is kind of my primary coin right now. So I'm a Monero guy. I also done Monero mining. And I had the experience of seeing this heat question right from all along. I've actually mined Monero for the sole purpose of staying warm also. Okay, so if oh, there we go. Okay, so let's look at proof of work historically. Okay. Hashcash, 1997. This is one of the first examples, Adam Black. The idea was simple. We're talking about email. We're talking about spam. How can we control spam? How can we do something about it? Well, we do a little friction. We say you got to spend a penny, a cent, a US cent, maybe a euro cent, to send an email, and then we're going to make it very expensive to the spammer. So if I can burn, for example, a penny, and then to send an email, and then someone wants to spam it, well, for a million emails, that's 10,000 American dollars. Okay, so this sounds like a reasonable idea. And the backup plan was actually a cryptocurrency called Hashcash. So that was kind of the backup plan. But the idea was you'd burn it. So you do some proof of work to send an email. On the surface, you burn a cent worth of electricity, calculate a hash function, and send an email. We're going to deter the spammer. So the question is, what could possibly go wrong here? It's a penny. It's not going to really hurt most legitimate email senders, and it's only going to make the spammers pay. But there could be a little cash. So it is January, and Alice lives in Alice Springs in Northern Territory, Australia, in the outback, in the middle of the Australian summer. The temperature outside is 40 degrees Celsius, and for those of you who like Fahrenheit, that's triple digits. That's 104 Fahrenheit. Bob, on the other hand, lives in Inuvik. That's the Canadian Arctic, in the middle of the Canadian winter. It's minus 40 outside, and it's also minus 40 no matter what type of temperature we're talking about, measurement. They both need to send 10 emails. So let us assume, and we've heard a lot today on different costs of energy, stranded energy, etc. But just to isolate the heat question, let us just use 10 cents per kilowatt hour American in this assumption in both cases. The real question is the real cost the same? Is it really a penny or is it different? Okay, let's look at the example. Alice, I have to sit in front of a 1 kilowatt heater for an hour at 40 degrees Celsius in order to send 10 emails. Now, how many people want to do that? Go into the Australian outback in the middle of the summer, sit in front of a heater, and send 10 emails. Not a good idea. But I am in Inuvik, and it's really freezing outside. Yeah, this is a great idea. So temperature is a critical issue. The heat produced becomes either a valuable commodity or a waste product to get rid of. And here's the interesting thing. We all know this, but when you look at the original theories about proof of work, very few people are talking of the actual heat. Nobody is saying that the heat has an impact. The assumption implicit, not explicit, in a lot of the literature has been the heat has no value, has no cost, has no value. And that is a myth, an important myth that I would like to debunk. So let's look at Bitcoin. So Bitcoin comes along 2008, a peer-to-peer paper. Everybody talks about it. We look at the Satoshi paper. We talk about a proof of work question. Now, one first good thing that Bitcoin did is now Alice can send the transaction and Bob can mine it. One of the beauties of Bitcoin and other proof of work cryptocurrencies is you don't have to mine your own transaction. So if you're sitting in the middle of the Australian outback during the Australian summer and you want to send a Bitcoin transaction, you can get Bob and Inuvik to mine it for you, or some other cold place. You don't have to mine it yourself. And this is an important question. Alice doesn't want to, it's a great idea. I get Bob to do it. Bob says, hey, I love this. I get to mine the transaction, make some money, and I keep my house warm. And it's minus 40 outside. So sure, I want to do this. Like you want to stay warm when it's minus 40 outside. And by the way, it doesn't matter where we're talking Celsius or Fahrenheit. That's where the two scales meet. But are all the assumptions regarding mining correct? Well, let's take a look at, is this assumption correct? This is from the Satoshi paper. The proof of work also solves the problem of determining representation of majority decision making. If a majority were based on one IP, one vote, it could be subverted by anybody allocate many IPs. Proof of work is essentially one CPU, one vote. Is it really one CPU, one vote? In 2009, when Bitcoin was launched, did Alice and Bob's CPU really have one vote each? One of them is in Alice Springs, in my example. The other one is in Inuvik, where the temperature differential is 80 degrees Celsius, 80 degrees Celsius. Or in January 2025, if you put an ASIC there in Alice Springs and another ASIC in Inuvik, are they going to be the same? No, they are not. This assumption is actually incorrect. It's not one CPU, one vote, and it's not one ASIC, one vote, because it depends on the temperature. In fact, even current Bitcoin ASICs, if you run them at a cooler temperature, you get more efficiency out of them. Interesting. So it's an incorrect. Proof of work works, but some of these assumptions are not necessarily correct. And this is important to realize. We tend to be fans of deification. You take something, it's a great paper, major innovation, but did we read it critically and ask some critical questions? We need to do so. Okay, so let's look at the next question. The proof of work and the heat and the laws of thermodynamics. I'm going to quote the third law was cut off on the slide. So the Zero's law of thermodynamics, it defines an equilibrium of temperature. The first law of thermodynamics, which is really a critical law, is conservation of energy. Now, when we look at the first law of thermodynamics and conservation of energy, what that says is, let's say I want to heat a house. I have an energy leak and an energy input. The amount of energy I put in is electricity. It's the amount of extra heat that I come out. That is conservation of energy. Doesn't matter what happens in between. Second law of thermodynamics states that the entropy increases. So this again, is a law where it's an irreversible process. So what happens when you increase entropy is it's an irreversible process. And so you can't go back on it. And that's actually what makes proof of work work. Okay. So now let's look at heating. And first law of thermodynamics enforces conservation of energy. And a second law makes the process irreversible. Electric resistance heating. What is electric resistance heating? In electric resistance heating, what we are doing is we're putting a certain amount of energy in to maintain a level temperature. So we're saying, let's say the house is at 20 degrees, the outside is at minus 20. We maintain a balance in energy. And you have energy coming in, energy coming out. The amount of energy and electricity you put in is equal to the heat you put out. Now, let's say in the middle of this, I decide to use that electricity before dissipating it into heat and generate cryptocurrency. For example, let's say the kids are mining a combination of Ethereum Classic and Monero using CPUs and GPUs. The CPUs for Monero, the GPUs for Ethereum Classic. And it doesn't have to be at the optimal mining or anything. The parent's electricity bill does not change because the same amount of energy is going in and coming out. What happens is the kids are getting some Monero and some ETC. So some XMR and some ETC. So what you've done is if you simply divert a portion of the heat in that residence from the actual, if you divert the heat from directly going to resistance and you put it through, you put the electricity before producing the heat into mining, you have not changed the carbon footprint regardless of the carbon footprint of the electricity. Because you're consuming the same amount of electricity and producing the same amount of heat. What you're doing is you're extracting that cryptocurrency in the middle through mining, and it doesn't even have to be at the optimal price, because you know what? Your sunk cost might be there. You're using a computer you're already using, and you're using a equipment, and you're producing your heat. So you're not using a new computer, and you're not creating any electricity. If you have a heat pump, which by the way is very different, a heat pump, you have a Carnot engine, and what you're doing is you're cooling the outside and extracting heat. This is the case where efficiency is actually over 100%, and if you were to mine, you would lose something. So in a heat pump situation, you would lose if the differential is close. If the temperature, on the other hand, is a big spread, the heat pump normally arises at, normally approaches 100%, and then it kind of becomes like the first case. The last case that's been cut off on the slide is where you actually are replacing thermal heating. So let's say, for example, you have natural gas, and then you're replacing that heat with electric heat, and there is where you're not running the gas as hard, you can get an energy gain, a carbon gain, if the carbon footprint of the electricity is less than the carbon footprint of the gas. Okay, so let's look at some examples. Solar energy. One of the characteristics of solar energy is that it's very changes. In the winter, you might get 10% of the energy you get in the summer. In some other areas, maybe you'll get half of the energy. So this is one of the main issues. So then the typical issue is, well, you're going to overbuild the solar in order to deal with the energy supply. Well, then we have all the questions of energy that's wasted that we've heard before from various speakers. What happens to the energy? So you have an excess of energy. I'm going to talk more about the small-scale operation. A person like myself, I'm actually putting solar panels on my own home. I live in North Vancouver, right next to a major city in Canada. It's a south-facing mountain, and there's tons of residential homes. You can put solar panels on those roofs. If you have, in the peak of the summer, you're going to have to sell that energy, or otherwise it's going to go to waste. So you don't have to be in a remote area in the middle of nowhere to have this problem. You're going to be right in an urban center, right next to an energy demand. And what happens is, my math is very simple. Can I sell it to BC Hydro, which happens to be the local utility? How much are they going to pay me wholesale and buy it back? Or, and this is a really important question, can I turn around and sell it to the Monero network or to the Monero network and the Ethereum Classic network in exchange for cryptocurrency? Who's going to give me a better deal? And that's where, again, that energy otherwise would have gone to waste or has very little value. So again, the other thing to keep in mind is that solar efficiency potentially increase a lot more from now. Thermodynamically, you can go over 80%. Solar panels are typically in the 20% range. So there's a lot of growth potential in efficiency, and so we're going to see this change. Wind. Again, very seasonal, and again, very cyclical. We have a lot of comments on that. And again, sometimes you try to match it. Germany has actually done that, where you try to create a lot of generation in the winter to offset for the low supply in the summer for the low supply in solar. So you try to balance them out. But again, what can happen is, if you improve your solar efficiency and your wind efficiency doesn't go up as high, then you can get an imbalance anyway. And this is actually one of the examples. Solar panel efficiency may lead to further imbalance in the future between wind and solar. Okay. I'm going to talk about one that hasn't been mentioned. It's really interesting. That's nuclear. Now, nuclear is one of those sources of energy which is kind of the opposite. It's not variable, it's steady. And it has to be steady. So you set up the reactor, you get it going, and you have to run it constantly for like decades. Because it's very expensive to shut these things down and start them back up again. And sometimes end up having a real often power problem with nuclear, because what's happening is they have no demand, they have nowhere to put the energy. It's just the heat of lake. This actually happened in Ontario, and in Canada, Ontario. And so you have this idea that you can soak it up with proof of work. Now again, that can be a more market for the Bitcoin miner, who can turn around and soak up a nuclear power plant when they're really low. Like, on the other hand, the smaller scale miner doing, say, something like a CPU or GPU mining for, say, Monero or Ethereum Classic, is a good example, they could turn around and be looking at, hey, I got cheap power right now, I can really use this. But nuclear is also one where you have a flat supply and you have a demand curve that you have to satisfy. Now, the next one, I'm going to touch base on slowly other combustion-based, the ones that are being phased out. Remember the oil, the gas, the natural gas, and the coal. Now, I'll mention a little story about this. In British Columbia, we have a lot of hydropower, a lot of green power, 99-point-something%. And what they do is they trade the power. During peak times, they sell hydropower at peak energy down to the States. In the middle of the night, they buy back the coal power. Why? Because you can control a dam and release it at more at will. And so if you consume electricity at night in BC, it's actually coal powered. So again, large batteries is the example I was mentioning. But again, you do have the supply, but you also have elasticity. In these cases, you still have a demand response where proof of work can help from a sustainability perspective. Okay, let me go to the next one. There we go. Okay. So the first thing we need to change the mindset. We're no longer running a business. We also have to look at getting a rebate on heating costs, getting a rebate on heating a warehouse. You can do it industrially, or you can do it retail at the house and small business level. So, for example, low power, low value power, stranded power. Stranded power can be in the middle of nowhere, can be in a major municipality. If everybody's got solar panels on their roof and you can't sell that to your utility, you may be right in a major center, right next to the grid, and you do not have a market for that power. So CPU mining, be a good example is Monero, and it lends itself a lot to use of idle computer equipment that are sitting in homes and businesses. For example, you have a business, 9 to 5, you're in some cold place. At night, those computers are idle. You can mine Monero, keep the place warm. Do you have to be at the actual optimal point? No, because you're just getting a partial rebate on your heating cost. And that's all you need to do. Or you can use GPUs, for example, from a gaming rig, to mine Ethereum Classic. Again, you're competing with ASICs. And in those cases, you end up with an option. But again, you don't have to be totally competitive with the ASIC. Maybe you get 20% of the hash rate. But that means you're getting a 10-15% rebate on your electricity costs. And you already have your sunk costs for your gaming rig. And then we get into ASIC mining. We heard a lot about Bitcoin, also applicable to Litecoin. This is the big enterprise things. Where you actually have the idea of supporting the grid and be a power response load, a very efficient response load. So this is the bigger, large-scale grid stability programs, and very good also for large-scale orphan situations, the flared methane in the middle of nowhere that you cannot effectively ship out of there. You can't even ship the electricity, let alone the gas. So what do? You find a market for the power, you generate it locally, and you turn around and mine Bitcoin. And you can also mine Litecoin for that matter, and Dogecoin, some of these other things. The other thing is, you may have all the ASICs that are kind of a bit on the write-off, and they're not really competitive. But at this point in time, they can still be used for that 20% in a residential environment. You can get a small ASIC and mine to stay warm. And you're not making the optimal amount to pay for that hardware, because it's a sunk cost. What you're doing is you're getting a 20 or 30% rebate on your electric cost. And in those cases, again, we have no carbon footprint. Okay. One of the things that happens is that this actually encourages decentralization. I'll start with a second why this is. Because if you're doing a lot of small-scale mining to offset electricity costs, then what happens is that only works if you're decentralized. You can only introduce enough heat to heat your house before you get a point where you have to vent the heat. And this is the really key issue. unless you're doing some really good load balancing or some really good open energy, you better not be venting heat in the coldest part of the heating season. That's where you're going to attract regulatory and FUD and all this other stuff. Because what happens is, if you're in a country where there's some energy scarcity in the middle of the winter and you're venting heat, you're gonna get pushback, particularly if you get using grid power. So a market for low value or zero value energy facilitate renewable energy projects even on a small scale. Like I'm putting solar on my roof, and I want to have a market for that solar power when I know I'm not going to be able to use it. And I want to have an option other than the local utility because I might get a better return, for example, mining a combination of Monero and Ethereum Classic, or even Litecoin, or something like that. And so that kind of thing does provide, and can be a flexible load even on a very small scale. Again, if you have dynamic pricing, you can say, okay, when the price goes over a certain point, I'm going to shut off my little miner here. You detect the price, and you cut the thing off. And you can do it automatically. So you can actually allow even the utility to control these small loads. So now we go for some questions and discussion.
Anyone have any questions? I have a question/comment. So I live where you live, and I live where you live, and our government has banned Bitcoin mining. There's a moratorium on Bitcoin mining, but I have heard that heat recovery is not considered Bitcoin mining, but a heat source.
Are we talking British Columbia?
Yes.
Yes. And they're targeting the big operations.
Yeah.
Because essentially, and this is exactly it, but let me tell you, I got extra solar power, and I know you're going to mine Bitcoin, I'm going to mine Monero. And that they don't ban. But it does illustrate the problem, which is that in some cases they simply say no, and it's a great example. BC has actually said no to the big farms. And BC doesn't have a grid stability issue, to be blunt. In fact, if anything, it's selling grid stability to the United States. So that's kind of the answer to that.
Does anybody else have any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. Actually, I do have an announcement. Did anybody leave a set of earpods in a couch? If not, I will announce it again, but they're here. All right, awesome. So I would like to welcome Dr. Sven Hildebrand. He has been working at the intersection of blockchain and regulation since 2017 and has served as an advisor to a number of financial institutions. Dr. Sven is going to clarify ESG reporting requirements that have come in, set by regulators, and provide us with some insights around what potential consequences Bitcoin miners will face if they fall short of complying. So please raise your hands together for Dr. Sven.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think that's the hardest slot that you have because it's the last slot before actually we're having lunch. And then I'm talking about regulation, so I hope to make this fun for everyone. By the way, I really enjoy the conference so far because it's actually like new people in the space. I usually talk a lot to regulators and banks and people wearing ties and white shirts like Harald. It is really fun time being here, and I hope that I can share some thoughts that you haven't heard yet. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to dig deeper into the MiCA regulation. The MiCA is the Markets and Crypto Assets Regulation. That is a regulation that covers complete Europe. By doing so, the MiCA regulation builds the biggest market in the world, the biggest unified market in the world for crypto assets. One thing that I want to say beforehand is that I didn't make the laws. I am not a regulator. I don't enforce them. What I do is that I tell you what is on the line. That is what I do. So keep calm. Don't shoot the messenger. So first of all, what do you have to know about the markets and crypto assets regulation? First thing, it is a regulation. So there's no transposition in national law. That means that what the European regulator has set will come into force exactly the way that is set in that regulation. So there's no Italy making it a little bit otherwise, then Germany's going another route, France going another route. We have the whole European continent, and they all have to abide by this law. So actually, it is an important law. It's not some tiny little thing. It's big. With big, meaning it is the biggest, largest single market for crypto assets. So Europe now is the largest market in the world. And with the markets and crypto assets regulation, there are uniform concepts and rules applicable to crypto asset issuers, so-called CAIs, as well as crypto asset service providers, so-called CASPs. And during my presentation, it will be necessary to be very precise with words. So I'm trying to help you guys a little bit. But one of the words that you definitely should remember is a CASP. That is a crypto asset service provider. A miner is not a CASP, right? A miner is not a CASP unless you only do mining. If you do mining and you have investors and those investors can buy Bitcoin from you, then you would be considered a CASP. So you have to be like really, really precise and look at the business model of what you are actually doing if you're falling under the CASP regulation or if you're not falling under the CASP regulation. And maybe to give you a little bit of background why you should even listen to me, reason why you should listen to me is that I have been following the space since 2017, especially when it comes to the regulatory part. I was founding member of the NATPA, that's the International Association of Trusted Blockchain Applications that works together with the European Commission. I know Mr. Berger quite well, who was actually the rapporteur on the Econ Committee. So I've been around with that regulation for a little while. The specific part of that regulation that we're talking about will be coming into force in December 20th, 2024 for every crypto asset service provider. And what I already said, no, a pure miner, and this is important to know, a pure miner is not a CASP. But there are several things that I will be stating in my talk a little bit later. I think we are at a point where miners, and especially mining pools, looking at all the mining pool providers out here, should work together to actually work towards a better understanding of how this actually works. So what concrete are the ESG disclosure requirements for CASPs? And we've seen that in the talk of Daniel, who I like a lot, and we've seen that in the talk right beforehand as well. These are the 6 different disclosure requirements that you have. And the guys were, I think, shouting at the transaction reporting, so that they said that the transaction reporting is fundamentally flawed, like this definition of a transaction. And there you have it, right in there, multiple times. So you have energy intensity, that's kilowatt hour per transaction, and then you have GHG intensity, and that's also kilogram per transaction. I did, once again, not write that regulation, but this is how it is. So there are several ways of how you or we as an industry can actually work with this now. A common thing that I see, which I believe is fundamentally wrong, is to say, that's regulators, that's all bullshit, we're not listening to it, we're not digging into it, we're not even trying to understand it. And I can't emphasize that enough, that is fundamentally wrong. If you want to be part of an industry that is and will be regulated and will be regulated even more, you can still dislike regulation, but you have to understand it. Because if you don't understand the regulation, and if you don't put input into understanding it, then you don't know like where this will be going, where this will be shifting, and also what you can do in order together with maybe the regulators in order to go into the right direction if you see fit. At least that's my point of view. So the question now arises, I'm going back to that, so these 6 numbers must be reported by every crypto asset service provider by December 30th, when they are applying for the MiCA license, when they get the MiCA license, which all of the reputable players will be doing. So everybody is now in the process of actually obtaining it. And then it is a must-have to do that, right? It is a, yes. No, that doesn't, no, that does, well. So first you said, does that include US miners? You have to be more precise than that. If you are a US miner and you have your things in the US and you're just mining in the US and then you're taking your tokens and then you're selling them in the US market, then no. If you are a Coinbase, for example, so if you're a US entity and if you're an exchange and you're also running the services in Europe, definitely yes. Right? So all of the exchanges, all of the custodians, all of the asset managing companies, all of them are like right there. But I will be coming onto that specific section. So what you're doing right now is you're trying to find like your excuse, like, oh cool, I'm just a miner and that doesn't bother me, but it bothers you at the end, and I'll be coming to that point as well. But thanks for like shooting that at me. So this has to be reported. If you don't report it, you either don't get your MiCA license or you lose it. It's as simple as that. And now we can argue for 15,000 years if that makes sense or not, but I'm not going to do this because it's just the law. It's as simple as that, and I'm not judging that. So now the challenge is, you need to obtain ESG data from the assets that you have listed on your exchange. I'm going to use, let's use Binance as an example. So, well, maybe not because of the regulatory stance. Let's use Coinbase. Let's use Coinbase as an example. So you're Coinbase, and you're operating your exchange, and you want to stay compliant with the law, all given that. Then you are obliged to report this ESG data. And the whole thinking of that ESG data reporting was based on some, I would call it like old world thinking, because in the old world thinking, you have a party or somebody who's actually emitting that token. So you have a party that you can identify, that you can go to and say, hey, how much energy does your network consume per transaction? But this doesn't work in decentralized systems, right? So, but that was like kind of like the basis and the ground for everything. So now we're having a problem because you, as a crypto asset service provider, have to report. You must report something, but in order to report, it's actually getting very tricky because getting the data is extremely hard. And here you can see, and I actually made this slide today after we heard the talks. So who are the players in the market? Like who's around? You probably know that guy right there on the left. We've heard about him. You don't know him, or you? Well, was it like Boo or something like Boo? Yeah. So, well, actually, that's Alex de Vries, the beloved central banker from the Netherlands. Then these other two you already heard today, and then on the right-hand side you see Alex Neumüller from Cambridge, who is indeed actually trying to do a good job. But he is, as all of us, trying very, very hard to get the right data. And to get the right data, you need to have a collaboration between the big mining pools and the big miners, because this is where the best data are, and they're very reluctant to share any of that data. And I think that is something that we as an industry should be working on, because I believe that both have a mutual goal, and there are ways of sharing data in a way that pools and also miners don't get compromised. But that's something we can take off of the stage. And then there are two companies who are engaging with that professionally. And disclaimer, one of this is the company I'm heavily invested in, and that's the one on the right-hand side. The one on the left-hand side we already heard about in your talk, right? So you were pulling up the figures that were there, and I explicitly did something for you on the next slide, because this is a little bit of history where you can see where the methodology is coming from. So when you're looking at the CCRI methodology, and we are all big fans of Alex de Vries, we can see that they have actually worked together quite closely in the past, which I'm not judging, which I'm just making transparent. We've not done so. And one thing that I'd like to point out, this was also because you pointed this out on the Cardano side of things, what I believe is something that is pretty good about the CCRI is that they're actually are being transparent in the right way, because they actually state what is happening. So what they state is they cite something, and then there is the little footnote with the transparency note that they say that some of the industry reports that they have been cited to back their own things that are built on top of that were commissioned by Avalanche, Tron, Polygon, and Consensus. So transparent, that's what they are, absolutely, in the footnote. That also inflicted some critical reporting by Forbes. This, interestingly, I haven't seen on the slides that have been shown here today. So there's a big Forbes article, actually, going on. They were like digging deeper into that subject, and they were trying to expose like how the methodology works and who actually paid what. And I really like to follow the money, because that sometimes makes sense. So when you know where the money is coming from, that is something that might sometimes shift your perception of things. And by the way, as I know that this topic is going to be hopefully heavily debated, I'll be ending my my talk earlier, so that we actually have a way to engage further. So, giving all that information, so we're having some people who are engaging in that field, and we're having basically two companies who are engaging in that field. When we were trying to enter that state of play, I made up my mind with my crew, and we were thinking about where will the central point of information, where the regulators will be looking at their figures, where will this probably evolve? And we've seen this very beautiful picture of the Alex de Vries's article, and then when it all trickled down, we were basically searching for who will be the Alex de Vries for the regulators, right? And we believe that the Digital Token Identifier Foundation will become that monopoly of regulatory ready information. Why do we believe that? The Digital Token Identifier Foundation is a non-profit of a English company, and that English company is very well known in the data space in the financial world, and they have won the, it's not really a tender, but they have, I'll just call it tender, they won the tender for issuing the ISO standard for the digital token number. Well, actually, that is important. So if you have a token and you want to identify this token for whatever reason that might be, you want to list it on your platform, you want to trade it, you want to do anything with that, you're getting into a lot of issues with identifying the right token. Let's say you have a Tether token. Then we would use Tether as a name. But it does make a difference if that is a Tether that is running on the Ethereum blockchain, if that's a Tether running on the Tron network, or stuff like that. And there was, before ISO came up with those numbering scheme, there was no worldwide association, well-known worldwide association, that actually gives these numbers to the tokens. So actually, I believe the ISO standard is a very good idea for the industry. And we've been working with them together very closely, and we have signed a contract with them that we are the only company who is able to push ESG data into that digital token identifier database, which I believe was a pretty cool deal because like we're sitting with our ESG data directly where the ISO standards of the token numbers is. That was quite cool. And I made this little remark, like regulators might not use Daniel's Twitter as their trusted source of information, not by diminishing Daniel's work, but it's just not the way how regulators work, right? So they're not looking up the Twitter space of Daniel Batten and say, hey, this is cool. They want to have a database with a stamp on it that says, okay, this is the ISO database, and that's where they will be looking at. And if I were a regulator, I would do it just the same way. So what can and should you do in my point of view? So if you were a pool, a mining pool, you're sitting on the best data that we can have to actually achieve our goal. I've been talking to pools. I had hair before, right? so I've been talking to pools for the longest time, and they're sitting on extremely valuable data that is already there, but they're reluctant to share because of privacy reasons. I tried and I know Daniel does this too, and you know we all try very, very hard to get our hands on this data, and we even allow stuff like abstractions on country level. We do countries where it says just other, so we don't dive like very, very deep into the numbers because some pools might be reluctant in making transparent how much percentage in which country is actually located at. So we've catered for all that, but still we're not getting onto the data that they already have, and we would desperately need to make our research better. Because if we don't have better data, and this is something where I would disagree with Daniel, because I would say, well, there's always a way to make the information better, but if we don't have that information, then somebody will always get into this little gap and actually fill this information gap and says, okay, one Bitcoin transaction uses a swimming pool of water, and if you don't have any better data to debunk it, then you have a problem. So if you're a pool, come and talk to me. Trust me. So the same goes with miners. So we did an analysis of all the publicly listed miners and looked at their reports using artificial intelligence even to find out like which models they are using and how much hash rate, like the model of the miners, and which hash rate they're using and where this is where the electricity is actually coming from. If they would just provide us with that data that they have, and by the way, they all share with Foreman. So most of the big mining companies using Foreman or a lot of, don't want to make advertising for anybody, but a lot of the big mining companies use Foreman as a tool to orchestrate their mining operations. Foreman has all the data. And with Foreman, they're not, they're okay with that, but all the data that is in Foreman, that's basically the data that we would desperately needing as well. And they don't have a problem with sharing this with Foreman, so why with us? Well, maybe because, we're too near to the regulator, maybe. Coming to the proof of work protocols. And I know that there's some of the proof of work guys actually sitting in this room here. In order to be able to make better data, just better data, we need to work together in order to produce that, even if you believe that at the end, it is still not perfect or very, very far from perfect. But if you're better than nothing, you're still better. That is the information that I want to relay. Yeah, and why? I already touched on that. Because if we, as an industry, don't take this space, somebody else will take this space. And I would rather prefer to be in this space of communication, because if you are not in the space of communication, then there are other people taking that space of communication, then we have that trickle-down effect that we've seen early in the day. And now, and this is the last slide, and then we can discuss a little bit. So why should an American miner do? Why should they even care? Why should somebody from Asia even care? Why should Bitmain, Antpool, F2 Pool, why should they care? It's a very good question. Why should they care? And the answer is simple. Regulation always spills over. So if you have the largest regulated space in the world, which Europe will be, then all of the other jurisdictions will be looking at that jurisdiction and will see, okay, what did they do? What did they invent? How did they do it? Is there some piece that I can take out of? And if so, what do I do with that? So regulation always spills over, which is also normal. I mean, if I would be a regulator, I would do the same thing. I would be looking at the other guys, and I would say, okay, what have they done? What went good? What went bad? And then I would, pick my best pieces. This is how things and evolution goes. Yeah? If you have a good miner, if you have a good mining machine, then it is natural that the competitor will look at that mining machine and will try to make it better. I mean, that's just the way it works. And unfortunately, we have made the experience that the better product or the better idea does not always win. So when we have seen a Betamax and VHS, for example, the video cassette things, well, this is good. This is a crowd that all knows that still. Well, hopefully. Or most of them, let's say, most of them still know that. So the Betamax was technically the better thing to do, right? But VHS still won, or VHS still won, because there was better marketing and more pressure behind it. And my doubt is if we are just trying to be Betamax and are trying to be technically totally sound and the better thing, but leaving out the communication scheme of things, then we could actually lose that position. And with the point, every data point and open exchange also about consensus mechanism helps. I would like to close this down, and this is 2 minutes before the time to start a fiery talk about regulation. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Yes, I have a very basic question. So, who voted for this this law?
Who voted for that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Who is okay with this? Because we are European. It's democracy. I mean,
that's a very good.
The citizens of Europe have to have approved this, right?
Yes. So that is a very good question, and I can even go a little bit deeper into that because it was a very interesting development. So while the MiCA regulation was developed, there are certain stages how this happens. So the first stage is that some politicians come up with, they're saying, oh, we have to regulate it somehow, which is okay. And then the people in the European Commission, they come up with a draft. And that draft then is openly publicated on the website. And they are inviting every European citizen, so if you are in Europe, you could have done that too, to actually report on that and say what you like about it or what you don't like about it. That's actually public. Yeah? And I'm always trying to get more people from the space to actually, move your butts and report on that and go, yeah? But they just see this word regulation and they're like, no, I don't want that. So when it comes to the MiCA regulation, there was very interesting developments because the point in time where the European Commission, that's the European Commission that voted, and there's a specific Econ committee, when they voted, 4 days before they should have actually voted on that, there was the latest draft developed. And in the latest draft, they added 4 words that would have had completely banned proof of work in all over Europe. words in the whole, and it has 400 pages. So you have to find 4 words in 400 pages. And then the whole community just went on it. And what you see now with the ESG disclosure requirements was then the compromise, because the Greens said, if you don't put anything like this in, we're going to not sign MiCA at all. So that was the compromise. So who votes for that? That's the Econ Committee and the European Commission.
The mic?
Thanks for the talk. I had a question. You briefly showed a slide that indicated requirements for folks who write, quote, white papers for protocols. I wonder if you can talk a little bit more about what that means, particularly because the way that I was looking at these ESG requirements, kind of uninformed, is that they're really talking about the implications of consensus mechanisms, say proof of work versus proof of stake versus all sorts of things. And there exist many transaction protocols that to some extent can be independent of the consensus mechanism. And so suppose that I have written such things, suppose that I, in the vague sense, end up writing a cryptographic mathematical paper that describes a transaction protocol that is roughly independent of the consensus mechanism, for which there effectively is no ESG type data that's specific to that. Like, where does that fit under this? I mean, is that a white paper that now all of a sudden I can't make this available in Europe because I don't have ESG data, or?
Yeah, love this.
What's a white paper for them?
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, thanks for the question. Great question. First of all, there is, and I actually do believe that this was a regulatory mistake. There is a mismatch between the ESG data requirements and the requirements of publishing a white paper. So, yeah, and it was very interesting because we even wrote a complete article on CoinDesk on especially this thing. So you have to report the ESG data requirements as of December 30th, 2024, if you are a CASP or if you apply as a CASP. But for the MiCA white papers, there is a period until 2027. It's like 2 years after 2026, 2 years after. So there's a point in time where you don't have to have that white papers out, but 2 years after that, if that asset is already listed. If that asset is not already listed, so you're programming something for yourself and it's a new token and it's coming up, right?
I'm talking about even beyond that. I mean, so for example, like
nobody has made up their minds yet. Nobody has made up their minds yet. There even is no definition of what a transaction is in the regulation. So what I'm trying now to wrap my head around is the question of how do I deal with Lightning? Yeah. Because when we, Lightning and all of the other layer 2s, so you have Bitcoin.
And layer 3s.
What's that?
Layer 3s.
And layer 3s. Hey, come on, layer 3s, right? So when I mean, let's be as simple as it gets, right? Let's just look at Bitcoin, like the most traded asset. Let's just look at Bitcoin. And you don't have a definition of what a Bitcoin transaction is. So how do we measure that, right? Yeah. So then it gets hard. But this is exactly the interesting part, and this is what I believe is very, very interesting in regulation as well. If it is not defined yet, you can define it. Then you can say, hey, I've looked at the regulation, we're trying to do it our very best, and we are really, really, really trying it very hard to do it our very best. Then we define a Bitcoin transaction, including, for example, also a type of a Lightning transaction as well, because you have to open up a channel here, you have to open up a channel there, and there's transactions going on. So why shouldn't we count these transactions going on in the channel as transactions? That doesn't make any sense. But we're regulatory-wise, that's not even considered yet.
All right.
And please, everybody, find me afterwards. I'll be here all day. Yeah.
And speaking of all day, at the end of the day, Hive has generously donated food and drinks, so we'll be having a lot of fun at a restaurant just below after the conference is over. So thank you. It's a lot to think about. Our last speaker before lunch is Christian. He is a Bitcoin miner and also Chief of Propaganda at Brains. Christian is going to explore how Stratum v2 will revolutionize proof of work mining and some of the key benefits that it has. Thanks, Christian. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. By the way, I congratulate to Sven what he's doing. He's doing really important work. But I see Sarah from Antpool, and I think she wasn't listening to the call to action when he was talking to Pool sitting in the audience. So I want to emphasize Sven, she's sitting in the audience. Please catch her, because all other pools will not move if the big players don't move.
Are you going somewhere for lunch in a bit?
Sorry?
Let me know where you go. I still got to be there for a bit, but...
Sorry? Okay. Can somebody fix that? Good. Because my point is, I'll be speaking about Stratum v2, and that has to happen with the support also of the big players, so big pools and big hardware manufacturers, as well as Sven's work. So my point is, go talk to Sarah after my talk. And where do I have a clicker, by the way? Okay, here. So my name is Christian. I'm a chief of propaganda at Brains, and I will work with this. Yes. So Brains, we're all about Bitcoin mining. So we think about Bitcoin mining all the time since 2010. So let me quickly say what we do in order so you can say, why would you trust the guy with flip-flops, right, on the stage? So let me explain a little bit about our background so that I can prove to you it will be worth your time. So in 2010, we started a first mining pool in the world. It used to be called /pool, now it's called Brains pool. So we were the first original mining pool, and so we're running since 2010, and we mined the most Bitcoin ever, so over 1.3 million Bitcoins. I'm not just saying this to flex, a little bit, yes, I'm still chief of propaganda, but my point is, the important part is, we created the pool, and the guy who created the pool also created Stratum. So the network was growing, there were more and more demands on what the network has to do, so the founder of the pool, the /pool, the guy called Slush, he created Stratum, so the original mining protocol, which runs on all the proof of work coins. So we're talking Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum Classic, all of them run this Stratum protocol, this mining protocol. I'll explain a little bit later what it actually is, because it sounds super fancy, but it's a very, very simple thing. But I'll still continue doing a little bit of flexing, it's still my job. So we do all other software, we do all the different tools for Bitcoin miners. So if you're a Bitcoin miner, come talk to me after the presentation. But of course, we want to do more, so we're also starting to doing hardware. So this is our first hardware product that was launched last year. This is a control board for S19 Bitmain series, and also this cute little mini miner, which runs just 1 terahash. It's just a cool thingy, but I'll explain the importance of it later about Stratum v2. So I'm from Brains. We do a lot of Bitcoin mining stuff. We're the original mining pool who created also the first Stratum. That's what I want you to take away. But now let's say, okay, but what is a mining protocol? It sounds super fancy, and I'm a marketing monkey, so my job is to dumb down stuff, right? We're in an industry full of super smart people and nerds, so sometimes you need a person like me to dumb it a little bit down. So it's a very fancy word just to say how the mining machine communicates with the pool. It's just a set of rules which define, okay, how the machine actually delivers the work to the pool. How the pool says, okay, this machine with this user account, please hash this block header. It's simple as that. So mining protocol is just a set of rules, how those two parties communicate with each other. It's a very simple thing. And I want to explain the importance of Stratum v2, or like what's happening next, on this very simple data. So in 2012, when the original Stratum was, or let's call it Stratum v1 for the sake of this conversation, when the original Stratum was introduced in 2012, out of very basic reasons, the network was growing, the demands on the network were changing, the network needed to do more with more powerful GPUs, etc. So we just needed a better set of rules how to manage all the work. It's very simple. So in 2012, the guy called Slush, he introduces Stratum v1, And the whole network, if you look at the total hash rate in 2012, and you would recalculate to most famous Antminer S9. So on the picture you can see Antminer S9. I think it's going to be the only one and only legend forever. Is the battle tank of Bitcoin mining. And you know, chips fall apart. Half of it burns and it still runs. So Bitmain, great job. I don't know why after that you created S17s, which were so terrible. Just go back to doing the good stuff with the S9s, right? So, but anyway, back to the point. So if you would recalculate the whole Bitcoin network in 2012, how much the hash rate there was, you would be talking about two S9s. So that's the total network in 2012, right? And now, if you look at a few years later, just a few years later, 2024, and you would recalculate the whole network to how many machines are out there mining Bitcoin, you would be talking about 50 million of them. So that just gives you the scale of, first of all, Bitcoin is awesome. We're talking about a huge industry, professionalizing industry. I love it. But you're talking about completely different game. You're talking about millions and millions of machines running 24/7 in huge data centers, globally distributed. You just need better set of rules how the 50 million mining machines communicate with the pools. So that's very simple, because we're talking about a huge, huge change of how many data just flows through the internet to mine Bitcoin. So you need a little bit better standard. That's the whole gist of Stratum V2. The Bitcoin mining grew so fast, we just need an upgrade to the rules so we're more efficient. That's it. That's the whole story. So naturally, since we're the original mining pool, we have a lot of experience because we sort of created the first version of Stratum, and we saw the changing demands on the network. We're like, okay, it's time for an upgrade. Let's think about what the future looks like in the next 4 halving cycles. Because Bitcoin mining is slow to adopt new things, and it's a good thing. It should be that way. So we're like, okay, if we see the trend of, you know, the road to 1 zettahash, which is happening, we have to think about what will change in the future. That's why we started thinking, okay, how do we need to change the rules, this, again, set of rules, how the miners communicate with the pools for the next 20 years. And that's why we co-created Stratum V2. And I want to keep it very simple and just explain to you 3 basic things why you should be excited about Stratum V2. And it's because it's open, it's useful, and it's happening now. So I want you to take those 3 key takeaways. So let's look one by one. So first of all, it's an open standard. A lot of people, I don't know how they got to it, but they sort of thought it's a commercial product, which doesn't make any sense because, yes, so the 2 co-founders, Jan and Pavel of Brains, they are the co-authors of the Stratum V2, together with Matt Corello, OG Bitcoin coder. But it's just, as I said, it's just a set of rules how 2 parties communicate each other. So there is no commercial aspect of it. We're just saying, hey, we just need to improve how those 2 parties communicate each other. We write those set of rules which are open source. So that's what I want to emphasize. It's open source set of rules how the 2 entities communicate with each other. It's on GitHub. Everybody can contribute. Everybody can say, this doesn't make sense. We should change this. And it's already happening. So there's a big community. I see Alejandro somewhere. Where have me? Alejandro from Demand Pool. Voilà. They're contributing a lot to the specs, to the code. So my point is, it's open standard, it's open source, and things are happening. Here I would like to emphasize the initiative. So it's stratumprotocol.org, where a lot of smart people and a lot of entities come together and say, hey, we see the Stratum V2 future. It will take a long time to, you know, adopt and build all these things, but it is important. It is important. We need it in the future, so we come together and we write code together. So all these companies work together on open source implementation that various different parties can take. So for example, they write the code, and then Demand Pool can take it and say, okay, here I implement this code which is open source, and I'm Stratum V2 compatible. So I'm looking at you, Sarah. You know, look at the beautiful logos. My point is, this will not happen if the biggest pools are not behind it and the hardware manufacturers. So I'm looking at you, and I'll talk to you after the talk. and I almost lost the shoe. I'm happy you're here. That's my point. So now, it's open source. It's open source. A lot of smart people working together, but we need more. That's the first thing you should remember. Second thing is, it's actually useful because we thought, okay, we want to upgrade the rules, but we can make it better. Like we can add more stuff to it that it's going to be more useful. So that's pretty much it. So the next point is, it's good for Bitcoin. If it's not good for Bitcoin, nobody will adopt it. It's simple as that. So I want to emphasize those 3 points. So first of all is security update. If you think about it, Stratum v1, now I'm going to use fancy technical terms, but Stratum v1 runs on JSON plain text. If you don't understand it, it's just a way to say, literally, you're sending over the network like a human-readable format that you can see, you can read yourself, which actually means you can put your tinfoil hat on. There's a whole lot of ways how to attack this. If everybody on the way can read the messages of the mining, you can play around with it. You can do man-in-the-middle attack. You can even be a state actor stealing a little bit extra. My point is, this should not be the case. It's very simple. It should be end-to-end encrypted and binary. It's simple as that. So first point is, Stratum v2 is end-to-end encrypted, so nothing bad can happen. It's very simple. Then there's a lot of talk about the aspect of decentralization. Here, I want to a little bit ruin your illusions. So decentralization is multi-layer or multi-dimensional scale, let's say. It's not a binary yes or no. And my point here is, Bitcoin is decentralized, Bitcoin mining is decentralized, of course, and we can improve little things. But there's, like, we don't have to save Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. It already works, the incentives are well aligned, so it is the most smart decentralized money ever created. But a lot of people look at the mining that it should get a little bit better. So we thought of an aspect in the Stratum v2 where the miners themselves can be part of the block creation. Simply put, the miner himself can create blocks which are then mined. But it's not that simple, and it is not a silver bullet to like the pool centralization, for example. Because if you think about it, the miner himself can create the block, but then has to offer it to a pool who would still mine it. My point is, it's not a silver bullet to like a pool centralization, but it's going to be new aspect which is not possible on Stratum v1, so it's going to improve the situation. So if you want to go a little bit deeper, I highly recommend our book, of course our book, but my point is you don't have to buy it, it's for free download, brains.com/books, you can download it for free. Hey, there's nothing as a free lunch, yeah, you have to give me your email, but it's a pretty fair deal. Go deeper into why and how Stratum v2 can improve the decentralization aspect of Bitcoin mining, but again, don't look for a silver bullet. And then, show me the money, otherwise it will not work. It helps a little bit with the money side. So, to give you examples, it's binary, so the data loads are reduced by 80%. There's no such a thing as a unlimited internet. Trust me, you're just not using enough of it. But if you reduce your bandwidth by 80%, you create new use cases. You can be mining off-grid. You can be mining in the middle of Atlantic Ocean via Starlink. Reducing data loads by 80% or more is helpful. Another one, sometimes happens that the empty block is mined in Bitcoin. It's very simple. The next block is mined so quickly that there's just no time to fill it with transactions. Stratum, we thought how to improve it because, if you think about down the road in the next 4 halvings, mining an empty block would hurt. We don't want empty blocks. So with Stratum v2, we solved it, and there's a way to, if the next block is mined very, very quickly, it's already filled with the next best transaction. So Stratum v2 solves this. And also the last point, and which I'm very excited about, and the miners will be happy about, it's very standardized, better standards. So there's a way for sub-protocols. So you can, for example, think about very structured telemetry data. So my point is, if you want to improve how the big operations work in the future, you need better standard, better efficient end-to-end encrypted binary standard to make your operations professional and good. So there are many aspects which will help all the parties involved. And so it's open, it's useful, and it's happening now. I'll a little bit speed up, so I'll give you the gift of time. And it's happening now. My point is, all these parties have to come together to make the full implementation in the future. So it's the miners, it's hardware manufacturer pools. I can look at you, Sarah. And then the last one that is important, nodes are not effective. There's no change to consensus mechanism. We're just talking about set of rules, how machine communicates with the pool. Again, I want to emphasize it because people think I'm talking about some hard forks and changing stuff. No, no, no. I'm just saying the Bitcoin mining is booming and will continue to boom. So we need better, efficient standard how those two parties talk together. It's as simple as that. So no change to consensus mechanism, and all these parties have to come together. But so we know it's going to be a long road. We knew it from the beginning. It will take several halvings for majority of the hash rate to run on Stratum v2. But that's fine. We always knew it. So it's about the baby steps. And so it's not a vaporware. It's not happening in the future. So you can already go to brains.com on our pool. There are a set of Stratum v2 ready endpoints. You can use, for example, our firmware Brains OS, which is Stratum v2 compatible. You just insert the links on the Stratum v2 endpoints, and you're mining Stratum v2. It's that simple. And of course, we're a very tiny pool. We're just 2% of the network. But my point is, it's already happening. It's a good sign, And the end pools are coming, so it's going to be fine. Don't worry. And also, big congrats to the big congrats to the Stratum Protocol org team because they just released, I think 3 months ago, first fully open source implementation of Stratum v2. So entities like Unpool Foundry, they can go to this website, download the code, and either reference the implementation, see how it works. Or they can take the code and just implement it in their pool. So it's a huge success. I think 2 or 3 months ago it was released. So my point is, it's happening now. And this is me with 15 kilograms more. So I'm very proud and I'm flexing. But it's us meeting with Canaan. So it's the third largest hardware manufacturer. We met with them last year. He's, by the way, the guy in the middle. He's the guy who made the first Bitcoin ASIC ever. That's a fucking legend. And they're interested in Stratum v2. So I'm just showing it's slowly happening. It's a long road, but it's happening. So I'm very excited. And now it all comes back to, again, my shell. So this is the Brains Mini Miner. And it is the first Stratum v2 hardware ever that was introduced 2 months ago. It's a very, very tiny machine, but I'm very excited. It helps with the pressure. Like if we show people are excited about Stratum v2, people talk about it on Twitter, they will listen. So my point is, if you want to help, just go on Twitter and shout. It really helps. Remember how Marathon started filtering transactions, and just plebs on Twitter made such a big noise that they were scared of their share price and they stopped filtering transactions. So your voice is heard, and just go online and say, Sarah, please help us. It really helps. So it's very simple. Stratum v2 is open standard that is good for Bitcoin and needs your support. This is what you should remember. There's no change to consensus mechanism. And again, Bitcoin is, and it works. Proof of work works and doesn't have to be radically changed. So it's just slow, tiny improvements to already absolutely beautiful system that works. So I want to end on a very positive note. And can you go back 1 slide and stand in front of that so I can take a picture? Which one? This one? Sorry. Okay. And if there is any last one, then I want to say education. So that's my last chill. We need more education. We need more adoption. That's really key. Stratum v2, it will work. It will happen. But what we need is more Bitcoin education. So all these books are for free download on our website. Go and thank you very much. Woo!
So yeah, 2023, I think we saw 147 empty blocks, of which 65 were mined by Antpool. Do you not like money? Why no Stratum V2?
No, but that's a good thing. She's here. She's learning. So as I said, it's a long road. It's step by step. Yeah. Very good point.
65 blocks, like
yeah.
half.
And it doesn't hurt now, but really imagine in like 4 halvings away, mining an empty block, it will really hurt. So that's a good thing because there's a financial incentive. They'll have to get on board. I'm just saying, hey, we can help you now, so you don't have to stress later.
Any other questions? Also, if anybody lost, set of headphones. All right, one more.
What is the Steelman argument against Stratum V2?
If it works, don't change it. To be honest, for example, Bitmain uses such an old firmware component that they're scared it will break their machines if they do any big changes. So it's like if it works, we shouldn't be touching it because it works, and we don't need it to work a little bit better. It's like that's the biggest hurdle because we're literally saying, as I said, Bitcoin is proof of works. So it's like if it works, it works.
Any further questions?
Yep.
One more. Wait, microphone's coming.
Okay. So for the V1, actually, a lot of pools, they only implement part of the specifications.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think it's going to be the same for the V2 if pools want to adopt it?
So yes, good question. So we knew it, and because we see it with Stratum V1, and we knew it's going to happen with Stratum V2. So naturally, we sort of build it that it's very standardized and very like compartmentalized. I don't know how to say it. It's like you don't have to have full specification. You just need the core to be Stratum V2 like compatible. And then, for example, the block selection where you let your miners or your customers create the blocks, it's completely like separate module that you can and you don't have to implement. And it just and we're working with the Stratum protocol. I'm again showing Alejandro doing great work in this field because we're working with the team to set like benchmarking tools and compatibility tools. So we want to make sure if they implement well, and we're all cross-compatible, and we modularized it so that you can only use the core and you don't have to use other features. So that's how we want to make sure we don't fuck up.
Let's, for example, if I just want to implement the core part of the V2, do you think like how complex it is?
I definitely 100% recommend talking to Alejandro because, again, I'm not just a marketing monkey. He actually runs Stratum V2 pool with one of the core Stratum V2 developers. So they just released the open source implementation on GitHub like 2 months ago, and they would be very happy to help you. So I cannot help you, but I know who can help you.
Thanks.
No worries.
Any further questions?
Let's go get lunch.
Let's get lunch. We are back here at 2:30. Thank you.
Welcome back after lunch on the second day of the Proof of Work Summit at Spark here in Frankfurt, brought to you by our sponsors Hive, Citrea, Block Scout, Logos, Rootstock, and Evertos, and an amazing public that's having great cross-cultural and cross-tribal conversations, reaffirming the thesis of Proof of Work Summit that we better punch up instead of punch sideways. Thank all of you for participating in this. Now I'd like to introduce one of the OGs in the space, Mr. Phil Zimmerman, the inventor of Pretty Good Privacy, PGP, who went through a long legal battle with the United States government to establish code of speech, who's going to be discussing with you today the challenge that we face with autocrats as this noose tightens around our ability to transact and communicate with each other. Please welcome Mr. Phil Zimmerman to the stage.
Okay. I spoke here last year, but the audience is mostly different. So there may be a little bit of overlap from last year's topic, which was mostly historical storytelling. But I only got 25 minutes, and I keep adding more topics to this, and so I feel like I'm packing 5 pounds of sugar in a 2-pound bag to cram more topics in this tiny time frame. So let's see if I can talk really fast. You know, they have those sliders on, YouTube. You can talk 25% faster if you click this here. So maybe I'll try to emulate that. So one thing that's come out of another topic I wanted to add to this, which I wasn't planning to do, was to talk more about the carbon footprint stuff, which lots of people have talked about earlier today. Do I just push this green button to advance slides? Okay, so let's see. There it is. Okay. It's kind of interesting to see where exactly are we on this timeline. I used to think we were in the oops part, but I'm not so sure now. I think it's a little further than that. First, I want to spend like 5 minutes on this idea that's been spinning around in my head this morning. Is that if there was some way that Bitcoin miners could insert a little assertion in the output that, the block that they output to put on the blockchain, a declaration of where they got the electricity. Now, yes, they could lie, but if they lied about it and said, oh yeah, we got it from stranded energy, then eventually someone would out them because the truth will eventually come out. And if there was a declaration of where I got the energy for this mining, the invisible hand of the free market might figure out some way to reward them. I don't know what that mechanism would be exactly, but I don't need to solve that problem to make the point that there's some advantage to try to get the system to start using that approach. You know, we have an old saying that, if we had ham, we could have ham and eggs, if we had eggs. And so you think you're not really incentivized to try to get your hands on some ham if you want ham and eggs because you don't have any eggs, so why bother to try to get the ham? The same is true about the eggs. Why should I need to get the eggs? I don't have the ham, so we still can't have ham and eggs. But if we had a mechanism for Bitcoin miners to say where they got the energy and to put that in the block that they output, and maybe we could figure out some way to audit them or something to, in other words, build a reputation that did they speak the truth? Did they really get the energy from where they said? You know, maybe a few bytes that declare, I got this much from the grid, I got this much from stranded energy, I got this much from solar, whatever. Then maybe the free market could figure out a way to make use of that information that would incentivize more Bitcoin miners to try to follow, try to move further in the direction of not contributing as much to climate change. So that's my little 5-minute idea. I've been talking with people who gave talks earlier today about related topics. And so that wasn't going to be my talk today because I don't know enough about that to actually give a talk. But I do have this funny slide. In the past 5 years, we've seen a number of governments start to push back on end-to-end encryption. And the reason why they're doing it is because many years ago, WhatsApp had 1 billion users, and they weren't using any encryption at all. And they made a deal to license some software from Signal, and they inserted the Signal protocol into WhatsApp. And overnight, with a single software update from the App Store or from the Google Play Store, suddenly 1 billion people had end-to-end encrypted communications. And that was quite a shock. And in the years since then, that number has grown to a couple billion. And law enforcement was unprepared, I guess. The way they've reacted to it indicates that it was quite a shock to them. And so they're starting to push back because it used to be that only technically sophisticated criminals would make use of strong cryptography, and those numbers were small enough that law enforcement didn't get all upset about it. But now, a couple billion people with no technical background can have end-to-end encryption. I mean, I don't advocate using WhatsApp. I would never use WhatsApp because it's owned by Facebook, and Facebook is in the metadata business, and so I don't want to let WhatsApp anywhere near my devices. I do use Signal. It's a good product. I also use my product, Silent Phone, from Silent Circle, which in my opinion is even better. But I don't use WhatsApp. But WhatsApp does have end-to-end encryption. And that's why governments, a number of governments, are pressing this new policy idea. It's new now, but it wasn't really new because we had to fight them for the entire decade of the 1990s. And, to allow us to use strong encryption, and we won that after a decade of struggle. And I thought that was the end of it. I thought we were done. We won. Don't need to worry about that anymore. But now we see them pushing back. And in my opinion, this is dangerous for national security. All across Europe, telcos have deployed network infrastructure made in China, from Huawei mostly. And that network infrastructure is 5G. I mean, 5G is a great technology. I don't have anything against 5G. Not if you buy it from some other vendor, maybe a European vendor, a US vendor, but not a Chinese vendor, because Huawei was founded by the Chinese military. And Chinese law requires them to provide assistance to Chinese intelligence. And so countries that have deployed their entire network infrastructure, all made in China, and in some cases operated by the Chinese, that's a terrible risk because the whole of society is affected. Government ministries will use it. Banks will use it. Commercial companies, tech companies, defense contractors, government ministries, they all use it. And that gives the Chinese signals intelligence capabilities comparable to the NSA. Now you might say, well, we all hate the NSA, right? I want to remind you that the NSA is from a NATO ally. And right now, there's a hot war in Europe. And NATO is protecting Europe, the rest of Europe. In particular, Article 5, which says that if one NATO country is attacked, all NATO allies should react as if they were attacked. And that's a good thing. And the US is part of NATO, and so are the Brits, and the NATO intel agencies. I spent the 90s pushing back against the NSA because it was the nature of the struggle of the 90s to give us the ability to use strong encryption. But today, I don't see the NSA, especially in how they're doing their job in Ukraine. I like what they're doing in Ukraine. And so, we need to protect our communications infrastructure from the Chinese. The Chinese are friendly with Russia. If the Chinese can use their signals intelligence capability that comes with all the telcos buying their equipment, they're going to possibly help the Russians. And that's a bad thing. From a national security perspective, we should never allow law enforcement to win that argument. Law enforcement is looking at it from the point of view of law enforcement. They have a job to do, and they're trying to optimize everything for making their job easier. But their job is not the only job. Their mission is not the only mission. We also have to protect ourselves from this hot war spreading into other European countries. We need to have end-to-end encryption. If you're using a communication network controlled by a potential adversary, you better be using end-to-end encryption. First time I visited Ukraine, I think that was right after the Orange Revolution. It was before the Russians took Crimea. And I talked with a Ukrainian military guy, and I said, what would happen if Russia attacked your country? And he said, well, we would lose immediately. And, their military at that time was very weak. And so their military today is much better. But back then it was quite weak. But he said it isn't just the hardware and the tanks and the artillery. It's also the fact that all the Ukrainian military radios, battlefield radios, were built by Russians. Our military is equipped with communication equipment made by Russia. And that would be a terrible disadvantage on the battlefield. Now, of course, they don't use radios made by Russia today. But that was back about 15 years ago. And so we're kind of taking the same risk when we use 5G infrastructure made by China. We should try to swap that out with equipment made in Europe or made in the US, but not made by China. And as long as we're still stuck with that, and a lot of the Western European governments are trying to make that migration. They're trying to replace the Chinese equipment with European vendors' equipment. That's good, but that takes a long time. In the meantime, we need end-to-end encryption to try to mitigate that risk. So from a national security perspective, we should not let law enforcement put in back doors. It kind of feels good to make that argument because during the 90s, I kept on debating people that tried to hit me over the head with the national security argument. And I feel pretty good about hitting them over the head with the national security argument. The reason why they have this attitude about trying to limit our access to strong encryption is because of what happened in World War II. At Bletchley Park, thousands of people worked day and night on breaking the encrypted communications of the Germans and the Japanese. And it was highly secret. And the story has been told and retold many times in historical stories and movies. The most famous movie is The Imitation Game. Perhaps some of you have seen that. How many people saw that film? Okay. You know, for a crowd that is into cryptocurrencies, I would have thought there would be a few more hands that would have seen that film. But anyway, the work that they did at Bletchley Park shortened the war by a couple of years and saved millions of lives, not only in the European theater, but in the Japanese theater. The US, the Battle of Midway, the Japanese tried to ambush the US naval forces. They thought they could sink the US aircraft carriers by a surprise attack, but because we were able to read their encrypted traffic, we surprised them. We ambushed them, and we sank a number of Japanese aircraft carriers, and that was a turning point in the military balance in the Pacific. That shortened that war in the Pacific by a couple of years. So at the end of the war, the US and Britain recognized that there was a tremendous advantage in being able to decrypt the encrypted communications of their enemies. And so they had this attitude, and I think it's a reasonable attitude given the time. You know, if I was alive back then, I would have agreed with that idea that, yeah, you need to have that ability. But if you fast forward to the 1990s, the government still had that attitude. They still thought it was important to be able to decrypt the encrypted communications of their enemies. In fact, after World War II, they took a lot of captured Enigma machines from Germany and sold them to governments of, third world governments and said, here, use this machine for your diplomatic communications. It was invented by the Germans, so it's really good. You should use it. Not telling them that they knew how to break it. So they kept doing that until the 1970s. And so they held on to that attitude up until the beginning of the 90s. And so when PGP came out, they tried to put me in prison for that because of that attitude. They had laws on the books that said that strong encryption is classified as a munition because they saw it in military terms because of World War II. And it was time for them to wake up and smell the coffee. It was the 1990s. It was the internet. When they initially formed that attitude in the 1940s and 50s, there was only a couple of computers in the world. But now we walk around with computers in our pockets. We don't have enough pockets to hold all the computers we have. And, if you want to have a complex technical society, conduct e-commerce and move much of our lives to the digital world, we need strong encryption. So it was time to change, and that's what the 1990s crypto wars were about. That's what PGP was about. And so they finally gave up, and in 2000, ended their export controls. That's the US. The French had domestic controls, and they gave those up a couple years earlier. The reason why they gave up their domestic controls in France is because they were envious of the commercial economic surge that the Americans were enjoying in the American computer industry because of the growth of the internet. The French were relying on an ancient fossil technology, Minitel. They had these crazy little special purpose terminals that people had in their homes so they could order a pizza. And the French knew that they had to get, with the modern internet. And the only way that they could enjoy that economic success was to reduce their domestic controls on encryption. They never had the export controls, so that wasn't a big issue with them. The British had both. The British had both domestic and export controls, and they backed off too. And those were the three countries. This triumvirate of the United States, Britain, and France were the sort of leaders in this policy about encryption software. The US had only export controls with no domestic controls. But the FBI was attempting to impose domestic controls with the Clipper chip. How many people here have heard of the Clipper chip? Ah, we have more hands. Some of you haven't seen The Imitation Game, but you've heard of the Clipper chip. That's good. It's funny. The story of the Clipper chip is that AT&T created this wonderful product, the AT&T 3600, and it did DES encryption, the Federal Data Encryption Standard, which had a 56-bit key, which is far too small by today's standards. And it did a Diffie-Hellman key exchange, and you attach it to your phone, and it had a modem also, and you'd call someone else's phone, and then when you're talking to them on a normal phone line, like always, and you say, okay, let's go secure, and then you push a button, and this makes the modems train up. Then it does now you're on a digital channel, then it does a Diffie-Hellman exchange to work out the key agreement, and then it uses that key to encrypt with the data encryption standard. Well, NSA went out and bought every one of those AT&T 3600s, bought the entire stock. They didn't want anyone to buy them. AT&T thought that was nice. They sold them all overnight. But the NSA said, you know, we would like you to replace that DES chip with this other chip. It's called the Clipper chip. We want you to, you can still make this product. And the Clipper chip is better because the key's 80 bits long, not 56 bits, so it's a superior encryption algorithm. Only problem is, the Clipper chip put a special packet at the beginning of the call that was encrypting the session key with this special key that was baked into the chip. All the Clipper chips had a unique key put in the factory. And these were copied into a massive database for the FBI, for wiretap purposes. So it was definitely a big brother inside product. And the free market did not respond well to that. For some mysterious reason, people didn't want to buy a product that had a backdoor for the FBI. Can't imagine why they had that attitude. And the FBI was pretty upset about it. They were so upset that the FBI director said to Congress that if the free market doesn't buy this product, the FBI will have no choice but to seek legislative relief. That sounds ominous. Well, the free market won. No amount of legislation, no amount of legislative relief could change the fact that no one wanted to buy this product. I actually bought a couple of them on eBay a few years back. They looked the same as the original, except that they had a different chip in it. I actually opened it up and looked inside just in case. I just wanted to see, is it possible that maybe maybe they didn't buy all of them? Maybe there's still a few with some DES chips in it? No, it had a Clipper chip in it. But actually, the Clipper chip was better then, because of the collapse of the key escrow idea. It's called key escrow when they had this key stored in a database. That was called key escrow. Because there was a total rejection of the Clipper chip in the free market, the database never got off the ground. So my sort of collector's item pair of AT&T 3600s would actually be a reasonable product today because it had an 80-bit key, which is still not big enough, but you know, it was a good encryption algorithm with a reasonable key size. The Diffie-Hellman key was still too small, but anyway, I'm digressing. I said I was going to try to talk faster, but I've wasted a lot of time telling the story about the Clipper chip, which wasn't my idea. I tend to do these talks without notes, so that means I digress. Only got a minute left. I was asked to talk about the Telegram affair. And, you know, the guy who runs Telegram, Durov, was arrested in France, I don't know, a month ago. And, you know, the question is why. And if you read the French indictment, they cite some French laws about asking him to take stuff down that was posted, and he didn't do it, and so, you know, technically it violated French law. But I can't help but think that there's a geopolitical context here. Because again, there's a hot war in Europe. And the Russians use Telegram a lot. They use it for calling in artillery strikes on the battlefield. You know, NATO would like to know how to read that traffic. Now, the French indictment against him didn't mention any of that. But I can't help but think that there might be some other larger context to this situation that isn't spelled out in the indictment. I don't have any evidence for this, but this is what my gut tells me. That's about all I can say, because I don't have any hard facts other than what you already read in the press. By the way, I guess I need to show the other slide here. Going back to the earlier point, all this pressure we're seeing right now to put backdoors in end-to-end encryption is kind of like this. It's either anti-terrorism or protect kids. That's, you know, the all-purpose excuse for putting backdoors in strong cryptography. And I think that law enforcement should just put some more elbow grease in doing their jobs, because we need the national security protection that end-to-end encryption gives us. This isn't my Bitcoin wallet, this is just my website. So I think I'm running out of time according to the timer. In fact, it says I'm already a minute and a half late. Do we have any time for questions? Yeah.
Of course, we're going to take time for questions. Yeah, thank you for ending. Please keep it short, Francisco.
I will. My question is about the compromising of the endpoint devices and P2P encryption. And in particular, consider the fact that it's well known that Windows source code is available to the Russian and Chinese governments. So they actually have...
Windows what?
The source codes for Windows. A lot of governments have access to that. So have you any thoughts about attacks on the end user device itself to then access the encryption keys?
Well, look, nobody who builds products like this, Signal, Silent Phone, WhatsApp, you know, nobody wants to put in that feature into their product. In fact, you know, and Apple doesn't want to do it either. They have FaceTime. By the way, FaceTime is encrypted end-to-end. It's not the same as the Signal protocol or mine, but they have some kind of end-to-end encryption. They don't want to put that in. And so you get strong opposition from the vendors who spent years developing these wonderful encryption protocols. So I don't think the market is going to allow it. I don't think the vendors are going to allow it. So just imagine if they passed a law like that, and then Apple wouldn't sell any more iPhones in that country. What would the voters in that country do if they couldn't buy any more iPhones? Because, you know, because FaceTime is deeply embedded in the message, the text messaging protocol is end-to-end as well. I mean, the free market is never going to allow this. So I still think we'll win this renewal of this debate, a debate that I thought we'd already won in 25 years ago. But we have to push back. We can't allow this to happen.
Are there any technologies that you're particularly optimistic about in the next 5 to 10 years versus legislative or other solutions for doing that?
Well, I think that, I'm worried about the bigger picture of surveillance because if you look around today, so many of our democracies are in danger of toppling into autocracy. We see it everywhere. Hungary used to be a democracy. Right after the Cold War ended, Hungary was all optimistic and looking to the West, and they were enthusiastic about, getting out from under the Soviets. And so they were really pro-democracy. But now today, there's an autocrat running the country, and he got elected in a normal election, but then he used his executive power to seize control of all the different parts of the government, the courts, the election machinery, the press, academia, other civil society institutions, and it's almost impossible to beat him in an election. In Venezuela, they did beat him in an election by a landslide, like 2/3 of the vote. But then he threatened to imprison or kill the winner unless he got on this airplane and head out to Spain and sign a letter saying, I give up, you won, you won. So, encryption alone is not enough, but we need to organize politically against the emergent autocrats to try to beat them in the next election cycle. And you need to have end-to-end encryption to do that. Because if you don't, no political opposition can form. This is true in China. China has 1 billion video cameras with facial recognition software behind it, and they keep track of everybody's muscle twitches, every little facial expression, whoever you meet with, wherever you go, every little detail of your life. And that means it's impossible for an opposition political party to organize and try to win an election against the incumbent autocrat. And of course, the same is true in Putin's Russia. They don't have 1 billion cameras, but they try to match it with brutality. And autocrats, you might live in a democracy today, but you're only one election cycle away from possibly an autocrat taking power, and you can't start with backdoors in your end-to-end encryption. If you do, and that autocrat gets into power, you're going to have a tough time extracting him from getting him out of power.
Take 2 more questions from Sergio and then from Jens.
Do you think that one day we will have also confidential financial transactions, so that would never happen?
There are mathematical techniques to have confidential transactions. We see this in Monero and Zcash and maybe some others. And my feeling about that kind of depends on which environment you're in. If you're in a free country, you feel less motivated to have that than if you're living in an autocracy. Because in an autocracy, even a nice country, Singapore, I visited Singapore back in 2004 for some consulting work I was doing, and I'd heard that it was Disneyland with the death penalty. But when I got off the airplane and looked around, it kind of looked like a normal country. But it turns out that everybody there has their life savings and their pension under the control of the government. And if you criticize the government, they might take your money. So I have to admit that if you're in a place like that, it makes sense. And Bitcoin makes more sense. But I also worry about autocrats evading sanctions by using cryptocurrencies. And so I'm very much in favor of sanctions. So these, all of these things have mixed effects. PGP has mixed effects on society. PGP is in the Al-Qaeda training manual. I wish that were not the case, but it's true. but it does a lot of good as well, because most people who use PGP are normal people doing normal things. By the way, this has always been the case, going back to other technologies 100 years ago. I told the story, I think I told the story last year, but you know, the
It would be
American...
great not to have a story and to go to another question, because we're...
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so just to tiny bit pushback on what you said with regard to worrying about China, which I actually do as well, but at the same time, we can sort of work our way to exclude China from installing hardware or using Chinese hardware, but it's not like the NSA or BND, et cetera, stopped thinking about things like that or stopped wanting to do these things. Crypto AG, which was run by CIA
Oh yeah,
and BND
Crypto
until,
AG, yes. There's a
ran,
story.
yes, absolutely, or and many others. And so my concern was basically we still have to be very, very vigilant about our Western intelligence agencies still as well, because we have the chance to exclude China. We really...
Well, you know, look, I mean, Crypto AG was decades ago when, you know, before the internet, you know, and so a CIA-controlled company that builds encryption equipment could, you know, that was Crypto AG. But today, we have a multitude of products from everybody and running a zillion software apps on our platforms, and so it's, you know, we have a lot of powerful end-to-end crypto today. And we just have to not get too lazy to push back on, you know, we have to work in policy space. It's not just developing the technology, it's also pushing back in policy space. We have to be active. We have to be engaged in the democratic process. We have to vote. We have to, you know, write op-ed pieces. We have to go talk to our parliaments. And we, you know, we have to exercise control as much as we can in civil society. Sometimes that involves market forces. Don't buy products with back doors. And if you make products, don't sell products with back doors. So don't sell them in that country, because that country wants back doors. Go sell them everywhere else. Then let the voters in that country, if it's a really popular product like an iPhone, let them pressure their parliament.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience and your wisdom with us, Phil. I have one question on that note. What did you learn from the people that you met here at the Proof of Work Summit? Was anything new for you that you discovered?
Yeah, I think the most interesting conversations I had in the last couple of days is the energy usage. You know, I worry a lot about the climate change impact. And so finding ways to incentivize using other energy sources for Bitcoin mining, like especially stranded energy, that's quite attractive. But green energy, you know, that I did learn a lot, especially, you know, I mean, a couple of the presentations were from people that spent all their time on that.
And were you brought in touch with any new communication protocols or products while you were here?
I wasn't really looking for that. I was much more interested in the energy footprint, the carbon footprint.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Phil.
Okay.
It's always so awesome to be able to stand up here and talk to all the great speakers that we have and ask questions. And we speak often about diversity in tech, or we speak about diversity in society, and that's usually brought down to some flavor of identity politics or gender politics. And I think that one of the few groups of people that we actually spend any time listening to are our children. I'd like to invite Samantha Duvall on stage, who's here because somebody asked a question about adoption, and Samantha says, "What do you mean adoption? I grew up with this shit." So please welcome Samantha Duvall.
yes. Hello, everybody. Hallo alle, and hi, live stream, of course. I'm Sam, the BTC kid, also known as Samantha Deval, and I want to talk about kids' financial freedom in Bitcoin because, as said, we kids don't really get talked about often. So, first off, I want to introduce myself, of course, to the people who don't know me. I'm Samantha Deval, also known as Sam, the BTC kid. I'm half German, half New Zealander, and I'm currently 13 years old, so still a kid. Obviously, I was born after Bitcoin, as I'm 13 years old, so I have a block height. It's 117523, which is back in April 2011. I was always grown up by my dad and mom, of course, my dad is an anarchist, so he taught me to be basically open-minded and think for myself. And I have a lot of generational differences, which is why I like coming on stage and talking from my perspective, because a lot of people don't see the perspective of the children as we are growing up in a very different time. So I want to talk about it in 3 different ways. I want to talk how things are now, the future, and some ideas. So first up, how are things now? Fiat cash is obviously widely accepted everywhere. We kids can easily use it to make purchases in stores. But there are really many problems with fiat. For example, the limited security, the impact of inflation, and the restricted capability. And what other options do we kids have? Really, nothing. We can't open a bank account, we can't use PayPal or credit cards. A lot of people have come up to me and told me that, yes, you kids can use bank accounts and credit cards, but the reality is that it's the parents opening a bank account and having the full access to it and everything, and the kids basically just being able to use it alongside, which isn't really your own monetary freedom, it's just you borrowing something from your parents. So let's talk about some of these problems. Inflation robs us value over time. So if we kids can only save our money in cash, we really suffer from that. Right now, in places like Europe or the USA, inflation is still relatively low, but in other countries, the money is getting inflated away before you can even earn it. I am 13 years old, so I can't say, hey, back in my day, this was only 50 cents. However, I can say, when I was in 2nd grade, the local ice cream store had an ice cream scoop for €1.50. By now, it's €2.50, which is a 66% increase in just a short time. Kids otherwhere, like in Zimbabwe, cannot save anything because the Bank of Zimbabwe actually, just for example, cut the value of their new currency by 40% recently. Security is also a big problem. If I keep my money in cash, it can be stolen, it can be destroyed. For example, in the washing machine, if I put a €20 bill in my trousers and put that in the washing machine and it gets destroyed, that's like a month's saving for me, and I can't buy any candy. For you guys, okay, it's €20, still upsetting, but not as upsetting as it is for a kid. Again, that's for me living in a safe space. There's a lot of kids that don't live in a safe space and that can easily be the targets of terrorists who steal it from them. What do I really mean when I say fiat has restricted capabilities? Again, I mean with cash, there are so many limitations. If I'm at the mall with my friends, I can't just call my parents and say, hey, you know, you have the money of mine, right? Can you drive over here and give it to me? That's just not the way it works. There are also in some places laws that say how much cash is allowed to be spent in one transaction. This effectively blocks us kids from ever being able to make any large transactions at all. And that's because we don't have any alternatives in the fiat world. Of course, I said one of the problems is security. As a kid, I couldn't trust my parents to be holding my money because a lot of people say, okay, just give it to your parents will look after it for you. But there are a lot of kids in toxic households. Those kids need their money the most. If their parents take their money, for example, for safekeeping, and spend it on gambling or alcohol or drugs, those kids really need that money as a lifeline to get out of that toxic household. Beyond that, we kids aren't always around our parents. As I said, for example, I'm 13, I spend most of my time at school, sometimes go to the mall. If my parents are holding all my money, and I call them, hey, can you give me my money? That's not going to work easily. If they're halfway across town, that'll work even less. We kids also want to earn our money, but the system doesn't always let us. You've probably heard about child labor protection laws, which are good laws. I'm not saying that they're bad or whatever. they are a good thing. They stop adults from being able to use us kids as a kind of cheap workforce. However, sometimes these laws can be too strict. They stop kids from being able to do simple tasks to earn money. I'm 13 and I live in Germany. Not here in Frankfurt, but still in Germany. The laws for German 13-year-old kids say that I'm allowed to do not too difficult work, and not before 8 a.m. and not after 6 p.m. My dad, when he was my age, delivered newspaper on a bike before he went to school. That wouldn't work at all for me because of the time restrictions. I've done a lot of stuff to get money. For example, offer promo code for a big conference, sold cookies, sold NFC tags. Sometimes I do digital art, and sometimes people ask me to do commissions. And just recently, I was at a Bitcoiner nightclub and sold tickets there. None of it was in Germany, so theoretically, I wasn't breaking German law. But if I would have done it in Germany, I would have broken a tons of laws under the Youth Protection Act. One of the other problems about being a kid and trying to earn money is how you get paid. All of the problems of fiat that I already mentioned still obviously apply, and there's problems either with the fiat, it can be stolen, destroyed, third party that we kids can't access, or with a custodian involved, there's no anonymity. We kids can be tracked more easily. While a digital artist like myself can draw something and give it to someone, with fiat, they will know I'm a 13-year-old girl who just drew this, and they probably know my background if they know me personally. But with Bitcoin, I can be anonymous. I can just say, okay, here's your drawing, and they don't even have to know I'm a kid. It separates the person from how well they can do this thing. So I've talked about how things are right now, so I will move on to the future because limited time, obviously. First up, it's incredibly important to remember that we kids want to earn money, we want to know about money, and we want to know how the world works, because we kids are naturally curious. I'm sorry to say, but your generations have really fucked up the money system a lot, okay? If you look back, the last 2 to 3 generations is where the money problems got worse. Now, I'm not saying that the money problems didn't exist before, they were always there, but it was the last 2 to 3 generations where they got a lot worse. The world got interconnected and money became global. This let money be the thing that decides how stuff happens. The poor countries are the ones where people starve to death. And the rich country is where people have the best lives ever. But money is the single thing that decides this. With how money works now, you can produce a lot of value and still get close to nothing, versus produce no value at all and still get a lot. And the people that produce a lot of value but don't produce a lot of money usually get the little amount of money that they do earn hyperinflated away anyways. So it's all broken. This will keep happening if we teach the adults of tomorrow, if we don't teach the adults of tomorrow, us kids, how money works and what's broken about it. This is really hard to do since a lot of adults don't even understand it either. But with good money like Bitcoin, we can show them. So maybe we do have a chance to teach the kids. Also keep in mind that introducing Bitcoin to kids isn't just introducing money to kids. It's introducing a new mindset. It has a lot of advantages. For example, you've probably heard the common Bitcoiner phrase, don't trust, verify. All kids should learn this in general. It's something that we kids are always told to blindly trust. When I was in kindergarten, I was always told, yeah, the police are your friends, you should trust them, they will keep you safe. But then in 6th grade, I was at a climate protest, and I saw police beating people up just for being at that climate protest. This doesn't seem like very kind and fair people that I should trust and do that. We kids have to learn to open our eyes and see things for ourselves, and not just, this is the way things have always been, this is how they will always be. It's a broken system where bullies can abuse their power. I trust my friends. I trust my family. But I don't trust them because people say, trust your parents. I trust them because my parents and my friends have shown me that I can trust them. They've shown me how much I can tell them and how much I can't tell them. Trust isn't given, it's based on experience and facts. Sometimes parents are the problem, even if they don't realize it. How many times have you heard parents say to their kids, "Because I told you so," or "Because I'm your mother," "Because I'm your father"? Probably a lot. Raise your hand if you have. That's a lot of people. Most of the time, adults say this because they want to just get it over with. They don't want to have to explain to their kids, "Hey, this is why I want you to do this," because it's just more effort, it's just more work, the kid has to do it anyways. But that's raising your kid as an authoritarian. If you raise your kids as an authoritarian, the kids won't learn to think for themselves. They will have their creativity and curiosity suppressed. Adults and parents are guardians. They have the responsibility for their kids, but they don't own their kids. You can't just have your kids do whatever you want because they're your kids. People are people, kids or adults. When my dad tells me I have to do something, I will usually do it because, like I said, he has earned my trust. But sometimes I will still ask him, "Hey, why do I have to do this?" And he'll explain it to me, unless we have no time, obviously. He will never say, "Because I told you so," or "Because I'm your father." Which brings me to my last idea here, ideas and concepts, because yes, time is running low. Financial freedom, what is it? Well, financial freedom is the freedom to interact monetary how you want. Kids have very little of this. A lot of parents take their kids' money from their piggy bank or just from their pocket money and say, "Oh, it's for safekeeping." But a lot of the time, those kids don't get their money back. People all over the world, not just kids, they suffer from a lack of financial freedom. In some countries, for example, women aren't legally allowed to control money. They have to have a male relative do it for them or their husband. In some countries, there's literally different currencies for people that are poor versus rich. The rich get the US dollar, and the poor get the hyperinflating local currency. And almost everywhere, money is being tracked more and more, which doesn't really give you a freedom if everyone knows what you're doing with your money. Sometimes it's good if kids' money is a little more controlled. I mean, after all, we do make pretty dumb decisions that we'll regret later. However, how will we learn financial responsibility if we're not given at least a little bit of freedom? A lot of people ask me, can kids understand Bitcoin? I think so. However, it depends on what you mean with understand Bitcoin. I think I understand Bitcoin, but I have zero clue about cryptography. I'm still waiting for you to explain that, Dad. It's not necessarily an I understand versus I don't understand, because Bitcoin overall is a very complex thing. Kids will easily understand about how inflation works. That's something I understood when I was relatively young. I only later understood why it's important that Bitcoin is peer-to-peer, that there's a middleman required in electronic fiat transactions. And who knows what I'll learn 5 years from now. When I explain Bitcoin to the younger kids, or even to peers, I always try to explain it in a way that they'll understand. I will try to match their interests, and I will try to match it to their level. People are always at a different level of understanding. Some people care about the environment. So to my friends that care about the environment, I will teach them about how Bitcoin can be good for the environment. This, of course, applies to any other topic in Bitcoin. But to really understand Bitcoin, it is really important to understand money. So if you're explaining Bitcoin to your kids, you have to teach money in general. Teach what inflation is. Teach why it's important to have money without inflation. Because how will they understand why it's important to have Bitcoin, which doesn't have inflation, if they don't even know what inflation is? Teach them how middlemen are required in the electronic fiat, so that they'll see how Bitcoin being peer-to-peer is so important. And show them how authoritarian governments can be, so they know how Bitcoin is a tool for freedom, and Bitcoin doesn't oppress us like governments sometimes do. Well, a lot of the time. That would be it. I don't have a website, so that QR code actually is a Wallet of Satoshi QR code if you do want to send me a few sats. And other than that, any questions, I suppose?
Yay!
My first question is, how many presentations have you given so far? How many times have you
I've
been on
lost
stage?
track.
Huh?
I've lost track, but I've been doing presentations since I've been 11, and I'm 13 now.
Yeah. Is there one that stands out as having been like, wow for you?
I'd say at BTC Prague, because of the huge audience, I was really amazed about how I could actually stand in front of that many people and still just talk.
And did you do like any public speaking stuff in school, or are you just like getting up on stage, or?
In school, kind of, but it's just standing in front of a classroom, and I usually don't get to talk about Bitcoin.
What do you usually talk about when you stand in front of a classroom?
The boring classroom stuff that I don't want to be talking about.
How cool is that? Do we have a question for Samantha? This is your chance to talk to a real teenager, man. Not a fake one like me.
Hello. Congratulations. You are really brave.
Thank you.
I have a 12-year-old kid, so really amazing. How much is 1 Bitcoin?
I don't know, and to me that isn't really important because I use Bitcoin for the money that it is, and I don't do that whole trading stuff, so that's not what concerns me. What concerns me is that Bitcoin is fair for everyone.
Great answer, but that's my problem to try to educate people, to tell that, for example, 1 Bitcoin, the values 1 Bitcoin, like 1 Dogecoin equals 1 Dogecoin. I think that the education is the principle for every kid, that there is no fiat value. And I think it's the biggest problem about Bitcoin, it's that they value in fiat. And for kids like you, like yourself, it's great to see your enthusiasm, sorry, my bad English,
don't worry.
And continue to do the work.
So Samantha's father is here and gave a great talk yesterday on the second stage. Come on up here, Ben. Ask her a good question, man.
I should ask her a good question. All right. How's this one then? What's it like growing up with two currencies in your daily life? Because just for the audience to know this here, I've been living on a Bitcoin standard since 2017. I've been a Bitcoiner since 2010, but in 2017 I decided we're not going to hold fiat anymore. We're not generally going to use fiat anymore. Wherever possible, we use Bitcoin directly. Wherever it's not possible, we use it indirectly. But of course we still live in Germany where the euro is all around us. So what's it like growing up in a two-currency family?
So I'd say it's pretty fun, actually. Funnily enough, as a kid, I didn't even know that Bitcoin isn't widely accepted everywhere. I thought that it's widely accepted everywhere and only later learned, oh, it's actually not. But I'd also say knowing two currencies at the same time instead of learning about one currency later definitely helps my perspective of things, because in my head I have, this is how the euro works, which I totally don't understand yet, and this is how Bitcoin works. It's two straight paths for me. However, when people try to learn how Bitcoin works later, they usually, in their head, without even knowing that they're trying to do it, they try to find connections, and they go, okay, this is my euro path, and this is my Bitcoin path. It kind of squiggles along there, kind of, and it kind of makes sense, but it kind of doesn't. So I'd say it's easier to learn and easier to see, compare them, for example, just not see them as one.
And one more quick question then. What's your favorite experience with using Bitcoin directly? So out of all of the things we've done.
So I'd say it was definitely most fun to use it in El Salvador because we go to adopting Bitcoin. We went there in 2022 and 2023, and I've been there only twice until now, but seeing the big difference was incredibly great, and I think the most fun experience just using Bitcoin was seeing there's an actual pay with Bitcoin button in McDonald's, okay? I don't know why, but that was amazing to me because I can see how much El Salvador improved, and it definitely greatly improved through Bitcoin. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not going to let you off so easily still. What's it like for you, Ben, as a father, as a family man, to be approaching, this life this way with an economic, real life education? Like, do you have challenges with that, or?
So being a father is challenging regardless. There are so many things, there's these young, impressionable minds, and I know that what I say is going to make a difference, and I've always, like Sam mentioned, I'm an anarchist, and I don't want to ever be enforcing things on my kids. I don't want to be, brainwashing them, giving them my opinions and my ideas. I want her to have her own opinions and her own ideas. So teaching her about Bitcoin and how it works, I have to be very careful to not say, I am right and this is the way it is and you have to do that. Instead, I say, this is how I understand things. This is how I view the world. Maybe some other people view it differently. As a family, as I mentioned, I'm very focused on Bitcoin. I'm really not focused on any of the other altcoins. We can have some big discussions about why, but that's probably not so relevant here. But in general, I don't want to say, hey, Bitcoin only, everything else is a shitcoin. Let's just, make fun of all those stupid people. That's not how I approach the world, and I certainly don't want to enforce it, on my children at all.
Okay, so this would be my last question. Do you think that we could move forward as a technology, as a social movement, with regulators and governments if we spoke from that same voice rather than from a demanding sort of like position? I don't want to have an answer from both of you,
So from my side, potentially yes, but I prefer building alternative systems that make governments irrelevant and obsolete rather than trying to do anything with them, to be honest. Sam?
I honestly have to look into that because there's no one answer for this question because it's a really complex question. But I just want to see the way that things go, and I will decide for myself what I want to use in the future and how I want to use it.
I believe I saw a hand up just over there. So actually, 3 questions now. Right?
Awesome,
Yeah,
cool.
4 even.
We got 3 minutes, so we can do 1 minute per question.
A quick question for Samantha. Have you used Bitcoin on chain and Bitcoin Lightning? And do you have any preference or thoughts on whether you rather transact on chain or using Lightning?
So I usually use Lightning for the quick transactions. For example, when I go to the bakery, I always use Lightning. It would be totally insane to do that on chain. But when I can wait, I use it on chain.
Hello, Samantha. Congratulations on your presentation. I have 2 young children, and my question to you is, what role do you think schools should play in teaching children about Bitcoin?
So currently, of course, schools do, at least where my school doesn't, teach anything about Bitcoin, and most schools don't. But I'd say it'd be really fun if schools could set up like social experiments to show kids, okay, this is how Euro works, and this is how it inflates, and this is how Bitcoin works, and this is why it's better because it doesn't inflate and because it can't be monitored and stuff. So honestly, I think if the kids have some live action with it, if they have some experiment with it, that would be the best teaching way of kids.
Thank you. How does your experience with Bitcoin affect your thoughts on computer security and computer privacy?
I don't have one straight answer to that again. I'd say that Bitcoin has definitely taught me a lot in general, not just about Bitcoin, but about the world. And I'd say it definitely taught me a lot to be, hey, okay, I have to be careful here. This isn't as private as I thought it would be. And I think, yeah, Bitcoin is just a really big part of that because Bitcoin didn't just teach Bitcoin, Bitcoin taught a lot.
So I have one question for you. Really impressive speech.
Thank you.
Really cool considering your age. Just a quick question. I'm also heavily invested into Bitcoin, but I also look outside Bitcoin for other solutions. Is there any other project that you're looking at or invested in currently?
Not really. I obviously still have to focus on school because I am still in school, and I'm trying to figure out how to make the world a better place and how to make the world a fair place. And I think Bitcoin is definitely the thing that makes the world the fairest, and that's what I really want for my future. So I'm currently fixating on trying to learn about Bitcoin, and maybe I'll try and learn about some other things in the future, but I'm not sure yet.
Ben and Samantha Dwell, thank you so much for gracing our stage. You can go behind and get rid of your microphone. So I have in my pocket a pair of AirPods that somebody found in the back couch. I think Mags might have mentioned it this morning, but when I pair them with my phone, they say Dennis's AirPods. Might be Dennis Porter, I don't know, but if anybody is missing their AirPods and have a name Dennis, or have borrowed them from somebody named Dennis, or knows somebody who might be named Dennis and is missing AirPods, or not named Dennis and missing AirPods, I've got them. So the next speaker is one of the people that I've known longest in this space. He resides in the same city as I do, and we've been dancing around each other through this interesting culture that started out with Bitcoin, and then the Riyadh Institute was the first place that Vitalik Buterin came to speak about Ethereum in the early days. And as Monero became an interesting technology, he moved into this space. He has an incredible depth of experience and research and practical hands-on hacker experience. Matthias Tersiwas from Vienna and Riyadh.
Thank you very much. Hey guys, thank you Michael for the kind words. I need to somehow bridge the gap from the last talk a little bit. So yeah, my talk is called Scaling Tech versus Scaling Values. And I will be telling you a story today about cypherpunk and how values didn't really scale. And the tech has a solution to scale while the values are maybe still at the same position than they were in the beginning. I want to start though. How does this work actually? By introducing my institute very briefly. So I'm the co-founder of the Riyadh Institute, which is a research institute from Vienna, Austria. We worked for quite some while in understanding all sorts of elements in relation to reverse engineering and in relation to verifiable things. So we're looking, of course, into blockchain, into Bitcoin and all the likes. But one core element of our work is revolving around open source culture and open source hardware. So you're very much invited to look up our publications. And we also made available most, if not all of our publications on our website. If you go to riot.at/POW, you can download all of our previous publications. And I'm not only active in the Riyadh Institute, I'm also active in a few other meta institutions and institutions, most notably the OSHWA, the Open Source Hardware Association, where I was a board member for quite some years. And this month is Open Hardware Month, so you might want to check out what the open source hardware events all over the place are. The whole month of October is filled with interesting events all over the world, mostly virtual events. Yeah, but jumping right into the talk and just actually to give you a map of how to read my talk. So I have been talking in the past a lot about tactics to uphold cypherpunk values. Some of those are out in the open. You can still rewatch them. So for example, my last talk was during MoneroCon in Prague, which was about decentralized commons. And I was criticizing a lot how I believe open source culture has been enshittified in the past years. I think cypherpunk still has a lot of answers to problems that we see in the open source culture. Another example of cypherpunk tactics, mostly revolving around reproducible software and hardware, verifiable hardware, was during HCCP 2019, opt out with open and Libre hardware. And I did a few other talks, mostly about open source hardware in relation to cryptography, in relation to Bitcoin and Monero, because that's my background. But generally, I will be talking today about scaling tech and scaling values, and there will be a longer talk during HCPP, Hackers Congress Parallelpolis next week, where I will be talking and giving some more deep insights into what I call hardcore cypherpunk values. So you're very much welcome to join us there and to discuss further what I will be showing today. So I will be starting now to flesh out a bit scaling tech versus scaling values. And I want to start with the term scaling, because it's a quite interesting term, and it got me thinking, because everyone is talking about scaling Bitcoin, scaling the tech around us. I'm a technologist myself. I studied computer science. I did all sorts of different shenanigans when I was young. So I'm a self-taught programmer, also programmed since I was a kid. So scaling is all over the place, and I've seen so many technologies scale in the past years and decades. And scaling, though, is a process of simplification in order to optimize. So scaling is not only always creating better things. It's a very, to me, a very kind of dubious thing. I've seen cultures as well as technologies scale and fail. And so scaling technology, I want to explain to you how I see how technology can scale, but I want to also give a few examples that are maybe hopefully a bit tangible to understand, like why scaling is always a critical process. So in the case of scaling technology, it refers to making systems, by its definition, larger, faster, or more efficient. And I want to make this distinction also because I will be talking about scaling values later on. But to achieve this scaling of technology, of a specific technology, of a set of technologies, we need to simplify the underlying systems. We need to identify what we can actually improve, because actually it can be simplified to some extent, because we need to identify optimizable parameters. We need to think, okay, how can we actually scale a system so it becomes faster, larger, or whatever we want to optimize for. And I want to give a quick example from the semiconductor industry in order to see, like, also that we can see examples or observations to show technological progress. And maybe the most famous ones is at first Dennard scaling, which was introduced in 1976 by Robert Dennard, which was actually showing how transistor performance scales with shrinking size to maintain power efficiency. So we see here on the right-hand side also that you see how the trends of that kind of scaling worked out. There is definitely easy observable that in 2060 stopped being the case. Not sure if it's so common sense, Dennard scaling, but maybe more well-known is Moore's law, which was actually postulated by Moore in 1965, where he was actually observing essentially that the number of transistors on a chip doubles approximately every 2 years. It was, in my opinion, a bit postulated as a joke, but it became Moore's law. It's definitely not a law. It's an observation about how technology scales or how semiconductor industries scale. And there's another one, Kumi's law. This was postulated a bit later in 2010, and interestingly, then almost a year later, already proved to be not really working anymore. So this is interesting in all these kind of laws, where you see, especially regarding the micro, like the semiconductor industry, that these things work to forecast, but only if you look at the past developments of transistors, because we're in a phase now that these things don't make so much sense anymore. And there's different reasons why this is the case. So these models held true for a long time, and they held true in the time when there was competition, when the market was a bit bigger. But to me, what's interesting is about the semiconductor industry too, and this is also why I'm observing this. There is such a forecast model. There's a model how to see how technological progress will be, and it worked for quite some time. It worked for multiple decades. So to me, it's interesting. Why is all that breaking down now? What happened? Was there something really happening that these things really broke down, or is it just like the way of how we observe things? So these laws, they're obviously not really laws, but observations, in my opinion, also documented centralization tendencies in the semiconductor industry. And I will quickly break down why that's the case. So as I said, all these laws somehow broke down between 2010 and 2015. And breaking down means like it doesn't really 100% apply anymore. So Dennard scaling, for example, hit practical thermal and power limits already a little bit before. And the interesting thing is, though, that it also shows that these laws somehow seem to have pushed the industry into a more centralizing direction. So I'm not saying that the semiconductor industry by any means is now easy to enter. It has the highest entry barriers of I would say, the whole IT industry. You need a lot of money and need a lot of R&D budget. But all of these laws individually show us that there is some centralization that happened. So while all these things scaled, all the individual technologies and the players were becoming less. So one example with Moore is, of course, Jensen Huang, who is the CEO of NVIDIA, was saying that Moore's law is dead. But with Kumi's law, it's, in my opinion, even more interesting to see because the slowing of Kumi's law has shifted the focus to more integrated hardware and software manufacturers. Here, very interesting to see, this is Apple that essentially is the centralizing force of the pinnacle, the vanishing point of Kumi's law is Apple. So why am I telling you all this? I just try to make a point that scaling technology works, and we have examples. There was just a few examples I've given you where people traced scaling technology, but scaling technology always risks centralization. And it actually maybe is the root cause of centralization. And another example, or a few other examples of successful scaled technologies that worked, but that somehow affected, or the effect of that was that there was more centralization is, for example, content delivery networks, cloud services, serverless computing, virtualization, all sorts of things related to cloud computing. So in my opinion, scaling doesn't just improve a system, it forces a lot of trade-offs you have to do. You have to think of, you have to design, you have to optimize for. And those trade-offs are often overlooked, and those trade-offs in the past have already fucked up our situation a lot as cypherpunks. So as I said before, a very, very tangible example, in my opinion, is the cloud. So the cloud somehow was a way of how to improve infrastructure, business infrastructure, and of course, being one of the most important centralizing forces of the past decades. I think the cloud is really a big problem for us as cypherpunks, and if we look at what the cloud does to blockchains, there is these recent numbers that around 60 to 70% of Ethereum nodes, for example, are running on the cloud infrastructure. I'm not entirely sure how many Bitcoin nodes are run on cloud infrastructure, but it's actually really, really advisable to make sure that our infrastructures are decentralized enough. Another example, software as a service, or Gmail in this specific case. So Gmail has a lot of active users. This is really insane. It's one of the most successful services. And my point is that Gmail really is a problem because Gmail centralized away the decentralized nature of email. And so that's also a problem in my opinion. Like did you ever try to self-host an email server? It's not easy that in current times. So in a way, Gmail created a way of scaling away email. And so my point to conclude with this first chapter is that cloud computing and software as a service have represented the most significant setbacks to cypherpunk values over the past decades. I'm letting that sink in. So yeah, I want to also talk about scaling as transformation because, as I said, scaling systems are, and scaling itself is a process of simplification and generalization. So a lot of complexity is generated, but you have to simplify in the first way in order to create another form of complexity later on. So you have to figure out what you want to optimize for. And I want to give a very different example that is a very statist approach. It's a statist way of understanding scaling. And in the book, Seeing Like a State, this is a very good book. I can absolutely suggest you read that if you haven't already. James Scott explains how to see like a state, or what actually scaling from a state perspective is. And his points are that, for example, always when states try to create control and control large amounts of people or space, they simplify complex and local knowledge into legible forms in order to exert control. And with that process, and I think that's a very good example to show us like why scaling is always this kind of reductive process. James Scott gives a few examples of why, how we can actually understand that. Like maybe a good understandable example is, for example, the metric system introduction after the French Revolution, where there was in existence a lot of different services and people and that did specific local businesses around the fact that there were so many different ways of how to count things and how to scale things. And these all got actually wiped away after the introduction of the metric system. There's a lot of other examples that Scott gives, but there's also, I hope this is making it a bit more tangible, why scaling is problematic. Another maybe more commonly known example is to scale teams. And I like that book a lot. This is actually taught in undergrad computer science, and I think people should read that book because it's fucking fantastic. This is Frederick Brooks' The Mythical Man Month. And so Brooks was explaining in the 70s in his observations, I believe he was working for IBM. He was developing different software products. He was working with a lot of developers, and he always like had this kind of problem that he needed to essentially describe his work in terms of man-month or man-hours. And his point was that was not actually how systems ever would work, because teams are not that easy scalable. So his point was also that if you add people to a software project that is already late, the more people you add, the later the project gets. So it's like not a linear scale, and teams don't scale in a linear fashion. And so what Frederick Brooks was explaining is that it's more effective to have like smaller teams that don't have so many communication channels. Actually, he was showing and proving that the number of communication channels grow exponentially the more people you have working together. So it's also called the coordination problem that we know from other specific disciplines. We know it from game theory. We know it from different backgrounds. Coordination problem is a big problem. And the challenges that were postulated in 1975 led to this kind of revolution later on, sort of revolution that we have experienced as agile development, or we know as agile development. And for everyone that is into software development, they have worked for sure with agile. I don't have a particularly good experience with it. A lot of people say, okay, this is maybe over, this is done. It's like nobody is really that big of a fan of agile as a developer. It has created a kind of a term where people, developers specifically, work against project managers. I'm just showing you here that this is also a form of scaling. And we have seen that from specific other situations of specific other disciplines, from team scaling and from state scaling, we see the same problems. And we have even bigger problems, in my opinion, or it's even more complicated to scale decentralized technologies. So decentralized systems, blockchain systems, like Bitcoin and Monero, scale very differently than the things that I've shown you, but we might have to look at the similar problems that arise. And so what I was asking myself is, how do values scale? How is this even possible? Is there some example in the past, like do values scale in some form? And of course, I'm interested in cypherpunk values, so I looked into cypherpunk values. And we have to firstly also attest that there is no real list of cypherpunk values. We don't have some kind of this kind of clerical situation where we go into the church of Satoshi and we see the list of the cypherpunk values. But of course, over time, there have been some core cypherpunk values that I believe everyone that is into cypherpunk or that somehow has studied cypherpunk will hopefully agree that there's these three core cypherpunk values, which are financial privacy, private digital communication, and avoiding government surveillance. But then there are broader cypherpunk values, and these are a bit more loose, so they came a little bit later. They were added. And as I started to research those cypherpunk values a few years ago, we also found that there maybe needs to be another distinction, another taxonomy also to understand cypherpunk culture, because I think like a lot of things get mixed up and mixed together, and it's really tough to draw conclusions. So we came up with this idea of creating phases of cypherpunk. And so we came up with these 5 different phases of cypherpunk, where it's a bit easier also to understand the scale of cypherpunk, the public perception of cypherpunk, and how this actually got perceived externally. So there's, of course, internal developments that cypherpunks did that were super relevant. Maybe technology was not fine enough for people to really catch on or to understand what's going on, and maybe it was really expert-oriented. So looking at those phases, essentially what we described is a foundational era, which is 70s to 90s, so essentially before the internet was popularized, before Firefox or any other browsers, Mozilla, sorry, essentially was out there. So we had RSA encryption algorithm and early cryptographic protocols. It's the very, very first things that were relevant to the cypherpunks. This has changed in the internet expansion phase because people started to actively use the internet. But what might be relevant in this context is to understand, okay, PGP was there, so this could be used already. So people started to use email and essentially any browser-related activities at this time, like in the early stages still. Decentralization focus would be from 2001 to 2013. This is overlapping a little bit also with the commercialization of the web, and then also Web 2 and all these different other elements, largely informed by the 9/11 attacks and the Patriot Act, which we believe is a very, very problematic time also, and a very crucial time also to observe for cypherpunk value shifts. Then we see one huge privacy research and so some kind of return to privacy values through the Snowden revelations and other leaks. And then the last era, which is relevant, in my opinion, is the surveillance era. This is the phase we are in right now, which is the phase after COVID, because COVID forced a lot and brought a lot more people online. We have seen a lot of more digitization as before. And so looking through these kind of lenses, we can maybe also understand the different scaling processes that I described before and apply them to cypherpunk, and then to see, okay, what is happening and what got lost, what got gained, did the scaling processes work? We started actually doing this for all the different values we could identify. I will not show all of that because I will be having a talk also next week during HCPP in Prague. So I just will show the first one that we did, which is like looking at the value of privacy. And we did also write a lot about this, so you will be able to get all the data. If you're interested, I can share this with you actually beforehand. So interestingly, if you look at the foundational era, privacy is really a core value to the cypherpunk. So this was very interesting to a lot of people at this point to have privacy. Although the public sentiment of cypherpunk at this stage and also everything posted was really, really limited. So the public sentiment was really niche. So people didn't really understand what cypherpunk was. Nobody knew what cypherpunks are. This has changed a little bit in the internet expansion phase, in the second phase, largely because of the crypto wars, because crypto wars got a little bit of attention online. I would not say it was like worldwide attention, but it was definitely US based interest and sentiment into, okay, there's something happening there, was starting to rise. People were not that aware of tracking over the internet, but we can actually see that this changed a lot in the decentralization focus phase in the third one, where incidentally also Tor got its first release in 2002. And 9/11 was the really important point in time where there was a huge sentiment shift in what people perceived. Especially, and this is interesting to me, that this jumped into some kind of immediately more of a security concern to people than they would have a privacy concern. So people would feel threatened by technology much more than they would feel like, okay, their data could be used to track them. This got actually really changed in the privacy resurgent phase, in the fourth phase, mostly because of all the leaks that were happening. Snowden was actually publishing his leaks and everything, that people suddenly understood, okay, there's really something happening. And when I say people, I mean like the broader masses. The cypherpunks, of course, knew that these things were going on. But we can see this and we can trace this also in the surge of use of Signal, WhatsApp, and the sort of encrypted applications that were out there. This is actually provable. And in the surveillance area, the area we have now, we see that the general discourse also about privacy and security tends now more towards security. We have an absolute insanity of surveillance, and people start to get aware, but people also stop to care, in my opinion. So the public sentiment is really, for the current era, it's a bit problematic. So we looked at a few other of these cypherpunk values. I'm just showing the ones that we identified, which is decentralization, anonymity, freedom of information, and the likes, autonomy and self-sovereignty. So we created all sorts of like different visualizations around that. Resistance to authority. I want to quickly talk about the dilemma. What's the dilemma now for cypherpunks that we are into? So in a way, cypherpunks and the cypherpunk movement was instrumental in creating a lot of the technologies, encryption technologies, things around us that are considered normal, like secure communication, end-to-end communication, and so on. But the problem is that scaling technology was somehow working. So there is now also cryptography in the hands of everyone, but we have not really scaled the values. Some of the core values are still a problem, or a bigger problem than they were 30 years ago. This disconnect somehow creates a big, significant dilemma for cypherpunks today. And just, again, to show this a little bit and to make this a bit more tangible, so we have a dilution of the values. So some encryption tools, blockchain, Bitcoin, these tools are everywhere. But still, the problem, the core values of anonymity, for example, are not really given. So it's really tough for people to be anonymous. So everyone has cryptography technology in their hands, theoretically, but there's also no way for them to show or to understand if there's not a backdoor inside. So as I was showing in the beginning, also with the semiconductor industry, it's actually impossible for a normal person to identify if you have a hardware Trojan on your hardware. There are a lot of documented forms of hardware backdoors, especially if you look into recent reveals from Intel and AMD. The problem is just, do you know that nothing is happening? No. So the problem is essentially we have a lot of technologies that got appropriated, that everyone is using, but the initial values of the cypherpunks to be able to verify your systems is not possible, it's not given. And I want to also clarify here, so I mean the adoption and integration of the underlying values into broader society, they have not kept up, so of course the values are still the same. So the values, in order to keep up, would have to scale as well. But this is also tough because, of course, technology moves quick, so how can cypherpunks react to that? So I think we have to think of how to reevaluate the values that cypherpunk stands for, and also try and get, I mean, there's all these kind of traps for people. I'm sure you heard of the privacy versus convenience problem. So it's often the main argument and the killer argument that I'm not using this system, a specific system, because it's not convenient to use this. So producers of software try to make conveniently secure or private systems, but this also didn't really work. So we have to find an answer for this type of dilemma. So I would end with this slide. to say that the cypherpunk dilemma today centers around bridging the gap between scaling technology and scaling the core values it was founded upon, especially privacy, anonymity, decentralization, and individual autonomy. And we have to empower individuals and actively promote and embed cypherpunk values into the society. Thank you.
Yay! Preach to the choir, preach to the choir, preach to the choir. Technologically, what's the most interesting thing? What's the most interesting thing happening right now, and what's the most challenging aspect about cryptography and how it is that we use it?
Do you mean for me or for what I observe for cypherpunks or?
Generally speaking. So it's first a social question, and secondly, it's a leading question about the technical aspects.
Yeah, so I think what's interesting, and I'm happy to see much more systems emerge that do that, is verifiable, all things that you can verify. I feel like we lost the way to control and to verify the systems around us, and so I'm always like happy to see that this is the case. There's also a few interesting tendencies into new communication protocols, like truly anonymous communication. I feel is like not something that we have at this point. So even with Signal, there's a lot of critique about the current way it's implemented. Definitely the question is always like about the threat model. So people are not really aware of the threat model, but I think it's a lot of interesting developments out there that are maybe not so much in the spotlight because they are started by a small group of developers or individuals. The problem that I personally see in the open source world is that a lot of the really interesting projects are underfunded massively, and so they stop just working on projects. So that's the biggest problem. So I'm excited to see that people are excited and to really work on new protocols and really to try and dig into the weeds and not take everything as a given, but try to reinvent or try to look twice if we can solve really basic things in a secure way.
You spoke to me about the upcoming cluster at CCC camp this year, and you also mentioned that there is a generational gap. Would you like to expand on the challenges there in knowledge transfer and motivation?
For sure. So yeah, I think it's a huge problem and huge knowledge gap in crypto at this point. And crypto, I mean like cryptography, not Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. Maybe there as well. But the problem is definitely, especially looking into why people contribute to open source, you see a big different motivation, especially from younger people. So a lot of younger developers don't like jump quicker to specific forms of code licenses, for example. So there's, for example, a lot of the younger audience or younger people don't even know that there's something beyond GitHub. So GitHub becomes the somehow only place where open source exists. And I believe this is maybe also because we've seen in the last years a bit of a change in how people work. So everything becomes, I think this might be also through COVID, I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like the places of exchange, they have been becoming less. So we don't see like a lot of real life kind of events anymore.
Hackerspaces and makerspaces and groupings
are completely gone. So it's like it's insane how they completely vanished. And let's not forget that the Bitcoin culture was actually born in hackerspaces and these type of places. So I think that's super important to keep up those kind of places and to make sure that they exist and that these kind of real life kind of exchange happens. So I think that's important.
I've both read and heard that sort of like the hacker culture in Ethereum is even sort of like people are saying it's dead, that sort of aspect.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is the case?
I think that that's a comment about how it is that all of the infrastructure funding projects across all of the different competing chains for developers are offering economic incentives, and that results in a mercenary sort of like, okay, we're going to go here because that's where the money is. And it's not really like the social activity with social glue that it used to have as hacker and maker culture, I think is the criticism or the argument. Do we have questions for Matthias? Yeah.
I have one question. You did mention some scaling concerns involving Monero. Would you like to elaborate or expand on that particular issue?
Thanks for the hard question, Francisco. Yeah, I think any scaling process, as I was trying to outline in my talk, has some form of loss inherently. So you're optimizing, you're simplifying, and therefore something is lost in the process. So I don't have a particular concern about the current scaling issues or tendencies of Monero, because I think there's a lot of interesting and, in my opinion, really good decisions being made in Monero, and also looking at how, for example, Monero, in a way, solved the problem of a potential centralization in the mining sphere through RandomX and a few other things. That was really, really very interesting and should actually be an example for other cryptocurrencies as well, in my opinion. So I think generally what I liked as well with a few attempts where Monero community identified, okay, there could be some centralization happening, that there was a verifiable and like very transparent discourse around that. So that was really great to observe, also as a researcher, to understand like that the community is able to reflect upon that. I see that also very much existing in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So that's really nice to see. Of course, some other smaller ecosystems don't run into that problems because they're not at that scale yet where this becomes an issue. But yeah, so sorry to not give a direct answer to this. I don't see any problem with the scaling attempts of Monero at this point.
Matthias here. What was the youngest cypherpunk you met that resembled those values that you were manifesting?
You mean that I encountered where, like in my life, you mean?
Yeah.
So I think like definitely, for example, in the cluster, so we're organizing this this cluster. It's called Decentral Community every year at the annual Chaos Communication Congress. So we had a very young kid from one of the Monero developers that was giving a workshop on Monero for kids, which was awesome. This was in 2019. I would consider this kid to be in cypherpunk. I think he was 10 at this point. So that was really fantastic. So I really think it's important for younger generations to be able to understand these kind of things. And I think especially if you're like interested and curious in these topics, you can, as a kid, understand that, for example, it's bad, like surveillance is bad or has some kind of problems that need to be countered. And so actually these topics we are fighting as cypherpunks are really, really easy to understand. So I believe that kids are really a good target audience, so to say.
Hey, I'm wondering if you've had a chance to explore or have any leads on like where to learn from how to propagate values further, right? So like, you know, two examples come to mind as maybe like civic nations had to build extended kinship ties based on, you know, however you do nation building, or even like lifestyle brands like create like an identity that then you associate with social status and the product. I don't know how you're thinking about that at all.
That's an amazing question. So I think like essentially we have to, like what I'm always observing is that, like observing myself, is also that I feel like I lost control of all the technology around because I don't know what's going on. So this is actually posing a lot of problems for people that are curious, because then it takes you a lot of time to disassemble things, reverse engineer things, understanding what's going on. And of course, because of the microcomputing age, we cannot do that anymore. There's a huge movement, though, that tries to bring that back, to have like verifiable hardware, for example, verifiable software. These things are out there. We just have to understand the potential of that, and we have to maybe re-implement some of the core principles and core algorithms a little bit differently, because most of the stuff is not really optimized. So I mean like really basic cryptographic algorithms could also be reinvestigated and made sure that they work on slower hardware, for example. If we could make that happen, we can maybe, for example, use Mega65, which is a super open source C64 clone, and do cryptographic procedures on this. I think that, this is a good example, in my opinion, because you can completely verify the chipset. You can see if some shenanigans has happened. So it has been created in a production size that you can actually still visually inspect this with home lab equipment. So I think what's important is to also understand that doing these kind of inspections and these kind of visual inspections on stuff, on hardware, software of course as well, is not expensive. I will have a talk this year at the Chaos Communication Congress in our cluster where we'll be showing, for example, a lab that we were working on in the past years. It's based on SIGROC, which is an open signal processing software on Linux, and we have made this available. We open sourced all the things to actually have your own hardware lab where you can inspect hardware, verify hardware, and find out what's going on. I think that's the problem, that people have this kind of fear that they cannot use and understand what's going on. So I think we have to take away this fear and like really educate that people know that they can really look up what's going on and really open devices, reverse engineer devices, break devices. So I think that's the approach.
Anybody else? So in 12 minutes, we have Aaron Fikert, and then the privacy panel. I don't think if you guys want to grab a roll or a cup of coffee or whatever. But yeah, we'll start again in 12 minutes. Sorry. Okay. 1, 2, check. So we have one more talk on the main stage of Proof of Work Summit, and then we have a privacy panel. So I'd like to bring to stage Aaron Fikert, who is a engineering research or research engineer. Which one do you want to use? Because like it's both of them. I got to know Aaron in the Monero community, and most recently he's shifting over to working with Alpine Labs on one of the layer 2 protocol research teams. Would that be a fair?
Yeah, we're running research engineering for Alpine. So
great, Aaron.
Cool, thank you. Appreciate folks staying to the tail end of the conference. I'm told that the best kind of talks are short and sweet, and the second best are just short. So it's going to be one of those two. It'll be one of those two. We'll find out which. I'm going to start hitting buttons here. All right. Oh, I'm not that guy. I'm someone else. That's okay. I'm this guy. So yes, as Michael mentioned, I'm the kind of newly minted research engineering lead at Alpine Labs. Previously, I was head of research at CipherStack, which is an applied cryptography research and development consultancy. A lot of the work that I have done focuses on protocol and implementation development and review for privacy-respecting systems, and that's mostly what we'll be talking about today. As always, this is not professional advice or anything. I hope you take something away from this talk, but don't take too much away from this talk. So as we all know, cryptography is used all over the place. For data security and integrity, to ensure that HTTPS connections ideally cannot be spoofed, or that you can use a phone over a wireless network without being monitored. For secure communications, such as sending messages to and from folks, either one-on-one or in a group setting. A third is verifiable computation. It's kind of a bit of a newer approach where we're interested in proving that some kind of algorithm was executed honestly by a device. And the one that's probably most relevant to this conference would be distributed digital assets like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Monero, Zcash, and the rest. All of these use different cryptographic designs in different ways and to different ends. And these designs often go very, very right. There's a reason that cryptography is so important these days. But we're going to focus today a little bit more on how these designs can go wrong in different ways. And we're going to do this by examining several case studies, mostly focusing on privacy-respecting digital assets, but not exclusively. So there's many different ways to think about the security of a complex system. Cryptographic systems are often very complex. They layer together different kinds of protocols. Their implementations, in turn, can often be very complex, as can be the ways in which they're used. There's different ways to look at how kind of the security and integrity of the entire system can be analyzed. So we'll think, at least for today's talk, about a fairly informal one that looks at kind of different levels of security in a system. And we'll go through each of these. The first is the protocol itself secure? The design at a fundamental formalized level secure? The second is a particular implementation of a given protocol secure? And finally, is the way that people use the implementation itself secure and safe? And interestingly, the answers to all three of these might not match. And I think, unfortunately, especially in this field, it's often assumed that they do, but they really don't. So first of all, let's talk about what we mean by a cryptographic protocol. So cryptographic protocol is a mathematically formalized design for how a cryptographic system works. Loads of examples from the simple to the very complex. You could think of things like how to sign and verify digital signatures. The formalization for digital signatures involves things like generating keys, signing messages or data, verifying signatures on signed messages or data. You might think about how two different parties who may be mutually untrusting can use a form of key exchange to send messages back and forth in order to agree on an encryption key that they can use to secure future messages, possibly in the presence of a passive or even active monitoring adversary. And the one that, again, is most relevant to this conference might be how to generate and verify transactions for a digital asset, which can often include many different steps: generating keys and addresses, receiving funds, generating transactions that transfer value, things like that. Now, the way that we actually formalize and show protocols to be cryptographically secure is a very vast and very subtle and very complex field of study and analysis. The way we typically do it is through idealized security models that kind of idealize the ways in which a user and an adversary might try to use the system in order to achieve different security goals. So we're not really going to go into how we formalize protocols. That's entirely different talk. I actually gave one on a high level about this at the latest Monero conference, if anyone's interested in watching it. But to some extent, protocols aren't really real. You can hand someone the best formalized protocol with the best security proofs and say, here you go, communicate. Well, no. You need to somehow instantiate or implement this protocol in a way that folks can use it. So I wrote here that an implementation can be considered an expression of a protocol in code or a user-facing application. I say in code because that's the most common way we do it now. But to think back to Phil Zimmerman's talk earlier discussing, for example, wartime cryptography in years past, you might even consider this as being a mechanized design, like Enigma. That could be considered an implementation of the Enigma cipher. A more modern-day example, also mentioned in previous talks, might be considered the Signal protocol. It's a fairly common these days, but still fairly complex, protocol that's used for end-to-end secure messaging between different parties. That's the protocol. You can go look up exactly how it's mathematically defined. It's very interesting if you're into that. But there's not just one implementation of this protocol. There's several these days. The most commonly known one is the Signal application, which folks might have on their phones. As has been mentioned before, WhatsApp fairly recently decided to implement the Signal protocol in very particular ways for its one-to-one messaging. A third example might be Twitter, now called X, which allegedly uses it, but I'm told that it's not in a complete way. But these are different examples of implementations that are actually expressions of the Signal protocol in particular code bases and applications. But people need to use these implementations. So we need to consider precisely how the implementation of the protocol is used by users in the real world. So as I mentioned before, the way we analyze protocol design security is often subtle, and I mentioned the idea of a security model, which is kind of idealized use cases for how we expect users and adversaries to interact. But this is not always how the world works. If the world were idealized, many things would be better. You might consider things like, what if you're using a secure messaging application, but the messaging provider is forced to hand over your data to an adversary? What does that mean about the security of your communications? Is that accounted for in the protocol? Who knows? Or the digital asset example. What if a thief chooses to monitor your digital asset transactions on a public blockchain, tries to associate your wallet balance to your identity? Sounds unsafe. And it is possible, but it's often really, really challenging to try to account for real-world usage at the protocol level. Like, this is very, very hard to do. So let's look at a few examples. So we'll start out by looking at examples of kind of where protocols can go wrong. Then we'll look at examples where implementations can go wrong, and examples where use cases can go wrong. So let's consider a telegram. So fairly controversial in the cryptographic community. It tends to have its own very bespoke approach to protocol design. And optionally, it can support forms of secure communication one-on-one between users. So part of the protocol, which is actually fairly common among encrypted messaging protocols, is to perform what's called a key exchange, where the two parties who wish to communicate, they need to agree on an encryption key to use for that particular message session. But ideally, because these messages are being passed to and from a server, in this case, Telegram servers, the server isn't supposed to be able to know what this key is, even though the parties are communicating through it. Fortunately, this is a well-solved problem. We know how to do it. It's called Diffie-Hellman key exchange. So the idea behind that is we have one person on the left communicating with one person on the right, and a server in the middle. We hope the server is honest and well-behaved, but it might not be. The two parties can exchange information back and forth through the server in such a way that both parties agree on the same encryption key at the end of the protocol, but the server in the middle doesn't learn what it is. Users can then check to ensure that that key is the same using a fingerprinting process. And what's cool about this is its security model implies that the server doesn't know what the key is. And interestingly, even if the server is attempting to monitor what's going on, it can't learn what the key is. And what's more, even if the server tries to manipulate the key exchange process, the two users can detect it at the end. It's a really cool approach. We've been doing it for a long time. Unfortunately, Telegram initially did not do this. Instead, what it did was it decided to modify the Diffie-Hellman process. And what it did was it threw extra data into the key exchange. Telegram later claimed that this was to protect against bad randomness on behalf of each of the two parties. You can choose whether or not this is the case, or maybe it was an oversight, perhaps it was malicious. It's really impossible to tell. But at any rate, they used a modified Diffie-Hellman key exchange. The protocol was not the way we normally do it. And it turns out that if this had been exploited, and I have no evidence either way to know if this is the case, it could have allowed an evil server to be able to secretly intercept and read all the messages between the users without them knowing. Effectively, the server would have been able to figure out the encryption key that the two parties had agreed on. That's bad. The server could effectively decrypt the messages, possibly even inject its own in a way that wouldn't otherwise have been detectable to the users. Fortunately, this design flaw was pointed out, and it was fixed by effectively removing this extra step and having a more standard form of Diffie-Hellman exchange. So the idea here is now the server, if it were to be malicious, could have effectively inserted different data between the two users, such that the two users would still agree on a key, and even if they were to compare their data, they would still show that it was the same key, but the server in the middle would have known the key as well. So it's possible that they could have compared some other information in order to detect this, but as far as we know, the Telegram client wouldn't have allowed them to do this. So an example of a protocol failure that was introduced, hopefully not exploited, by modifying a known protocol in an obviously insecure way. So let's look at an example from digital assets of a protocol issue. This one is from Monero, which folks may know, has a protocol that supports privacy-respecting transactions using kind of a variety of cryptographic techniques that are put together. The part that we care about in the Monero protocol is that when a transaction consumes an existing coin in order to generate new coins to transfer value from different users to different users, it doesn't actually directly reveal which coin is being consumed. This is the case in things like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, and so on, where coins that are consumed are directly identified so we can ensure that they are valid and that they're not being double spent. In Monero, this isn't the case. Instead, a list of possible consumed coins is provided, but alongside that in the transaction is what's called a tag. In Monero, it's called a key image. In other protocols, it's called different things. We'll call it a linking tag or a tag. The tag relates to the coin, but it doesn't directly identify it. You can't look at the tag and figure out, without external information, which coin is being consumed. But if you see the same tag twice, you know a double spend happened. That's how double spending is prevented in Monero. But this means it's very, very important that you can only reveal one tag for a transaction in any given transaction for a coin that you own. If multiple transactions allow you to reveal a different tag for the same coin, you spend it multiple times, super bad. So the idea is that we have possible coins we're spending going into a transaction. Transaction doesn't directly reveal that we're actually spending the third one, but we have a tag that's generated that does link to the third one, but in a secret but verifiable way. I'm happy to talk later about how that works if folks want more details. But the Monero protocol initially had a flaw. It turns out you could use some clever math. If you care, it had to do with cofactors of elliptic curve groups, but we're not going to talk more about that. You could use some clever math and basically construct 8 different tags for any given coin that you control, and they would appear to be valid. So in theory, you're not double spending, you could octo spend, which sounds cool when you say it out loud, but when you think about it more, you're like, oh, that's super bad. Fortunately, it was possible to determine if this was exploited, and in the case of Monero, it was definitively checked to not be exploited, and the fix was very simple. However, it was a problem in the protocol where the Monero protocol dictated a particular elliptic curve group, but didn't perform a specific check that was then later added to ensure that this couldn't happen. So let's look at an example now of where a protocol can be good, but an implementation can be flawed. So this example is for Firo, previously known as Zcoin. They've had some protocol issues in the past, but we're going to look at one specific one. So they have a protocol that supports several different transaction types, some of which are privacy respecting, others of which are not. One of those transaction types, called Atlantis, required that each transaction have a proof that all the consumed coins in the transaction exist and are unspent. You need to know that coins that you're spending are valid and that they have not been spent before. So the protocol specifically states that each of these proofs needs to mathematically bind to a particular location on the blockchain. So we need to know where on the chain we're looking when we're kind of pulling coins in as possible consumptions. And that point will change as new blocks get added. So we need to bind blockchain information into the mathematical proof. We know how to do this. The technique is subtle. It's called the Fiat-Shamir transformation. And it basically means you throw a bunch of data into a hash function in a really, really clever way. Fortunately, the implementation did not do this. Rats. It turns out that doing this in the case of Firo was fairly computationally expensive. And so it chose not to do it, and it used a different form of the fiat Shamir transformation. And unfortunately, while doing so is not always an invalid thing, in this case, it turns out an attacker was able to construct very careful pairs of transactions that were able to kind of do a time-traveling thing relating to this location in the blockchain and exploit this for effectively multiple spends. Fortunately, the implementation was later fixed by ensuring that these proofs did use the correct fiat Shamir transformation to bind this data into proofs, but unfortunately, it was known to be exploited. So the protocol in theory was fine. It had some other issues that are unrelated to this, but in theory, that part of the protocol was fine. It's just that this fiat Shamir point that has to be taken into account for the implementation wasn't done right. Let's look at an example now of a case where a protocol can be good, an implementation can be good, but use cases might render it less safe than you expect. And we'll look at Zcash, which is another privacy-respecting protocol that supports several transaction types. I should say some of them are privacy-respecting, some are not. The idea with Zcash is you have various pools of coins that you can interact with. There's kind of a transparent pool of coins that operates in a manner effectively identical to certain parts of Bitcoin. And you have different so-called shielded pools. And when you interact within these shielded pools, effectively very, very little data is revealed. Some data is revealed, but very little. Whereas outside of the shielded pool, kind of in Bitcoin-type land, a lot of data is revealed. So the idea is that you might take a coin, shown there on the left, you might move it into a shielded pool. As you continue to transact within that pool, very little data is revealed, and then you can later take it out of the pool and then use it in kind of Bitcoin land again. But kind of back in the day, and somewhat still true to this day, many exchanges and wallets and other services and implementations didn't really support the shielded pools for various reasons, having to do with possibly regulatory concerns, or initially there were some implementation issues that made this inefficient. So it was kind of suspected that maybe users would be moving funds kind of into and out of these pools, which in theory, each of these pools' operations are well understood cryptographically. But it was suspected that maybe the way that users were moving coins between the pools could effectively reveal some data. And one particular use case that was kind of poorly diagrammed down below is that maybe a user wants to interact with an exchange or a service that only supports these transparent operations, but ideally doesn't want to leak as much data as would otherwise be revealed. So what the user might do is move the coin into the shielded pool, perhaps wait a certain amount of time, then move it back out again, hoping that that would effectively reduce data leakage. But it turns out in doing this, you can use kind of temporal analysis as well as value-based analysis, because on the transparent side, you can see the value of different coins, and you know exactly when they appeared on the blockchain and when they were used on the blockchain just by looking at timestamps. So an analysis was done that showed that this, in fact, was very common statistically, and a very large percentage of otherwise shielded transactions did have their data statistically leaked. As far as I know, again, this was a while back that this happened. I don't think it's really known if this is still the case. I don't know of a similar analysis that's been done nowadays. But the Zcash protocols are well written. The implementations tend to be pretty good. But unfortunately, the use cases here ended up leaking some information. So the gist of this is, unfortunately, that this is just really hard to do. So if you want to design and provide privacy-respecting protocols to users, it's just hard. For starters, you need a protocol that is secure as designed. This is very, very challenging. Like I said, to actually design a secure protocol and show that it's secure, you need to define very specific algorithms, very good, ideally, real-world use cases that you can build into formalized security models, and then proofs, which are themselves very subtle and often complex, that the protocol as designed is secure under those security models. But not only that, we've also shown that that's not enough. You also need an implementation of the protocol in code that correctly translates that protocol into code. And code is not free of bugs. My, do I wish that it were free of bugs, but it's not. And finally, even if you have a good protocol and a good implementation, we've seen that there are cases when real-world use cases might not match up with what the designers intended or with what the protocol and implementation can provide in the real world. So you need to ensure that usage patterns do maintain the security and privacy goals. And that's tough. To some extent, you can control how users interact with implementations, but not fully. So I think there's some really good lessons to take away from these examples, and there are many, many, many others. And to be clear, like this idea about protocol security, implementation security, and use case security is not limited to privacy-respecting applications. There are other cryptographic applications that aren't really intended to do anything with privacy that can have these issues as well. These are just some examples that I find interesting. But let's look at 3 maybe lessons or takeaways. The first is that protocols and implementations have to intersect. A protocol is, as we said, not really real. It needs to be translated into an implementation. And the point where you're trying to take a protocol and put it into an implementation is where a lot of the dragons live. So there be dragons. Analyzing protocol security and analyzing code security are 2 very different skill sets. And when those things get kind of translated from one into the other, it's often where problems can arise. So unfortunately, that's just something that's tough. The second one is that protocols and implementations to some extent kind of dictate and guide usage patterns. So that Zcash example was only really possible because the protocol and implementation allow users to perform those kind of pool transitions. And there's been a lot of work in the Zcash ecosystem to take the existing protocols but kind of improve the implementations to encourage and guide better usage patterns, which is great. But this can also happen for better or for worse. So you can design implementations of protocols in order to improve user security through better usage patterns. But conversely, if that's not done correctly, it may hinder users using things safely. And finally, unfortunately, complexity is both a necessity and it's the enemy here. So if you want to provide very strong security and very good security properties in a system, you're often going to have to design something with a fair amount of complexity. But unfortunately, with added complexity, you have added, I guess, kind of an added surface area for things to go wrong at the protocol level, the implementation level, and the use case level. So that's all I wanted to talk about here. I wanted to make sure that there was time for questions. Also, definitely talk to me afterwards if you want to go through, I guess, some more details on these examples. Otherwise, that's my email, too. We're done early. Thank you.
Amazing.
I promised a talk that was either short and sweet or short, and yes.
Short and sweet. Questions for Aaron?
You said that Telegram fixed their modified Diffie-Hellman exchange, and how do you know that they fixed it? And are there any kinds of usage patterns that can be pursued in terms of chasing verification of these protocol implementations that can help us give some credibility to?
I can tell you that I have not personally verified the Telegram code to assert that this has been removed. The Telegram API no longer supports the particular added data that was included there. I have it on fairly good authority that it's been fixed in code. I mean, it is, like, the code is technically available. You could, of course, always run into issues where are you actually running the claimed code? That opens up questions of reproducible builds and such that are kind of beyond this and, like, an entirely different can of worms. But to our knowledge, it has been restored to the original Diffie-Hellman. And the second part of your question, could you elaborate a little bit more?
I guess, like, whether it's with Telegram or any other supposedly encrypted service like this, part of the challenge is we just, as far as I can tell, we just have to take their marketing word for it that it's encrypted. And it seems like there's a holy grail waiting out there for how can we verify that.
Yeah, that's a good question. Is how you can be assured that basically how can you be assured that a given implementation is a proper expression of a desired protocol? It's very hard. On one hand, on the protocol level, like, this is why ideally good cryptographic systems should come with good documentation, good formalization, and ideally good security models and proofs, which, for better or for worse, you need to be able to check. And that in and of itself is also very, very challenging to do. I have written systems or protocols that I believe to be secure, and I've written protocols that I know have been insecure. So, you know, even getting good eyes on a protocol isn't a guarantee. But aside from that, I would argue that, you know, having code that is available and is actually looked at, open source code is useless in this sense if nobody looks at it, is also important. And of course, ideally having reproducible builds, or at least significant trust in folks who are doing packaging and binary production to ensure that the code you're running is actually there. So it's a whole chain, and Everything needs to go right at every link in the chain.
What do you think? So, do you have any comments about responsible disclosure in that case?
For folks who do find issues,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we find more cans of worms all around us that we're going to be opening. So responsible disclosure is the idea that if I find an issue in a protocol or in an implementation that would affect user security, that it should be reported, ideally privately, to the entity that created it and operates it, but with the understanding that should they not fix it or delay fixing it, it should be made public eventually so that users are aware of it. I think that is fantastic, ideally, and as long as the severity isn't so immediate that users need to be told right away, I think it's a very solid option. I think the current approach to it is generally pretty good. You know, timelines are usually between like 30 to 90 days. The issue I think that arises with that is when a flaw is so severe or is possibly known or strongly suspected to be actively exploited, where users should stop using it immediately. The downside is, if you announce this, users who are paying attention will ideally stop using it. Users who are not will continue to use it until it's fixed. But at that point, other adversaries know about it too. So I wish I had like a defined answer. But I think ideally responsible disclosure is the way to go. But I could see there being very specific cases where different action might need to be taken.
In your experience, is there like some black, white, gray hats that choose when they exploit?
How do you mean?
Well, so I mean, we have black hat and white hat,
Folks have many motivations, yeah.
Right? And then there's the gray hats, which sometimes choose to be mercenary and utilize an exploit or to disclose an exploit. Do you see an increase or a decrease in sort of like the decision making on whether to be black or white hat, with code exploits?
I guess I don't have a good sense for kind of the motivation. I mean, I've seen cases where, we've all seen cases where things are responsibly disclosed. We've all seen cases where things are not responsibly disclosed and are exploited. But I have definitely seen cases where someone might even perform an exploit, but then, go and tell the entity that created it how to fix it. And I don't know if this is going to be a common trend or anything. I can think of maybe one example where I've seen it.
The reason I asked the question is because we have this incentive now with smart contracts and composability with a financial incentive. Whereas,
that's a good point.
Whereas before, is the pure sort of like, computer science aspect of it, and do I sell it as an exploit or do I?
Sure, no, that's a really good point.
We're in a different area, I think.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, you could consider, a flaw in a messaging application can be exploited for certain nefarious ends, but it's not like you immediately can go and make money off of it. Whereas, yeah, an exploit in like a digital asset-based system, as we've seen, can be used to literally make money. Where was the question going with that? I've already distracted myself.
I think that that was actually kind of like the statement that I was looking for as an answer.
Yeah. I think it does change the incentives a lot, and to some extent, this is good because folks who have an incentive to try to find bugs and flaws that could be used literally to print money, that's a very strong incentive. But I think that's also a case where things like well-established bounty programs can be beneficial. Give folks an incentive to do the right thing. They're not, they're not a replacement for doing proper code reviews and ensuring that protocols and implementations get otherwise like a lot of eyes on them. But I think that they're a good step in that they try to, kind of try to push the needle toward doing the right thing and, hopefully getting paid to do the right thing instead of the wrong thing.
Thank you so much, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks.
Aaron Fikert.
Cool. Thanks, everyone.
So our final piece of the program today on the main stage is proof of privacy, proof of human rights panel with a privacy focus, which is going to be led by Mikola Susku of Web3 Privacy, and joining him will be Jameson Lopp, Mr. Lopp, Jameson Lopp, and Jared Hope will be joining him, and the third person was Matthias Tarsius from Riyadh. Mikola? Cool.
Test. Yeah, it's working. Welcome on stage, please. Guests we will have in a moment. Yes, our panel will be dedicated to privacy and human rights. We have wonderful guests that could really elaborate the complexity beyond both subjects. And I guess that our goal today is not just to repeat each other, but to expand narration within the privacy and not fall into the trap of privacy is normal, because it's kind of banal saying. And what I was thinking that many people keep asking, like, since when you are on Bitcoin, or since when you are in crypto. But I was thinking that no one is asking, like, since where you're into anti-surveillance. Like, when was, because with Jameson, there are many things written on how surveillance kind of tapped into his life. I think you also mentioned a lot about American politics and importance of them, but I would ask you kind of to elaborate on privacy, but from another perspective. When the surveillance knocked on your personal door, and you thought that, okay, now I need to do something. Let's start with you, Matthias. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think it's different for a lot of people, because I think if you're raised in a Western country where there is like democratic values, and not in a country where there is like oppression, you might not think about that at a super early age. So I would say, for me, this was definitely, I mean, I was thinking a lot after reading the cypherpunk mailing list in the 90s, being around 14, 15 or so. And I was a lot influenced by people around me that also were maybe a bit paranoid. So I think, like, for me, this started pretty early. So I would say mid-90s to 1995 or so. And especially because, I mean, back in the days, like also before that, being a gamer, like, people always feared that this is, you know, you're doing something illegal, you might be tracked or something. So this, as kids do, I think that's how I got into, that's when I got thinking about privacy issues. Although, like, all things considered, looking at today, the situation today, it was not a lot of surveillance happening, at least in my context.
Jameson?
Right, so I was well aware and focused on corporate surveillance because I was on the other side of the privacy spectrum. For the first decade of my career, I worked as an engineer for an internet marketing company, and it was my job to actually take the petabytes of raw analytics data that we collected and to help people analyze it in order for marketers basically to better target selling stuff to people. So I was well aware of just how much data was being collected on a day-to-day basis as you go about doing your regular activities on the internet. So I had mostly been focused on running ad blockers and VPNs just to keep as much of that data from getting hoovered up and resold. But it wasn't until I got into Bitcoin that I learned about cypherpunk history, started going down that rabbit hole, and then it wasn't until I had a SWAT team show up at my house after a few years that I really started thinking about the physical ramifications of privacy, and then started having to go down the rabbit hole of how do I protect my physical location, and that turned out to be by far the most difficult thing to do.
Jared?
I mean, there's multiple different threads, so I guess like the earliest I could probably trace that is just having like a strong anti-authoritarian streak when I was a child, especially towards authority figures that I viewed as incompetent or wrongly applying their authority. I got into like the cypherpunk scene through like piracy at like flea markets or swap meets on the weekend. They got me into BBSs, and that's where I started getting into the scene from there. But I think, like James and I also worked in like performance marketing, and like we used to work with data brokers such as Blue Kai, and they were very proud of showing how they could use anonymized data and de-anonymize your profile. And like they were doing this directly in front of me, and I was mortified. But when I decided to become like fully active was through the 2008 financial crisis and Occupy Wall Street. And I was like, okay, this is something that I want to spend my time on.
It's interesting because I also worked in the advertising industry that kind of sells itself as the new cool place for young kids to perform, shine. They had lots of hipster things around, like cool offices, cool colleagues, and then many people don't even think about sort of like the conscious decisions about scraping data, let's say, and using this data. But then linking it to Matthias' talk on values, what kind of values that you manifest within your change, your anti-surveillance personal choices, you would like to pass to people sort of like who are just starting the journey, whenever it's a cypherpunk or privacy or like just anti-surveillance in general?
I would say it was particularly challenging for me, especially once I really decided to go fully committed to privacy. Because, and I also get some flack for this, is some people say, you're not a real cypherpunk, you're not a real privacy advocate because you're still out here with your face and your real name.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, yes, unfortunately, if I had done things the right way, I never would have revealed my face and my name, but I had to make a decision. Do I go completely underground and really go full privacy and never communicate with anyone using my real identity again? Or do I try to retain my reputation and continue using that to do what a cypherpunk does, which is to advocate for the use and proliferation of strong privacy tools? So from my perspective, I ended up taking a more difficult path because I'm trying to be private while exposing myself on a regular basis.
Yeah, I mean, I think to that point, like what Jameson's doing and what we're all doing is trying to increase the anonymity set, right? The more people we get using these protocols, then like the more people can be secured by them. And if people like Jameson aren't advocating for these, like it won't happen, right? People will not get exposed to these ideas or values in the first place.
But then the question is like, he was linking that scalability or technological proficiency is not enough. We need to embed certain values. So when people discovering those tools, they will understand like what's the deal there, especially if UI UX is sort of so-so, or latency is slow and stuff like that. Maybe you can share stories like that happened in your life when you advocated and converted people into privacy users through certain narratives that were simplified, maybe not that scary or paranoid, in sort of like how you connect with people. That really worked beyond just, sometimes I think that we keep repeating the stories that happened 30 years ago, but if they are still relevant now, and if you use the same vocabulary, it won't just work. Matthias?
Very good question. I'm thinking of a good example, but I just remembered, and maybe it's not so much related to the question, that I was actually, the first time I was doing I created some format with some students some time ago. It's actually more than, I think, almost 20 years ago, or something like that. I think maybe 18 years, which was called darknet safaris. So we went through, I was showing the students, they get like some specific tasks, and they would actually surf the dark web and then try to, like in a safari, do screenshots on specific pages and then actually see what they have found and had to discuss it. And what I found interesting in this context is like nobody was thinking that this is actually, like nobody took a lot of these things serious because, for example, if you remember, one of the most popular websites that were also in the beginning Bitcoin related were these kind of hitman sites on the dark web where you could actually hire a hitman, like one Bitcoin and no questions asked and so on. And this became a meme to some extent that everyone had this, every of these sites had the same text. So what I found interesting though at this time was that all of the students and nobody was really scared to surf the dark web. And I can see a tendency these days that people start to being afraid of even starting Tor and doing some shenanigans with it. And the reason is, in my opinion, the anonymity set. So for example, if we have not enough people that are using Tor in a country, like a country where I'm from, Austria, it's really so little people using it, it becomes actually a problem. You're becoming actually targetable by the amount of, by the type of data, by the fingerprint of data that you're creating. So we have to actually counter that by somehow teaching also people that they shouldn't be scared about privacy or private technologies. I feel that's the biggest issue we have these days, that people feel like, okay, they're doing something wrong if they're using some encrypted communication. I think this is something that's important to me to counter.
So I have tried and failed to advocate for a number of important technologies over the years, especially like the first few years I was in Bitcoin. I was telling everybody I knew, like, you should check out this alternative money because your current money is going to get debased and yada, yada, yada. And that argument fell flat on people's ears because I was preaching to people living in the United States who were not experiencing the pain. So I think it's one thing when you have to know your audience. It's one thing, like, if you're in a country where people are experiencing the pain of, for example, an authoritarian regime that is actively hunting them and threatening them. In those cases, I think that you can sell security and privacy because they can see the threat right in front of them. But me being in America, the threat is much more abstract. I'm sure a lot of people would disagree because we think about these threats a lot more and we understand that they're real. But to the average person, it's far too abstract to try to pitch security, to try to pitch privacy. So what I've found is that it's more important to know what your audience's pain points are. So for example, if I tell people, what you should do is you should install these ad blocker extensions, or you should use Brave browser because it has a lot of ad blocking built in. And they're like, why should I do that? Well, don't you find those ads really annoying? and your page will load faster because it's not loading all these ads. So that is an incentive that people might actually care about. On the flip side of security things, it's even more difficult if someone is not being actively attacked in some way. But I see both privacy and security as being flip sides of the same coin, so sometimes you can start to edge people over into understanding that it's all actually related. And it's just really a matter of talking to the person to understand what their incentives and their pain points are. If I go out and preach stuff based on what's going on in my head, it's going to fall flat on most people's ears.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I mean, every time I've done any direct advocacy, it hasn't really worked, right? But the times it has worked is through need. And I think like the first time I really saw that working was when some friends of mine wanted to use the Silk Road, right? And then they became a lot more interested in these ideas as a consequence of the utility that Silk Road was providing them at the time. The thing that probably stands out most in terms of the experiences I could probably relate to me was just someone had sent me a link to a poll thread on 4chan which had a status general during COVID. And it had a link there to a status open chat, which is just a pub sub topic, where people were coordinating their protests against the COVID restrictions in Australia, which is something that I hold quite dear to me being Australian. So it was just amazing to see that something that I created actually had some utility in the real world, right? And it comes down to this real need of when this actually matters.
Yeah, I mean, look at WhatsApp. My understanding is that WhatsApp became incredibly popular because SMS in a lot of third world countries was just way too expensive. And now you could get the same functionality when you're using the data instead of the SMS. And basically tricked people into having stronger privacy. So I think in a lot of cases, you need to offer some other incentive and just kind of shove the privacy and the security under the hood.
Yeah. 5 cents about WhatsApp because it has been developed in Ukraine, and at that time, even there were sort of political turmoil, but sort of normal, like communist versus some shady oligarch and stuff. There was no end-to-end encryption at that time because people were just chasing capitalism. Like, let's make more money, let's build a unicorn, the next one or the next one or the next one. And but with a fairly small team, which is super great for engineering purposes. They sold out, and then it's interesting that the whole security side came later from the States. Maybe someone from the regional team played an important role, but by default, sort of there was no this dev consciousness embedded in the game. I was also interested that 2017, there was this thing of public chains versus private chains, and it was sort of a joke, like private chains, it's IBM game, Hyperledger stuff, it's a joke, everything should be transparent. But this year I met Wasabi guys on Pizza Day in Prague, and they said, like, sometimes we think that Bitcoin is just transparent for a reason. In that sense. And even today, there was talk on privacy that many people who at first encountered Bitcoin, they were thinking, wow, this is for privacy, for anonymity, ultimate, greatest tool. Why? And also I know that many people from CCC were sort of rejecting crypto in a bigger sense. Why this mental misconception of Bitcoin happened within the wider public that it's sort of private, anonymous transactions?
I think because definitely there was some miscommunication happening at some stage that Bitcoin is entirely private, and people started to catch up on that. Although, as Francisco Artigman really nicely put in a talk that he presented during MoneroCon, it was not intended for us to throw around our public keys and make it available to everyone. So we are, in a way, also feeding the dragon like that. So I find this always a bit challenging because I see this a lot in marketing activities, that people, especially on X, I'm quite sure you've seen this as well, like drop your wallet here to get some airdrops or something like that. So that's insane. These are the practices we need to somehow change, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I think almost nobody knows the difference between pseudonymous and anonymous. And B, I would argue that in the early days, it was anonymous, and that Bitcoin could still be anonymous if not for the fact that we created all of these centralized providers that were doing AML KYC. If Bitcoin had remained a purely peer-to-peer system where we were just directly interacting with each other, it would be much harder for analysis entities to go through and dox wide swaths of Bitcoin users, because there would just be a lot more doors to kick down, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, they basically said what I was going to say. Certainly the pseudonymity aspect was it. I guess like one thing that comes to mind, given your talk on values, is that Bitcoin could also be seen associated with like the cypherpunk movement, and so there may be even the cultural propagation around the cypherpunks being associated with Bitcoin might bleed off in a similar way that Telegram is considered to be a private messenger, where it clearly isn't. Well, it partially. You can make an argument.
I will connect two things right now. You made a talk on Honey Badger years ago on this kind of like hardcore privacy, which is like even that obfuscate your the car plate and stuff, like hardcore ones that majority of people just don't do at all because they think sometimes that privacy is just one app, let's say, private messenger, and that's it, that's the privacy. While you are proposing the whole stack of technologies from sort of like one big umbrella that proposing different privacy opportunities from the messaging protocols to the private storage and stuff like that. How you would sort of like navigate the privacy stack on-chain, off-chain as like healthy balance for the general public? Because your talk was about we should bring these values to society, which means not just by one individual who is hyper protected, but everyone else failed to. Like how you are choosing which tools and off-chain and on-chain to combine, and also as maybe lifestyle choices?
Okay, that's a big question. I guess I'd counter that like, for me, what's concerning about, say, public blockchains or today is, the sort of attacks or new attacks that we're starting to see from state-level adversaries, right? And so for me, it's a matter of like, how can we strengthen these protocols and the implementations of these protocols? in such a way that they become more resistant to those kinds of attacks, right? And then by extension of doing that, I mean, I also view blockchains as like these Lamportian part-time parliaments, right? But that's because I have a very specific application of them. But that's completely separated from like the lifestyle aspect of that. And again, like you want to find some kind of utility where you, as Jameson said, like you shove the, you kind of sneak this sort of stuff in the back end, right? So for me, it's like, okay, how can we actually create like parallel societies or parallel institutions? And for me, that's like through creating community organization development, like local neighborhood communities, like circular economies and so on. And it just so happens that that completely separate parallel organization just happens to use this technology. And I think that's where that way you can build out a volunteer group that doesn't have to be so dialed in to how the technology works, but you can also use that as a way of generating shared narratives that lends legitimacy to these privacy protocols while getting away from like the darkness or like the scary vibes that privacy offers conjures in people's minds. I don't know if that's the answer to your question, but that's how I'm thinking about it.
I know, I like the circular economy aspect because it kind of relates to what I was saying with the centralized AML KYC providers is that I think one of the most effective ways to improve people's privacy is stop telling people to buy cryptocurrency. You should earn cryptocurrency. You should be selling your goods and services for cryptocurrency. And that's how we create the alternative economy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when I add to that, I think like one way how to tackle that is also to get out of our comfort zone, because I feel like there's always this debate, and I try to also make this point in my talk. There's this old saying like you can either choose a convenience system, and but it won't be that private, it won't be that secure, or you can choose a convenience. And I think that's the problem is not that statement, because that's definitely true. That's what all the software is that is out there. But personally, my own experience and how I learned to use computers and use technology is by using them the hard way. So learning the hard way, opening up things, understanding what's going on. And the problem I feel is like this is getting harder, and even really to the extent that I would say I need some formal education or more information than I would actually get these days in school or so. So we have to really rethink this and also maybe define and create new educational formats. Open source hardware is one aspect of that, or open source culture can help us with that. But of course, it's just the first step, because in my opinion, also open source culture gets commodified, becomes some kind of marketplace for developers. So we have to constantly fight battles on different sides of the war. But to some extent, I think it starts with not becoming too convenient with the technologies around us and questioning every single bit of it.
And there's even a notion that hackers' word has been hijacked by just funny developers who are not hackers at all. And we've seen a lot of those. So as you know, WikiLeaks has been really supported by Bitcoin. It was in the center of the self-funding, let's say, mechanisms. And we were talking about, Michael, about that, where is the next Snowden? And if you would see leaks around the world, they're happening within The Guardian, when people are leaking directly to journalists, to civic journalists, and sort of like maybe even there's no need of that service or the open source anonymous organization in that sense, because they should move somewhere else in sense of invent new tooling. But in this new tooling, there's a big challenge how to collaborate with traditional institutions, organizations, because they're hyper-skeptical towards crypto. Even the fellow hackers are skeptical towards crypto. How you build the bridges within the skeptics, or the one who never, experienced crypto?
Well, it's a very good question. I think only by showing true use cases that matter to people.
Which one you're showing?
So, I mean, me personally, I'm failing often to excite people about crypto, I would say the Bitcoin or blockchain part of crypto. So, in my experience, like really secure communication or these type of things are much more tangible to a lot of people that are not so much, that don't buy the complete crypto stuff. Yeah, so it's, I guess, like we need some very, very simple and low-hanging fruits to show. I'm also struggling to identify those now.
Jameson?
It's tough. There's a lot of haters, especially in the cybersecurity community, kind of as you've alluded to. A lot of people inject their politics into it, and I've seen, I think a large swath of the cybersecurity community is very anti-Bitcoin due to ESG narratives and a lot of the standard arguments against like why it's terrible. So I don't know. I don't even try to convince the haters anymore. Kind of like I said before, the easiest way is to find the people who actually need it the most. And I think that that's just going to happen organically. And I'm always amazed by seeing what all of the many advocates who are going out there across the world and finding new use cases and ways that Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, cryptographic protocols can completely change people's lives, and especially people's lives who are nothing like mine, who I couldn't even have envisioned, have certain problem sets.
Oh, just quick 5 cents here. The why Zcash Foundation once has been interested in like tweet that I made, because just by drinking beer with the Russian guy in Barcelona, he told me that he sent shielded Zcash to his friends in Ukraine so they could buy a SUV for territorial defense forces, just simple like 2K or whatever. And Zcash was like, oh, such use cases exist. We want to know more because they're practical and there's sort of embedded emotional story behind it.
Exactly. Unfortunately, bad things have to happen in order for people to realize the utility of these protocols.
I haven't gotten too much opposition, except for like one strong one that comes to mind. So I had a side project working on the Wayland compositor for Linux to extend it for mixed reality. So you'd have like 3D applications running in the compositor. And we're working with a very prominent open source developer in that field. He was strongly against even working with us, or with me, because we were a crypto company, right? And it took a long time for him to kind of start seeing that there was a humanitarian and social aspect to this, or like my worldview around that. Because like for his perspective, there's like this sort of screen of like scammers, and like if you're outside of the field, you see a lot of these like digital asset types or centralized exchange sort of nefarious action going on. So there's that kind of buffer between the core of the community and like the periphery that I think that needs to, I don't know how to solve that, but it exists, yeah.
Since we're running a bit out of time, I would like at the end focus on the tooling and practical advices. But one thing first to the previous speaker, that there's a collective in Berlin working on reproducible build called Poetic Technologies. They wrote TE manifesto. They want to propel TE, create sort of a consortium so people would exchange knowledge. And right now there are lots of name dropping around, ZKP, fully homomorphic encryption, TE, MPC, and everyone is dropping these things into the air, I guess in many cases to raise more money. But what are the practical technologies that you sort of want to see developed or implemented in the future, and or the tooling that appeared the recent years that you are having big hope in terms of privacy enhancing or anonymity empowerment?
I think, if I might start, I think like we need to really fix first that a lot of the open source projects are maintained thanklessly, sometimes out of Nebraska, but also sometimes out of other places. This is really a problem. So most of the software out there we are using to secure our organizations, people we love, and so on, are run by and are maintained by people who are not really getting well paid. I think this is something that we need to fix first.
I honestly think that most of the internet could use re-architecting. Especially any of the extremely popular services out there that effectively are operating as data warehouses. Especially like the major social media companies. Almost any free service that's out there, because basically what people are paying for is they're paying with their data. There's a variety of social networking protocols that are being worked on underway, and also that may hopefully eventually get us to a point where we actually come to a solution for digital identity, whatever that is, because the dystopian future is that digital identity is a state-sanctioned identity, whereas cypherpunks, I believe, would say that it should really be some sort of cryptographic self-attestation or web of trust attestation. And I see that digital identity as being a big missing piece of the puzzle to re-architecting a lot of the other internet-based services that we're using.
Especially in logos. Yeah?
I guess like one way to view the privacy is like, it enables more freedom or more self-sovereignty. And on that front, like I would actually probably move away from like protocols in terms of what I would want to see and more towards like open hardware, right? Both specifically in terms of like compute for consumers, but also in terms of networking, like better availability for ad hoc Wi-Fi, peer-to-peer mesh nets or something that would be really good to see for local communities. But yeah.
Michael, do we have 2 minutes? Perfect. Then I would ask you so in our work, we found out that people don't know how to do research, if a project is private or not. But it's important to test new tools at the same time, especially for sort of knowing what's happening, testing UX, UI, the same way that you were testing status with me several days ago. What kind of several new tools that appeared recently you would recommend people to test and explore, apart from the tools everyone knows, the fresh ones? It could be hardware in your case.
Oh, good question. Like what to suggest to people to explore?
It's in sync with your playful education mode when you're saying, okay, you're not in the game, just try it, just play with it. Yeah.
Personally, I think people should look. I like to also respond to what you said about open hardware. I think it's like really easy to get into tinkering with hardware these days, and this is partially because like there's a lot of it's a market out there, so people start to play with Raspberry Pi. Unfortunately, it's not the most open of systems, so I'm not a huge fan of it, but it did a lot into education of people, and it's great to see that stuff like this exists. But this is a big problem that I see and a big hurdle for people to get started with hardware, that if you want to run embedded Linux, you have to learn a lot of things before you can really build your own systems. But open hardware and these type of things, I think a good starting point, because it gets you back to the roots of all sorts of things, of cryptography, of like the normal processes or the interaction, or like other things, smart devices, for example. This is also usually a security nightmare, but if you start to understand like what can be interesting there, for example, to build up a different communication network based on LoRa or some other on some other technology that's interesting. That's maybe a bit too much to ask of a lot of people to start with, but maybe open hardware is the best.
Several names, like brands or websites?
About LoRa technology?
No, just in general for open hardware, where people can play around?
Right now, there's the Open Source Hardware Month. So the OSHWA, the Open Source Hardware Association, is organizing a lot of events around that. You can tap into that. It's at the OSH, Open Hardware Month, .oshwa.org. You can find it online. There's a lot of like educational material there. I think that's a good place to start.
James?
For me, I would focus on the low-hanging fruit in terms of usability. Usability is what we focus on at Casa. Like, even though our fundamental thing is offering super high security, the way that we do that is try to make it as easy as possible, like iPhone, iOS style UX. And so the basic things that I would suggest that people try out would be operating system. try out Linux. Not any Linux, but something like POW. It's like a very user-friendly version of Linux that's also quite secure and private. Stop using Google services. Use Proton-based services. They're just as easy to use, but will get you a better level of privacy and security. If you want to go a little further down the rabbit hole, try out a completely different phone architecture. I've been using graphene for a number of years, and it has greatly improved. It's like it no longer requires like command line usage to install on a Pixel phone anymore. It's literally just USB plug into your browser, and there's a lot of improved tooling around it. So it's actually fairly easy to use as a daily driver. So there are now completely parallel alternative systems that you can use as a basis for your digital life that are about as user-friendly as the mainstream stuff, and it's worth checking out.
Yeah, I guess once you've done POW, try out cubes and see how you go with that.
I wouldn't go that
far. Yeah, I mean, I guess I also covered it for most people. For me, I'm lagging behind on like the latest developments on MPC and like the homomorphic encryption. So I'd like to take the sabbatical and play around with that, some of the advancements there, and catch up to speed. But yeah, that's what I would like to play with.
What helped with the Graphene OS that once I installed it and put it publicly, many people came and recommended lots of applications. And I found it super helpful that random people were saying that's an alternative for Pocket, alternative for VLC, or no VLC players there, but for like a YouTube client and stuff like that. That was super helpful, but I hope that people will stay that helpful and not will fall into the paranoid boogeyman conversations because they're not that helpful. Thanks, Michael, for giving time. Thanks, speakers, for joining the panel. And I hope that everyone enjoyed the homey feeling of the whole 2 days of POW Summit.
Thank you. You guys can go now.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bob and Alan? So we've reached the close of the conference, and you guys have met the main initiators of the proof of work concept and the idea, my colleague Bob Somerville and Alan Austin. I'd like to take the opportunity to make a shout out to the local 21 pleb community. Woo! To Finance Yard, all the people that came in and took a chance from the Bitcoin area to meet people that think about other chains and other ideas. Really, thank you so much, guys, and thank you for the community organizing. Bob?
So yeah, thanks so much for coming, everyone. It's the work of many months to put together an event like this. So really like to thank everyone at MMH and at the Litecoin Foundation and my own team at the co-op as well, and to our MCs. I don't know if Vlad is here as well, or is he somewhere else? If you want to come up. Thank you. And, and here's Emma. Come on, MMHers, come on. Come. MMH for the win. So yeah, operationally. Woo! So yeah, operationally, it is an awful lot of work, to put together an event like this, both in the run-up and the preparation, but also, on the floor, both yesterday and today, scurrying, and yeah, like to also thank, everyone here at the venue, on the AV team, our volunteers, everyone who's had a hand in making this come together. And And thanks to all the speakers, you know, the speakers, of course, and the photographer pointing to himself. Also, yes, thank you. Okay, well, I in a second. But yeah, you know, thanks so much to the speakers. I was, you know, really delighted with, you know, the lineup that we managed to have this year. You know, we had our initial event last year in Prague, and you know, I was happy with what we had there. But you know, this year again, I think we've got to, you know, another level again of quality. It's obviously a smaller event, but I think, you know, that is really a winner in itself. You know, I think we've had a really high signal to noise. And I think, you know, I hope everyone's had, you know, the opportunity to get to see other people and talk to other people, and, you know, both to see the content, but also to interact, you know, and make those connections. And there we go. Thank you.
Well, yeah.
Something additional from the community. Thank you very much, and you give us the opportunity. You give us here the space. This is our 21 Bitcoin magazine. Bitcoin is cypherpunk. Just signed from Phil here with the current block high Moscow time. So thank you very much. As a little thank for you both. Thank you.
And I wanted to say thank you to Bob and thank you to Alan and the ETC and Litecoin team, because they are paying for this and we appreciate them a lot. And they put together this fabulous event and people here that are going to be speaking, and they brought Michael in to assist, and we are thankful for them. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys.
So as a final note, I'd like to reiterate, Hive, thank you so much. Citrea, Block Scout, Logos, Rootstock, Evertoss. Not only were you here with your money, but you were here with your people and your spirit and your openness and your conversation and your humanity, man. Thank you so much. So Hive has rented the restaurant. She's anonymous.
Yeah, she's not. We'll explain later.
Private sphere. So the party tonight, now starting downstairs in the L'Osteria, is the Hive ending party for Proof of Work Summit 2024. Starting now.
Which of the restaurants is that in, do we know?
Downstairs, L'Osteria.
L'Osteria, there we go.
The Italian place, directly below. Here, right down there. Right down there.
I'm sorry, where? One more time?
Here.
Woo.
Be there? Do it again. You guys gonna be there? One more time. There. You be there? Let's go.
Let's fucking go.